Our story begins with a bright red tomato in hand as a voice notes the fruit's vibrant color. Before everything else, a tomato is a fruit. Go argue with the wall. But the voice says this tomato is a bit too sour, which is why he plans to add a little sweetness next time. And there we have it, a voice calling out to him. Isagi-sama, a beastman cat maid with a basket of tomatoes appears, telling Isagi that the villagers are waiting for him. Now that she mentioned it, Isagi finally remembers. With a determined look, the hero of our story, Isagi, vows to save this village using alchemy. But before we get to the good part, let's first talk about that one event that led to Isagi at the Beastman village. Flashback to more than a month ago at the Remris castle in the Remris Empire. Isagi is suddenly summoned by the head of the alchemy department. The older man didn't beat around the bush and flat out told Isagi that he's getting socked as the castle's royal alchemist. Like many good employees, of course, Isagi had to ask, why? He's been nothing but good. Heck, he's even great at his job as their alchemist. Well, in the older man's eyes, the royal alchemist's job is to make magical tools for the army, something Isagi is not doing. This older man, Garius, the head of the castle's national alchemy department, even went as far as to say that our hero does nothing but play with soil all day. Isagi defends his work and tells him that he's not playing. Just take a look at this. He takes a small bag out of his pocket, explaining that he's using alchemy to improve the quality of their crops. With his alchemy, he can create crops that can survive extreme weather conditions. Huh? Crops? Garius is far from impressed. Besides, he counters that if they need more food, then they can just invade another country and take their food, which is a way more effective plan in the eyes of this old fart. Ah, what a crappy mindset. Isagi hates it, but what can he do? Remris is a militaristic nation after all, and thanks to its multiple conquests it has expanded into an enormous empire. As a result, the majority of the nation's finances are funneled to the army. This poor choice and irresponsible policy are just making their people suffer. Isagi once thought that he could save this nation by solving the food shortage using alchemy, but there's only so much he can do if the higher-ups have other priorities in mind. Now then, back to his dismissal. Garius points out that Isagi ignores his responsibilities and continues farming crops in the castle without permission. As such, it's only natural for our hero to get fired, based on these points alone. How can this be? Isagi completed all the tasks given to him, and yet here they are, looking down on him just because he's a commoner who came from the orphanage. Despite this setback, our hero stands his ground, vowing to do the right thing. Alchemy is not just a weapon, it can also be used to bring happiness to people. But Garius had already decided, and with one last dirty look, he tells Isagi that an alchemist's job is to shut up and follow his orders. What a jerk. Isagi can only glare at how bad this old fart treats alchemists. It's like he sees them like they're nothing but tools. Despite the harsh treatment, Isagi kept a level head and gracefully accepted his dismissal. He makes his way back to his workshop with heavy footsteps, and as soon as he walks through the front door, the beastman cat maid Mercia welcomes him in good spirits. She asks the alchemist what his plans for the day are, but Isagi's shocked that she's even here this early. You see, Mercia is a royal maid who helps out at his workshop during her spare time. Here they do their research together to create crops that can survive extreme conditions. But Isagi's not feeling motivated to do any of that now, as he slumps into his chair with an exasperated sigh. Mercia asks if there's something wrong. She can't help but worry since Isagi doesn't look too good, so our hero lays it out on her. Cut to the next scene, the whole workshop shook at how loud Mercia's voice is. To say the beastman cat maid is fuming is an understatement because right now, she's vibrating at the speed of light as she does her best to contain her rage. How dare they do this to her, Isagi-sama, when he worked so hard to contribute to the nation? Unacceptable. Seeing her like that somewhat scares Isagi, so he urges her to calm down. But how could she? Doesn't Isagi-sama feel wronged? Honestly speaking, he'd be lying if he said this is fine, but for him, it's enough to see that Mercia sees his worth. Plus, he also feels happy seeing her get mad on his behalf. After all, he's just an orphan and nobody has ever stood up for him. But now he has Mercia, and that alone makes him feel glad. That seems to have worked, because Mercia is back to her timid self. But more important than that, she asks him what he plans to do next. Well, Isagi didn't really expect to walk in there and get fired, so at the moment he still has no plans on what to do next. Sure, the orphanage would welcome him if he returned there, but making a living is an entirely different story. It's just one stress after another for our poor hero. Mercia is quiet, pondering over something, and after a beat she shyly asks Isagi if he wants to come to her hometown. Say what? Mercia doubles back on what she said, though in her defense she's just suggesting a different option, okay? No, wait a minute, let her cook. Isagi remembers that Mercia's hometown is in the Beastman Kingdom, right? According to her, it's just a small remote village near the border. Well, he's happy that she invited him over, but can someone like him even do anything? Of course he can. Mercia almost shouted this in his ears. What's more, she tells Isagi that everyone in the village would be thrilled to have a great alchemist like Isagi there. Seeing her so intent is quite a shock for Isagi, but her reasons don't stop there. The beastman cat maid continues that their village is blessed with natural resources, but despite this, it didn't save them from the food shortage. If anything, this problem just got worse. Isagi recalls that when Mercia first offered to help with his research, she said it's because she wants to create resilient crops to save others, no? Now that he remembers it, the two of them made a promise that if they ever succeeded, they would send crops to Mercia's village. Looking at the small bag of seeds on his table, this is the very proof that Isagi and Mercia's research is a success. The only thing left for him to do is to adjust the crop according to the village's soil. Isagi is in the zone right now, focusing on what he needs to do about the crop. Because when it all comes down to it, all he really needs to do is modify the crop to be more compatible with the land. Alright, it's decided. Isagi turns to Mercia and says he'll go to her village. With renewed vigor, he tells her that they can introduce their crops there, and if they can improve the food supply, that could start a worldwide impact. Mercia is more than happy with Isagi's decision, beaming as she thanked her Isagi-sama. But wait, is this really okay? Now that she thinks about it, any nation would welcome her Isagi-sama, given his talent and ingenuity when it comes to agriculture. Isagi can't believe her. Now she's saying all of these things after she just invited him over? Well, to be fair, Mercia admits that she just got too excited when she made the suggestion. Isagi, being the God-given gift that he is to humanity, replies that it's better to just help people in need instead of just watching with his hands tied. And with this freedom, he can now start making a change in this nation. And if those aren't reasons enough, Isagi also adds that Mercia has been nothing but a big help for him throughout his research, so of course he wants to return the favor. Is he not allowed to do that? Hearing him say that got Mercia all teary-eyed now? Of course Isagi-sama can do that. Well, now that everything's settled, Mercia will just go and inform them of her resignation, and then they can start packing. That's good enough for Isagi, saying he'll see her later. Wait a minute, hold on! Isagi almost makes a run for it, calling after Mercia as she walks away. Is she really going to quit her job for him? The beastman cat maid tells him that she is. She has to, since she needs to help her Isagi-sama, as if that's the most natural thing for her to do in this world. Is she being for real right now? It's quite the prestigious job working at the castle, not to mention that the pay is pretty good too. Tia can't help but giggle at the way Isagi is acting right now. He's worrying like she was a moment ago. From the looks of it, Mercia won't change her mind, so with that, they decide to go to her village together. After packing their stuff, Mercia, with a gigantic knapsack on her back, asks Isagi if he's ready and if he has everything he needs. The alchemist only looks at her and says that he's got everything he needs in his magical backpack. Kind of like Doraemon's pocket, the beastman cat maid can only stare, impressed at her Isagi-sama's alchemy. After all, it's thanks to this that he's able to store way more stuff in his magical backpack than normal. Since everything's settled, Mercia tells him that they'll need to travel for about a month to reach the Beastman Kingdom. It's quite a long trip, but she hopes they can enjoy it as much as they can. Isagi looks at the castle one last time before finally boarding the carriage. They left the city in early September, and the days passed quickly by then, the two enjoying the journey at their own pace. Then, finally, one fine day in October, Mercia wakes Isagi to tell him they've finally arrived. Isagi rubs his eyes and looks out the carriage window as he finally sees Mercia's hometown for the first time. This is it, the Beastman Kingdom, Polmenia Village. The two got off the carriage with Isagi happy to see that there were all sorts of beastmen here. They may still be at the border, but there's no doubt that this is the Beastman Kingdom. From dog-like old men smoking and rams carrying buckets, the place is pretty lively. Mercia suggests they head to her home first, but Isagi thinks they should drop by the village chief first. He thinks they would be surprised to find a human among their kind, but Mercia says he doesn't have to worry about it. The village chief is her father after all. What? Couldn't she have said that before they left? Well, it's because she wanted to surprise him, that's why. Oh man, what's a boy to do? Isagi can't help but sag, feeling nervous at the prospect of meeting the village chief, who also happens to be Mercia's dad. What if they don't need an alchemist here? While our hero is on the brink of a crash out, Mercia assures him that anyone who says otherwise will get a firm talking to, clenching her fist as she says so. It's not even directed to him, but suddenly Isagi feels fearful of her. Anyway, the two proceed to head to her home with Mercia leading the way. It didn't take long before they finally reached the place, with Mercia informing Isagi that she'll head in first to greet her parents. But the moment she touched the door handle, her mother came flying out the door to greet her. The older woman is also smiling, welcoming her daughter back, while Mercia tries to reel her in a bit. Her mom can't help it though, rubbing her cheeks to the point that they almost molded against Mercia's cheeks, leaving the cat maid embarrassed. Is that so? Finally, Mercia's mother introduces herself as Sienna, and our hero does the same. With that, she urges both of them to head inside so they can discuss the details with the village chief. Isagi barely stepped through the front door when a grumpy beastman glaring at him was the first thing he saw. This must be Mercia's father, and for some reason, he looks angry. The older beastman may look angry, but at least he's still polite enough to let Isagi take a seat first. As soon as he sits, our hero introduces himself, saying his name is Isagi, and that he's an alchemist from Remris. To his and Mercia's surprise, the older beastman shouts a hard no at our hero. He exudes an intimidating aura, glaring at Isagi as he says he won't give his daughter away to some guy with a sketchy background. Isagi hasn't even formed a reply yet when Mercia's father continues, saying Mercia is his precious little girl, and Isagi dared to appear here unannounced. Contrary to him, Sienna tells him it's fine. For her, she's happy that their shy daughter actually brought a man back with her, which means she must have made up her mind already. Hearing her folks talk like that as if she's not in the room with them is enough to get her all fed up. Mercia finally stands and tells them that they got it wrong. She invited Isagi to become their village's alchemist. The utter look of shock on her father's face is priceless. Now, if only he could dig a hole in the ground and hide there for a little while, because that was plain embarrassing. Well anyway, the older beastman regains his composure and introduces himself as Kelsey, the village chief. So is he correct to presume that Isagi wants to stay in the village? Isagi says yes, adding that he wants to work as an alchemist here. At the mere mention of his job, both of Mercia's parents kept quiet and furrowed their brows. What is something he said? Why is everyone suddenly so quiet? At that, Mercia turns to Isagi and suggests that maybe her parents don't know what alchemy is. Now that's something new for Isagi. They've never met an alchemist before? Really? As much as it's embarrassing to admit it, Kelsey says their daughter is right. No worries. Isagi went on a full ramble about alchemists and began his explanation. Alchemists are people who use magic to transform materials, but they can't produce something out of nothing. To perform alchemy, the materials they will recreate have to share certain things with the material at hand, like components and fundamental properties, and it's best not to deviate too much from the original matter. But all in all, alchemy is a field with extremely high practicality. All that jargon. Mercia's parents are more like no thought, head empty. All that monologue, and it seems that Isagi only managed to confuse her parents even more. Mercia finally suggests that it will be much better if Isagi can just show them what it is. Right then, so our guy asks to borrow Kelsey's sword. Isagi unsheathes it while the older beastman brags, saying it's a manatite sword he just bought recently. That's where he's wrong though, because Isagi points out that there's no manatite in his sword. What? This is where alchemists come in handy. With their trained eyes, skills, and knowledge, they can discern the true material in an item. And upon checking, Isagi deduced that this sword of Kelsey's is not made of manatite. It's just a low-quality alloy that looks like manatite. A namatite. FYI, manatite is a material known to enhance a weapon's power, so knowing this is just a knockoff broke poor Kelsey's heart. This cost him 20 silver coins, mind you. But don't worry, Isagi is here. Our guy takes his gloves off and assures Kelsey it'll be okay. With alchemy, he can transform this weapon into a real manatite sword. Mercia's parents were confused. How in the heck is Isagi going to do that? Especially since manatite is a magic metal that's pretty hard to handle. Rather than answer them, Isagi worked his magic. The sword is suddenly enveloped in a magic circle and levitates in Isagi's hands. As it glows, Isagi analyzes the sword's shape and weight before imbuing it with manatite, sliding his hand from the hilt down to the tip as he goes. With that, it's done. He hands the manatite sword to Kelsey and the older beastman looks at it incredulously. Is this really a manatite sword? Isagi suggests he try using some magic on it, and soon enough the blade glowed like crazy. Kelsey spots a literal target just a little above Isagi's head and throws the sword straight into it. Not only did the manatite sword hit the target head on, but it also pierced through the wall and landed outside. It worked! While Kelsey is feeling happier with his revamped sword, Sienna grabs him by the shoulder with the promise of a threat. Just what the heck was he doing? She may be smiling, but there's no denying the sickening aura beneath that facade as Kelsey tries to save himself from doom. It's not his fault. He didn't even know the sword would be this powerful. But Sienna's already cracking her knuckles, ready to let him have it. Thankfully, our literal hero Isagi intervenes, saying it's his fault and that he can fix it right away. God bless alchemy. Since they now see Isagi as the real deal, our hero continues educating them about alchemy. He shows them another sample, transmuting objects as he explains, and adds that his ultimate goal is to use alchemy on agriculture. Upon hearing that, Kelsey's face turned serious because just like what Mercia said before, their land has very poor soil quality. Agriculture wouldn't thrive in this place. Isagi knows that, and he's also aware that it's causing the yield from their forests and mountains to decline. Kelsey looks at him all puzzled because if Isagi knew that, then why go here? With his whole chest, Isagi answers that it's because he wants to improve agriculture with his alchemy. Mercia already filled him in about the village's situation, which is why she wants to improve crop robustness. By doing so, they can thrive even in infertile soil. Isagi's only wish in life is to save even just one person from hunger. This time, Mercia chimed in, telling her father that their mountains and forests would be completely depleted, which is why she humbly asked her parents to allow Isagi-sama to use alchemy for agriculture. Kelsey still doesn't fully believe in his dream, but if Isagi can do it, then he will allow it. Mercia and Isagi couldn't be more thankful upon hearing Kelsey's blessings. Since that's all settled, the older beastman will provide a spacious house for Isagi to stay in while Sienna jots down where it's located. She hands the scroll to her daughter, instructing Mercia to show where Isagi will stay. Mercia turns to Isagi with a smile. Let's go. The Beastman village may be remote, but it's a bright and sunny day outside, perfect for a stroll. On their way there, Isagi thought about how he never felt welcomed back at the palace. But here he's free to do whatever he wants. He can do everything he can for his beliefs. While the two are busy heading to Isagi's new place, they fail to notice that there's another pair of eyes on them, a female beastman. And is that? Isagi and Mercia traverse the fields to go to his new place. As they made their way to it, he made a mental note to make this village prosperous through alchemy. They walked and walked some more until finally they reached his new, dilapidated home. It's a piece of work, and the mismatched planks add character to it, as the two couldn't believe this would be Isagi's new house. Frankly speaking, it's a rundown house. You best believe Mercia is fuming, because how can the Isagi-sama live in such harsh conditions? To be fair, Isagi reminds her that Kelsey-san told them beforehand that it's a bit dusty. Not sure we're speaking the same language, but dusty does not equate to rundown. Mercia is enraged, of course. She marches off, ready to give her dad an earful, but Isagi tells her it's okay. So what if it's not fit to live in? They can just rebuild it. After all, that's something at least an alchemist can do. Besides, Isagi has always wanted to try building his own house, and now's the time to do so. Isagi may have had the title of Royal Alchemist a month ago, but this poor kid still faced discrimination because he was an orphan. He even lived in a shoebox warehouse because of that. Fast forward to now, he wants to design his own house, and if that's what he really wants, then who is Mercia to intervene with that? He touches the plank, inspecting it, and sees that the wood is too deteriorated to recycle. He removes his gloves, telling Mercia that they need to dismantle this house. To do that, he needs to use magic, and with the tap of his palm, a magic circle appears. A second later, the house dismantles by itself. Mercia volunteers to remove the planks to clear the area, which Isagi is grateful for, knowing those planks must have been pretty heavy. Isagi rummages through his magical bag for something to clear out the weeds and pulls out a modified herbicide. He sprays a bit through the weeds, instantly killing them off, showcasing just how effective this toxin is thanks to alchemy. Since the place is all cleared up, Isagi says it's time to build the house. Isagi pulls one plank after another from his magical knapsack, and mind you, there are no ordinary planks. They're harvested from plant-type monsters. He enhances their durability using alchemy, and with levitation magic he puts them all into place, starting with the framework to the structural system. Wait, couldn't he have just used levitation magic earlier instead of letting Mercia do the brunt work? Anyway, Isagi is focused on building his house from the ground up, and he does so easily because he already has the blueprint in his head. Execution-wise, he's got it down thanks to alchemy. And before long, tada! It's finished! Mercia claps at Isagi's finished work, with the two of them entering the premises to check the interior. Despite it being his home, Isagi can't help but feel conscious if it's Mercia approved, or maybe if he overdid himself. Fortunately, Mercia doesn't think of that sort. If anything, the interiors are exactly like Isagi's style. The two of them checked every surface, nook, and cranny on the ground floor before checking upstairs, with the bathroom as their last stop. Since everything's polished, Isagi's next project would be his workshop, but that's for another chapter. Right now, he asks Mercia if she can help him furnish the place, which the latter is more than happy to do. From his magical knapsack, Isagi starts pulling a chair and a table, and that's basically it. Looking at these two pieces of furniture, he can't help but comment on how he doesn't really have that many. Yeah, no crap, Sherlock. Mercia is not too surprised though, since she saw firsthand how her Isagi-sama practically lived in that shoebox warehouse. But a warehouse, huh? The mere memory of it makes him feel a little bad. Suddenly they hear someone call out to Mercia from outside. The beastman cat maid runs to the door, surprised to see her mom. Sienna is standing outside holding a broom, but she's more surprised to see that there's actually a building in their village that looks this marvelous. At that, Mercia explains that Isagi used alchemy to renovate the old house, making it more habitable, which impressed Sienna. Speaking of Isagi, he appears and apologizes to Sienna for taking matters into his own hands and doing as he pleased with the place. She doesn't mind though, and she originally planned to stop by to help both of them settle in. But from the looks of it, that won't be necessary. But the ever-so-polite Isagi thanks Sienna for the well-intentioned help. Since she's already here, she asks if she can take a look at the place, and Isagi's more than happy to give her the tour. They start with the kitchen, and while Sienna's mom marvels at how spacious it is, Isagi notices that the cupboards are too high for Mercia. Desperate to prove he's wrong, Mercia tries to reach for it, assuring him that she can reach it as long as she's on her tiptoes. Ultimately, Isagi uses alchemy to lower it so it's within her reach. Sienna returns just in time and tells her daughter that they only need a few kitchen appliances to make this place a whole lot better than hers. Speaking of furniture, Mercia asks her mom if they have any furniture they don't use and if she can bring it here. You best believe their family has more than a couple of pieces of unused furniture, because in the next panel, Isagi's home really feels like a home now, thanks to Mercia. Isagi is more than ecstatic to see his house finally looks the part, and seeing his positive reaction also pleases her. However, Mercia finds his walls are too bare, which is why she wants to decorate them with something. She keeps muttering about a few minor adjustments, like the vase on the table, when she suddenly hears Isagi's stomach growling. Well, it's best to have dinner first then. Mercia brings out a large pot, courtesy of her mom, that's ready to eat. It's still steaming hot, and for today's dinner they're having milk soup. Mercia feels apologetic since their food is too plain, but it's right up to Isagi's tastes. Mercia fills his bowl, taking in their simple dinner. Sienna-san's special milk soup with mushrooms and wild vegetables is paired with a few pieces of bread from Isagi's knapsack. With that, let's dig in. Just when he's about to take his first bite, Isagi notices Mercia standing behind him. Huh? Is she not going to join him for dinner? The mere mention of that almost sent Mercia spiraling. After all, she's still his maid, so eating together is off the table. Isagi reminds her then that they're no longer at the palace, so nobody cares if they eat together. She asks if it's really okay with him, and of course it's okay. So they should eat together now. Mercia is pleased, thanking him for allowing her to join him for his meal. For the first time, the two sat opposite each other while having a meal. Isagi can't help but comment on how it feels different sitting in front of each other, and even Mercia feels unsettled. Well, he urges her not to think about it too much, and with that, Isagi finally blows on the soup and takes the first taste. It's delicious. He's impressed at how he can taste the sweetness of the milk in it, but more importantly, what type of vegetable did Sienna-san use? Mercia replies that it's called a kirukuku grass. It's pretty native in their area, and it's pretty good. From this soup alone, Isagi takes the time to analyze the vegetable. The stem is still crunchy, yet the leaves are cooked to perfect tenderness, which makes this vegetable ideal for stir-fries and hot pot. Plus, there's also the umami flavor from the mushroom, and the ham adds a bit of saltiness. With the milk adding sweetness to the whole soup, it perfectly harmonizes the overall flavor of the dish. Pairing it with bread and soaking it in the soup also adds to the overall appeal of this hearty dinner, which makes Isagi so happy with how heartwarming this is. A little while later, they finish their dinner and Mercia happily volunteers to do the dishes, but Isagi insists that he should do it. The sun's about to set after all, so Mercia should go home, especially since it's been a while since her last visit here. Mercia flat out tells him that she's not going back. Nani? So is she planning to spend the night at his place? Well, not exactly spend the night, but more like she plans to stay here and help her Isagi-sama. She what? Just imagine the panic on Isagi's face right now, because first of all, this isn't the palace. And he's no longer the royal court's alchemist, so there's no need to serve him. Mercia is fully aware of that, and that's exactly why she can now fully devote all her time to taking care of her Isagi-sama. Well, she has a point. Even he can't argue with that. Still, Isagi tries to dissuade her, saying her room isn't even ready yet. But Mercia's one step ahead. She did the honors of setting up her room in one of the empty rooms upstairs. What did he even expect from the likes of her? Still, Isagi tries to counter, but after Mercia hits him with the kawaii pose, he can only let out an exasperated sigh. Okay, fine, he feels happy and grateful that she's here with him. Mercia's ears perked up the instant she heard him say that, but there is one thing that's troubling him though. He can't help but worry over how Mercia's parents would react, especially Kelsey-san. At the mention of that, she gives him a fake smile while shaking in place. Not to worry, she got her mom's permission after all. Only her mom? Then that means, yeah, you got it right. Kelsey-san is about to go beast mode, yelling for his daughter from the outside of Isagi's home to come home. There's no way in hell he's allowing the two of them to live together under one roof. The next day, Mercia comes knocking on Isagi's door. He readily opens up for her, but she's not that happy, looking forlorn. Isagi asks if she has already talked to Kelsey-san about it, which she says she has. Unfortunately, her dad won't budge about his decision, so Mercia would have to travel back and forth to help him out with work. It's obvious she's pretty bummed out about this, but Isagi already expected this much. She's Kelsey-san's one and only daughter after all. It makes sense for the older beastman to be protective of her. Isagi tries to cheer her up, saying at least they talked it out. Besides, just having her come over to his place is more than enough for our guy. But no, it's not enough for her. She's even more frantic, telling Isagi that she can convince her dad to let her stay here and serve Isagi-sama. She just needs more time. Compared to him, she looks even more pressed. He's not even pressuring yet. but Isagi still tells Mercia all the same not to stress too much about it, and that it would make him feel bad if she and her dad got into a fight just because of this. He can't bring it up, but the mere thought of suddenly living together with her also overwhelms him. She was about to say more when they heard someone call out to Mercia. Both Isagi and she turned to see who it was, and it's another female beastman. This person happily calls out to Mercia affectionately, heading straight to the cat maid since she heard Mercia has returned. Mercia finally greets the other beastman, but the other is already firing one question after another. Why did Mercia suddenly return home? Then she turns to Isagi with her mouth open and brows furrowed. She stares at him intently, leaving Isagi to give her a little awkward wave. Aha! She finally gets it. Mercia came home to introduce her husband. Mercia panics, so Isagi has to introduce himself along with his occupation. Oh ho, this girl is excited at the prospect of the village becoming prosperous again. Based on her judgment, Isagi doesn't look like a bad person, so she extends her hand in greeting and finally introduces herself as Nia, Mercia's childhood friend. She shakes Isagi's hand fervently while Mercia watches them wordlessly. In his mind, Isagi's just happy a beastman like her easily accepted a human like him. Nia leans close to her friend, asking Mercia if she personally invited Isagi. Suddenly being put on the spot like this, the latter feels a little embarrassed, but so what if she invited her Isagi-sama over? Seeing Mercia all flustered like this, Nia always believed that she was Mercia's closest friend. But would you look at that? Mercia actually acts differently with someone she truly cares about. While the two women are huddled together, Isagi can only stare at their backs, wishing he had a friend like Nia. Anyway, Nia didn't take long and she had to leave. But before she did, she bid Isagi and Mercia good luck with their crops. Once she's gone, Mercia apologizes to Isagi for Nia being so loud, but Isagi's cool about it. In fact, he's happy she even talked to him. Now then, they both turn to the fields before them. It's time to get to work. She had to ask if they're really going to start working now, and yes they are, since Isagi wants to check if plants can grow here. He thought about how he was able to clear the weeds yesterday before he built the house, but today he needs to plow the soil too. Well, it's a good thing they have this boulder in the area, no? Isagi says they could use this, tapping the surface, analyzing the rock's components before using magic to change its form. Lo and behold, the giant boulder became a stone golem. Once he's settled on the golem's form, Isagi rummages through his bag for a magic gem. This item will serve as the golem's energy supply. He just needs to embed it on the golem's chest. As soon as he did, the stone entity stirred to life, and as practice, Isagi had the golem walk forward before ordering it to plow the soil for him. Seeing the golem work flawlessly, Isagi's happy to see that there seems to be no issue with its flow or magic. Mercia is impressed with Isagi's golem, and while the former is busy plowing the fields, she volunteers to spread herbicide around. But she stopped speaking mid-sentence as soon as she heard Kelsey-san from behind, asking Isagi what that thing on the field is. Isagi turns to greet the older beastman, and like always, our guy explains what the golem is and assures the village chief that it won't attack the village. Well, Kelsey-san's not too sure about the other's explanation, but he admits how convenient alchemy is. He already asked this question last night, but Kelsey-san had to ask again if Isagi really believes he can grow some crops here. So far, our alchemist sees that the quality of soil here in the village doesn't differ that much from the empire's, so he thinks it's possible. At least that's his working theory. Meanwhile, Kelsey-san may still be talking about the soil, but his attention is on his daughter, who's silently spraying herbicide on the field. Now that he realizes it, Isagi noticed that Mercia hasn't acknowledged her dad's presence ever since he got here. She must still be mad about yesterday. Isagi plays it off and plasters a smile, but deep inside he can feel the incredible tension. Anyway, he starts rummaging through his magical knapsack again, saying he'll start growing the crops now, and tells Kelsey-san that he's welcome to watch if he wants to. He produces a sack of seeds out of his knapsack, adding that if things go well today, maybe they can even harvest the crops immediately. Kelsey-san can't wrap his head around that idea. Immediate harvest? Yeah, and you can give birth to a baby in a day. No matter how he looks at it, it's impossible. His skepticism is blatantly displayed on his face, but Isagi pays him no mind and starts using a special fertilizer on the soil. While doing so, Isagi explains that this fertilizer is enhanced using alchemy, so it shares the same key ingredient as the ones used in the Empire. But in this case, Isagi altered and enhanced the properties according to his own formula to increase the fertilizer's nutritional value. Kelsey-san can't keep up, nor does he understand. For all he knows, Isagi may just as well be speaking Latin right now. After a continued silence, Mercia finally speaks up and translates it so her dad can understand. It means the fertilizer Isagi made is enhanced to improve the soil. Ah, is that so? Kelsey-san feels a little embarrassed that even he couldn't understand something as simple as that. Mercia, on the other hand, apologizes to Isagi for bringing such a tense atmosphere. Well, the good-natured Isagi doesn't mind and he respects everyone's opinions. But right now, he hopes everyone would just get along, highlighting the fact that family is irreplaceable. so Mercia has no choice but to comply. Now that the field is plowed, Isagi suggests they distribute the fertilizer all over the field. Mercia and the golem get to work, with Isagi explaining to Kelsey-san that the areas with the fertilizer will be mixed thoroughly by the golem, using a hoe, then divided into 2 rows. Once they're done, Isagi rummages for the seeds in his bag so they can sow them. Upon hearing that, Kelsey-san was quick to point out that they should allow some time for the soil and fertilizer to mix well together. Well, that would be true if this were a normal case, but with Isagi's fertilizer, his product has a much higher decomposition rate, so there's no downtime for it. Oh ho, magic! Kelsey-san is impressed, while Mercia adds that this is expected of her Isagi-sama. She's really out here setting the bar high, no? Now then for the chosen crop. The first one they will plant is something that can grow easily even on barren land. It's a familiar plant we all love, potatoes. But these ones are genetically modified potatoes. Isagi gets his hands dirty, planting the potatoes into rows and covering them with soil. He splashes a bucket of water on them and waits as the crops grow quickly and are ready to harvest in moments. Huh? Again, Kelsey-san, the naysayer, tells him that there's no way the potatoes will be ready in an instant. If anything, it should take them about 3 or 4 months to... But the village chief didn't get to finish his sentence. On his feet, he sees leaflets sprouting from the ground at an alarming speed, and before long he sees rows of luscious greens lining up the whole field. Mercia and Isagi smile, but Kelsey-san has his mouth hanging open. What in the harvest moon happened? Another moment passes before Isagi tells them that the stems and leaves have turned yellow. This means the potatoes are ready for harvest. Isagi grabs hold of the nearest bundle, eager to check his work, while Mercia and her dad watch in quiet anticipation. He pulls the crop and is happy to see that a bunch of potatoes are well intact below. They did it. Hey, well, Isagi admits that he was pretty confident that he'd pull through with this, but seeing it play out in real time makes him happy. Mercia congratulates him for a job well done, and then there's Kelsey-san, who's shouting praises, holding a bunch of potatoes in his own hands. These crops are barely a year old. Amazing. Well, Isagi tells the village chief that it's only natural for him to feel overwhelmed and suggests they give these potatoes a taste test. Mercia suggests they do a simple stir-fry, with Isagi pointing out that it's a great day to do outdoor cooking. They quickly set up a modest kitchen and let Mercia take over. She peels the potatoes while Isagi rummages for his knapsack for another item. Kelsey-san stands by his side, asking our guy what that thing is on his hands now. It's a burner with an alchemical symbol on it, and Isagi says it's a tool used to create fire. He dials the knob to show how it works, and poof, then there's fire. Isagi adjusts the knob further, explaining that this allows him to control the intensity of the fire as needed. Oh ho, Kelsey-san heard beforehand that the city has many convenient items, but it's such a blessing to have a fire whenever you want. He asks Isagi if he made that item too, which our guy affirms with a smile. After all, creating magic tools like this is an alchemist's job. Let's move on to the potatoes. After peeling and cutting the potatoes into bite-sized pieces, Mercia oils the pan and sautés them over medium heat. She flips them once they turn a golden brown color and puts the lid on to let them cook a bit more. Meanwhile, Isagi and Kelsey-san are already waiting, plates in hand, to taste this simple dish. After 4 minutes have passed, Mercia tells them that it's ready, serving the potatoes on a plate. She tells the guys that they can just adjust the seasoning according to their liking, but Kelsey-san is on the verge of tears and salivating at the food made by his daughter. Finally, they took a bite and chewed generously. As always, Isagi comments that the food is tasty, and Mercia points out that all the flavors are there. Contrary to them, Kelsey-san is experiencing an awakening. These potatoes taste different from the ones normally grown in the village. What's more, he can feel a surge of energy coursing through his veins. Isagi munches on his food, noting that beastmen sure have pretty sharp senses. He tells Kelsey-san that the reason for that is that the potatoes are enhanced in a way that boosts one's vitality, but on such a level? Sure, the effects are pretty mild, but the village chief can only look at the food in awe while Mercia clears the plates. Now that the two are left alone, Kelsey-san asks if these alchemy-enhanced plants can be grown in this village. Isagi assures him that it's possible, and even if it's not, he promises to find a way to make sure these crops can grow since it's his job. Kelsey-san is impressed with our boy's dedication. While Isagi is already rambling about his plans, he wants to expand the fields to ensure a stable supply, and he'll also grow more types of enhanced crops to offer a greater variety of produce to the people. Kelsey-san never said it out loud, but he's thinking that if it's Isagi, then he can surely make this land fertile because he alone has what it takes to do that. With that, the village chief grants Isagi his blessing and leaves all of this in our guy's capable hands. Isagi couldn't be thankful enough and promised to keep growing more and more crops. That's what he said. But the next day, not only did they have potatoes, but there were also rows and rows of tomatoes, carrots, and all sorts of different crops that dwarfed Isagi's home. It's practically a farmland. Talk about overkill. Well, even Isagi had to admit that he may have overdone it a little, and yeah, Mercia can see that obviously. Today, while out on the field, Isagi can't help but reminisce about his life back in the palace. Back then, they had a hard time growing crops because of the limited land in the empire. Maybe that's the reason why Isagi was suddenly granted such an expansive land. He really went ham on it and planted way too many crops out of excitement. Now he low-key regrets his excitement because how in the hell are they going to harvest this much produce? Sure, he can preserve the majority of them in his magic backpack, but when it comes to harvesting the crops, that's an entirely different problem. If they don't harvest all of these fast enough, they'll end up missing the harvest time for half of them. Mercia had to ask the obvious question. Can't he just make more stone golems to help them out? Well, that would have been ideal, but without magic gems, Isagi can't really make another stone golem. Since they're like this, Mercia suggests they ask her parents for help. Isagi's on board with the idea, so Mercia hurries back to her parents' home to ask for their help. With only Isagi and the stone golem at work, the two do their best to harvest as much as they can when suddenly, he hears someone cry out in fear. It's Nea. She stands frozen on her feet, shaking like a leaf while staring at the unusual sight before her. In all her life, never has she seen the village with such a large field before. Oh, we thought she was scared about the golem, but good for her. Isagi explains that he did all of this yesterday thanks to alchemy. Like Kelsey-san, she couldn't believe he did this, especially since Isagi had only been around for 2 days. Even the mere fact of growing anything in this village is odd enough, let alone having this field of crops that are ready for harvest. Well, it's because of alchemy, like he always says. Nea-san just about had enough of him saying that when they heard a voice telling her that what Isagi said is correct. Nia turns and sees that it's Kelsey-san, and he's with Sienna-san too. He vouches for Isagi, saying he saw his alchemy at work with his own 2 eyes, how Isagi was able to grow those enhanced crops. All of these crops can be totally planted in this village. If Kelsey-san is saying that, then it must be true. Nea-san is quick to believe the village chief and turns to Isagi to ask if they're scheduled for harvesting now. Our guy can only chuckle, his voice a little strained as he adds that he might have just planted one too many crops for them to harvest. Speaking of harvest, Kelsey-san looks around to see the whole field is practically filled with produce, and this is just a day's worth of work. Again, Isagi apologizes for getting carried away, but the village chief assures him that he would rather see this much abundance than barren land. He's right, you know? Sienna-san jumps to support her husband, saying this is the first time their village has experienced such a bountiful harvest. Even she can't help but feel nervous about this. Nea-san adds that she'll help out too, so with all 5 of them and the stone golem, they started the long harvest. Mercia helps her parents pick the squash and cabbages, while Isagi and the stone golem work on the radishes. After that, they start harvesting the eggplants and the other produce. Just then, Nea-san calls out to Isagi asking if she can try tasting a tomato. Given there are a lot of them, Isagi gives her the go-ahead. She takes a bite and starts feeling giddy because what is this thing? It tastes completely different from all the tomatoes she has eaten in her life. Isagi adds that this type of tomato not only grows quickly, but its sweetness is also enhanced, gaining another hype from Nea-san. While they were talking, Mercia quietly lurked in the background until she finally joined and asked what the two were having fun about. Mercia also picks a tomato and tells Isagi she'll try one too, but no sooner had she taken one bite than Nea was already all over her. What's this? In the short time Nea-san hasn't seen her friend, Mercia can now act cutely toward other people. Her teasing got Mercia flushed beet red, so the two ended up getting into a little chase. Isagi, unaware that he's the root of the two's fiasco, just munches on the tomato, commenting on the two's closeness. After 3 long days of harvest, finally they're done. Isagi couldn't thank them enough given how all the crops were sacked and sorted. Speaking of crops, Kelsey-san asks what he plans to do with all of them. Isagi says he'll distribute them to everyone in the village since his magical backpack will overload if he doesn't do so. Well, how about this? Sienna suggests they throw a party. The villagers will make dishes using Isagi's harvested crops so they can invite everyone over to have a taste. Plus, this will be a good chance for him to meet everyone in the village. At the mention of a party, Isagi can't help but worry, thinking about the kind of parties he had at the palace. Mercia seems to know what he's thinking about, so she explains that it may sound like a party, but it's really just a gathering of people. Oh well, if that's the case, then it's all good. That settles it. Kelsey-san's all fired up, excited to tell everyone that they should start preparing for the party tonight. Wait, tonight already? Just like that, Isagi got swept away by their flow, and he eventually caved into the beastman's hype. While Kelsey-san and the others went ahead to inform about the upcoming party tonight, Isagi and Mercia stayed behind to clean up. After they're done, the two make their way to the village. While walking, Isagi can't help but wonder if this is really okay. He's a human after all, and he also just got here recently. As such, he's not too sure if anybody would even show up for him. Personally speaking, Mercia thinks people would still show up. She turns to him, showing him how a lot of the beastmen are already at the town square, since it has been a while since they had a party like this after all. To his surprise, a lot of beastmen did come, and all of them seemed to be enjoying themselves. They came right on time because Sienna-san told him they were just about to start cooking. He can start bringing the ingredients over there. Isagi unloads all the produce from his knapsack. Many of the villagers quickly gather round, eager to see Isagi's produce. It's been a long time since they've seen fresh ingredients, and before long, everyone was discussing what they would cook for tonight. It literally took a village to pull off this party, and everyone was just so happy to take part in the cookout. While most of the ladies sorted the vegetables, Isagi took the honor of lighting the fire so they could start cooking. Mercia, as always, leads the cooking of one of the dishes, and before long they manage to cook multiple foods that everyone can enjoy. But before they dive in, Kelsey-san calls Isagi to approach the podium. With that, the village chief thanks everyone for coming, highlighting that all the ingredients and good food laid before them are all thanks to Isagi. Kelsey-san adds that he just moved to the village and grew all the crops by himself. Suddenly being put on the spot like this left our guy feeling embarrassed, but what's a boy to do? Isagi stood up straight and said his name and occupation, an alchemist. He says the usual formalities when one is new at the place, but since it's too formal for Kelsey-san's liking, Isagi had to change his approach. With a smile, he tells everyone that there is a lot of food and they should enjoy tonight's party. That's the spirit. Kelsey-san likes that one more. And to celebrate their new villager, he raises his drink in hand and gives a cheer for Isagi. With that, everyone starts to dig in. The village has never been this lively in a long while, and Isagi had to do a little walk of shame to see if there's a seat left for him. Thankfully, Mercia raises her hand to call his attention, saying she saved a seat for him at their table. As expected of Mercia, she also has a plate ready for him as well. She hands him a plate of a classic French dish called pot-au-feu. Isagi sits and blows on the food before taking his first bite. His taste buds are met with the sweetness of the carrots and onions and get a little kick thanks to the peppers. The other ingredients like the potatoes, mushrooms, and sausages also make it so savory that he can't help but enjoy this meal in silence. Nia herself enjoys the food a lot, squealing since she hasn't had a soup like this that's filled with so many vegetables in a long while. Usually she just uses leftovers to save money, but with this many dishes, she couldn't be happier. A beastman from the other table heard her and feels a little sad because after this party, they'll have to go back to their normal lives, won't they? It's back to the scarcity again. Upon hearing that, others try to shush him because come on, don't dampen the mood, man. Isagi also heard him, and he doesn't blame the guy for that mindset. Given their current situation, it's impossible to increase the food supply for every single household. With that, he decides to grit his teeth, slamming his hands on the table and telling the beastman not to worry. Everyone turns to him, as Isagi promises that if they continue to use his improved crops, anyone can grow them. These crops can thrive in barren land and are resistant to cold and disease. With that said, he tells everyone that he'll be giving out seeds for these improved crops. Eh? Nia-san asks if she could also grow these by herself. Of course she can, as long as she gives them proper care. Isagi's speech got everyone stirring in their seats. Even the beastman from before mutters to himself that this feels like a dream. With Isagi readily helping them, they can't help but ask, why is he doing this? He hasn't even been staying in this village for a week yet. Mercia starts to worry about the way the villagers find him suspicious. But instead of fearing them, Isagi faces them head-on. He shares his story about how she was abandoned in front of the church as a baby, which makes him an orphan. Growing up, he relied on food stamps that he had to fight for and was often left feeling hungry, which is why he understands the pain of hunger. Isagi dreams of one thing: he wants everyone to eat delicious food to fill their stomachs. Upon hearing his story, the beastman apologizes for sounding like he doubted Isagi. It's fine, no biggie. Isagi admits that if he were in the other man's shoes, then he'd probably do the same. Since it's like this, is it possible for Isagi to share his seeds with him? He too would like to add variety to his daily meals. More and more villagers also expressed interest, claiming they want to try farming, especially since resources from the forests are limited. This sudden influx of people wanting to farm almost overwhelms him. Isagi assures them that he has plenty of seeds. With that, the villagers waited in line to receive the seeds from Isagi. In his eyes, no matter if it's a powerful, high-ranking official, hunger does not discriminate and is experienced by everyone. As Mercia helps him mouth, he thinks about how poor nourishment can dry out one's soul and make them wonder what they're even living for. As such, he continued researching foods even after he became an alchemist so that more and more people could have access to delicious foods. Now, if everyone in the village starts farming, the food shortages in Pulmenioa village will improve significantly. Plus, he also wants to further develop an agricultural system ideal for this land. With that, Kelsey-san gives another cheer, a toast to the new hope of Pulmenia village. Cheers! Meanwhile, back at the Remrus Empire in Remrus Castle, Garius reports that the production of magic tools and other items has increased this month, but the person he's reporting to, Prince Weiss Drebenshire Remrus, the heir to the throne, isn't too excited about his report. He's more curious about Isagi, especially since he hasn't received a report from their alchemist in a month. What the hell is he doing? Garius is confused. Why is His Highness so bothered with that insolent peasant? Well, it's better to tell the truth now. The older man explains that he had already fired the useless commoner. After a pause, the prince asked why. Well, it's because a royal alchemist's job is to create tools that serve in the war. Yet all Isagi did was do the bare minimum. He spent most of his time farming when suddenly, His Highness cusses, slams his hand on the table and cusses him out. What has he done? The prince goes on a full rant explaining that Isagi is responsible for creating the Empire's hope to improve their food shortage problem. This is the exact reason why he entrusted Isagi with improving their food situation, so he could ask for more military funding. With him gone, what are they going to do now? Garius is in denial because there's no way a commoner like Isagi has been doing that kind of research. The prince only glares at him, saying how useless he is. So now the older man is left standing in his spot, shaking as he realizes what he has done. The prince gives him an ultimatum. Either Garius can find an alternative solution to produce more food immediately, or he's going to bring Isagi back. Isagi and Mercia speak with one of the village elders, as the latter expresses her gratitude for the seeds our hero gave her. She's pretty amazed at how the plants can survive even in barren conditions like those here in the village. The two smile, saying they're just glad to help. With that, Isagi and Mercia bid the older beast woman goodbye. Ever since he shared the enhanced crop seeds with the villagers, the once modest village has finally witnessed an agricultural boom. On the way back, Mercia mentions that they're right on track for a bountiful harvest if this continues. That's true, but Isagi has some concerns. Mercia notices this and asks what he's worrying about. Isagi explains that the enhanced fertilizer they're using right now is based on the Empire's fertilizer formula. As such, it's only a matter of time before they run out of it in the next few years if they don't do something about it right now. The only solution he's seeing is to produce their own fertilizers here in the village. There's nothing wrong with buying fertilizer from the Empire, but the best option for them is to make it using the village's own ingredients. Now that he said that out loud, even Mercia adds that if they keep taking and taking from what Isagi gives them, then they're really not solving any problems of their own here in Polmenia. Right then, the first step they need to do is to gather all the different types of fertilizers used in the village. As always, Mercia volunteers to do so, saying she'll reach out to the farmers for a sample of their fertilizers. Back at home, the two quickly see the material they can work with, and so far it looks a little dire. They only have 3 kinds of fertilizers, but what did you expect from a remote village? Plus, Mercia points out that their harsh weather conditions are also one of the main reasons why they don't have many farmers in the village. Well, at least it's better than nothing. Isagi quickly gets to work checking to see if these fertilizers can be improved. He tells her that they need more ingredients that carry the unique magical aura of this village to do that. Upon hearing that, Mercia suggests they look for it in the forest. Huh? In the forest? She points out the greenery visible from their window, saying its vibrant color is a telltale sign that the place is where magical ingredients are located. Now that he's looking at it, Isagi sees it too, and that sounds just like what he's looking for. Alright, time to search for the— Hold up! Mercia raises her hand, saying she'll accompany him. Huh? She wants to go too? For one, Mercia says she's been to the forest many times, so having someone like her who can show him the way will come in handy, you know? Isagi's appreciative of her effort, but wouldn't the forest be a dangerous place? With that, Mercia grabs a mop and tells him in a flat tone that she is a maid, whatever that means. He can't seem to connect how being a maid is tied to her safety, so Mercia explains that being a maid means that one needs to have enough strength to protect their master. Well, if she says so. The two head straight to the forest, and Isagi couldn't contain his excitement, seeing all the lush greens and flora. While Mercia continues to walk wordlessly beside him, Isagi can't help but notice that the vegetation looks different from that of the Empire. Is it because they're here in the Beastman Kingdom? Mercia tells him that it's because competition in the natural environment is pretty fierce. As a result, both animals and plants have evolved in their own unique ways. That's when he spots a curious-looking fruit. Is that a star fruit? As he was about to reach for it, Mercia said the fruit secretes acid when it's touched. Isagi pulls his hand back for fear of getting hurt. Whew, nice save! Now that he realizes it, Isagi knows he should examine things more carefully, given his line of work. That's true, as Mercia said, plants can be very dangerous sometimes. As an alchemist, Isagi knew better than to inspect an ingredient, and that's exactly what he did. Inspect. Using this skill allows him to find out more about this fruit, which is an acid star. This plant grows naturally in the southern forest of the Beastman Kingdom. Like what Mercia said earlier, when squeezed, the acid inside the fruit will spray outward. In case the acid comes in contact with the skin, it's advised to rinse immediately with water and treat the affected area. Mercia asks what he plans to do with them, and Isagi answers that he wants to collect them since they can be used to make highly acidic solutions or herbicides. Mercia offers to hold the skin while he cuts the fruit off the plant. After cutting off the fruit, Isagi begins extracting the acid by poking the fruit with a needle. He pours the acid into a collection tube, then stores the actual fruit away in his magic backpack. Woo! That's a bit of work, but as Isagi expected, collecting ingredients in the wild is pretty fun, huh? Mercia is a little surprised to hear that and asks if he didn't do this when he worked for the Empire. He says he didn't. Some random adventurers or the knights were tasked to do that. He could only sigh because can you imagine? There are a lot of cool ideas they could do when they encounter a new ingredient. But Isagi's rant came to a halt as Mercia shouted for him. A giant boar appeared behind them. So as not to scare the beast, the two stood still as Isagi asked what kind of monster this was. She answers that it's a diable, and it's very aggressive. Moreover, it also uses its fangs to launch direct attacks. The boar inches closer, snarling, as Isagi tries to figure out what to do next. To his surprise, Mercia tells him that she'll take care of it and steps forward. Her sudden movement had the boar zero in on her, while Mercia lured it in front of a giant tree. The monster charges but is shocked to see her disappear. Looking around, the boar finally eyes her. She's above him. Mercia does a little tumble mid-air, balling her fist as she punches the boar. It sent the monster flying and unconscious, while Isagi could only look in shock. Mercia took it down in just one punch. Saitama would be proud. Mercia is back to her usual polite self and dusting her apron as if she just didn't take down a 300-pound monster boar, promising her Isagi-sama would never have to worry about something like this again. Now that he remembers it, beastmen are known for their exceptional physical strength, but Mercia is on an entirely different level. It had him asking her if she's really just a maid, just as she claims to be. It's true, she tells him she's just a maid, but for a beastman like her to work in the royal castle, she needed to have great combat skills. Oh, now Isagi understands why she worked the night shifts. Not only is Mercia powerful, but she also has great night vision. Her maid outfit also makes her enemies take her for granted, which is a plus. With her skills and capabilities, Isagi knows Mercia is overqualified at her previous job. But then again, the Empire has always looked down on beastmen. But that's all in the past because if anything, she feels fortunate that she quit the same time Isagi did, especially since the dark forces have been growing more aggressive with their recruitment lately. Wait, what? Isagi thanks her for her service since it's because of her that people like him are safe and sound in the Empire, protecting them day in and day out. For that, he's very grateful. The sudden show of appreciation made Mercia shy, so she tries to play it off, saying it's only natural since night guard is a maid's job. He didn't bother correcting her because, as far as Isagi knows, the knights are supposed to have that job. Anyways, back to the giant dead boar, Isagi says there should be mana stones inside the boar's body. He approaches the monster's body, explaining that the power that the monster absorbs from its food and surroundings is stored in the mana stone. Using his alchemy, Isagi follows the magical hue to locate the exact location in its body. Now that he has an approximate location, he takes his dagger and cuts the boar open. And voila! There it is, the mana stone. And it's about the size of a large apple too. What great size and quality. Surely this must be one of a kind, no? Actually, no. According to Mercia, this is the average size of a mana stone here. No way. At the capital, they rarely have stones of this size, and you're telling me it's just normal here. Isagi had to ask, but is there any chance that there are many monsters around Pulminia village? She says that's right, and if they don't kill them off regularly, there could be too many for them to handle. That's it. If they can harvest enough mana stones with this quality, then maybe they could do it. They can make more fertilizers out of these mana stones. This will be quicker than using magic ingredients for the fertilizer. Well, they should go gather more mana stones then, as Mercia suggests. Isagi says they should hunt more monsters, but before they could go, she tells him that diable meat is pretty tasty. With that said, she'd like to bring some home to the village. Oh yeah, totally. He feels bad for being so focused on collecting the ingredients, but Mercia assures him it's okay. She just needs a bit of time. While she's busy working on procuring the meat, Isagi once again realizes that this place is not like the Empire. To survive, the people here need to find their own food along with ways to store it. Seeing Mercia work on the boar made him realize that he can't live the way he did before. Back then, he had ingredients readily shipped to his place so he could put all his focus on fulfilling the court's orders. He approaches Mercia and asks if she could show him how to butcher the boar too. She's a little taken by the sudden request, but Mercia happily obliges for Isagi. After they got all they could out of the monster boar's body, the two continued to hunt for other monsters. After a little while of doing so, Mercia asks if they're heading back to the village. Isagi checks their bags and yep, with this many mana stones, there should be enough for the fertilizer. Just then he notices something on the ground. Isagi quickly knelt to check the material and noticed that it was slowly transforming. Could it be because they're going deeper into the forest? Excited at the prospect of what's ahead, he asks Mercia if he can see what's ahead for a bit. He points to a nearby mountain, saying there seems to be a lot of minerals in it. Ah, that one. Mercia says mining is doable in the area, although she questions if the process will take long. Isagi says it's fine since he can use alchemy after all. He's already feeling positive about this. If they can have minerals, then they can make more stone golems and other structures. With that, Isagi and Mercia head to the nearby mountain to look for minerals. At the mountain, Isagi takes ginger steps, while Mercia's voice can be heard in the background asking if he is alright. Our boy literally walks sideways on the steep path because one wrong move and he could be meeting our maker. While he's struggling to move forward, there's Mercia gracefully hopping through the path, and in a maid outfit at that, as expected of a cat-type beastman. She goes ahead and before long she calls out to him again to say she found the mine. Isagi is panting heavily, asking if they're finally there. True to her words, they find themselves in front of the mine's entrance, but judging by its appearance, Isagi comments on how this structure is. Well, that's because this was built a long time ago, which explains why it's deteriorated quite a bit, according to Mercia. Isagi touches the lumber to assess the structure and discovers that the walls and ceiling are made of reinforced clay to prevent collapse. Before doing anything, he asks Mercia for permission to stabilize the damaged area, which she says he can do. Isagi works his alchemy magic on the place, and voila! It's sturdier than before. Mercia walks ahead so she can show him the place while Isagi trails behind. She walks bravely in the dark tunnel, and after a few feet of walking inside, Isagi comments that it's way too dark for him there. That's right, he just realized that beastmen have excellent night vision, so now Mercia feels a little sorry since she didn't bring a light for him. Luckily, he came prepared. Isagi unzips his knapsack and procures a tool that works like a lamp. With this, it can help light their path. Mercia offers to hold it up for him so he can focus on finding the minerals, something he couldn't be more thankful for. They walk deeper into the mine, with Isagi pointing out the spots that he believes contain minerals. He taps the wall to inspect the component, and soon enough he discovers something. Right there. There's a large mineral vein nearby. Mercia's more than ready to dig it up, with a pickaxe in hand, but Isagi says there's no need to do that. If alchemy can be used to channel mana and enhance the strength of material, then it can also be used to weaken that material. So if he targets the weak points in its structure, then he can destroy the material. As soon as he said that, the walls lit up, and suddenly ores emerged from the walls and were thrown at their feet. He asks Mercia to help collect the ores, which she does right away. Meanwhile, Isagi continues touching the walls as he passes by them, using alchemy to target the mineral vein and mine the metallic ores like so. He warns Mercia to keep an eye out since the minerals will begin to surface in waves, rolling continuously until she calls for him. Isagi stops midway and just at the right time too. Mercia is worried since the place where he currently stands is about to be filled with minerals. Oh, she's right. For now, the two sort out the extracted mineral, with Isagi assessing them one by one. So far, the extracted materials include iron, copper, lead, and mana-infused minerals. What's more, there are even small amounts of gold and a few gemstones here and there. However, there's no sign of adamantite or mithril. Mercia feels proud of her Isagi-sama, because with his mining skills, she's sure that he'll be one of the most sought-after candidates in many different mining sites. Now that she mentioned it, Isagi says alchemists actually get sent to these kinds of mines, but the conditions there are quite harsh. Technically speaking, it's a form of punishment in the noble world, as he remembers that he often got sent to places like that back then. Anyway, back to the mound of ores before them, Isagi says it's time to extract the minerals. Using alchemy, he sieves the impurities from the matter, producing solid blocks of shining dark mineral. He urges they continue doing so for the rest of the ore, and before long they finally sort the minerals in their polished forms. It's time to go back. They managed to get quite a lot, huh? With these, Isagi says they can create all sorts of things, starting with more golems. He can even enhance their base bodies and make them more useful for farming. But most importantly, they can now finally make that thing. Huh? What thing? Mercia has no idea, so with a smug look he says it's the crafting workshop. Just like that, they're back at his place. The two of them are outside, a few feet away from his house. Isagi explains that he needs to build the workshop carefully because if something goes wrong during the alchemy process, it could destroy the building via an explosion. With that said, he wants a workshop that's separate from his residence. Plus, there's also the fact that while performing alchemy, the process can release substances with strong odors. Well, that makes sense. So now Mercia asks if she can help him with anything when building his workshop. Isagi answers that he can take care of it himself, and instead of the workshop, he'd appreciate it if he could help out in the field since the next harvest is nearing. Mercia did as he suggested, so now, It's Isagi's turn to focus on creating his workshop. First things first, he needs to decide on the size of it. Of course, he has always dreamed of having a big and grand one, but if he did that, it would all come with a bigger responsibility of managing it. As a solution, he decided to scale it down a bit, marking the outline of the structure. Since it's his workshop, he finds there's no need to subdivide the rooms further, so it's a simple workshop with a storage room in it. After careful consideration, he finally decides on the perimeter and size, with the workshop slightly bigger than his home. The materials he'll use for the building consist of Trent wood like the one used in his house, as well as bricks, since they're more durable. So now it's time to make the mortar. He adds cement and sand into a container using a 1:3 ratio, mixing them thoroughly using alchemy. In the middle of the mixture, he digs a hole and slowly pours water in as he continues to mix. He knows the mixture is ready once there are no more lumps, and soon the mortar is finished. Using levitation magic, he lines the brick along the outer wall and applies mortar to the layered bricks to glue them together. He places one brick on top of another, continuously repeating this process until he fills up the whole length of the wall. Looking at his completed work, Isagi is already beaming since the structure looks impressive enough with these alone. Next, he works on the interior, and before long Mercia has returned to check on his progress. To her surprise, the workshop is already finished. She approaches it, and from the inside she can hear Isagi saying that the place is like a proper alchemy workshop now. Mercia knocks, asking if she could come in, which Isagi welcomes her to do. He's already moving boxes of his equipment while Mercia marvels at the place. She came just in time because he's in the middle of working on the interior. Mercia comments that it's beautiful both inside and outside, something Isagi is pleased to hear. He starts babbling about how he adjusted the resin ratio to lower the brightness of the wall, thus reducing the glare. This way, it also reflects the light better, which gives the space a softer and warmer color. Oh, he also shares that he wanted to create a more classic feeling, and there are the bricks in the wall too. Mercia smiles and cuts him off mid-sentence to congratulate him for having his own proper alchemy workshop. This just got him more hyped up because now he can do his research freely, leaning close to her face as he said so. The sudden closeness caused Mercia to flush. She turns and asks if she can help him arrange the furniture. It's all hers? Oh, but there is something he'd like. Isagi asks Mercia if it's possible for her to provide a bed for him, but she refuses. Before he can ask, Mercia is already giving him the look, saying if she puts a bed here, then she's pretty sure Isagi will end up sleeping in the workshop. Eh? But he wants to. No can do because Mercia won't budge about this. It just goes to show she really knows Isagi through and through. Well, he was just about to suggest a sofa, but she beat him to it. Sofas are not allowed either. Mercia wags her finger at him, saying he needs to live a healthy lifestyle, which is why he needs to go home and sleep properly. In the end, he can't win against her. So with that, he suggests they start making the fertilizer, which Mercia happily obliges to. In order for them to create a suitable fertilizer for Polmenia village, Isagi and Mercia gathered materials from the forests and mines. Now the time has come for them to use all of these to create the village's very own fertilizer. At the table, they have only three different types of traditional fertilizer available here. Isagi asks her how these perform after the property enhancement process, and Mercia says they fall short compared to the Empire's fertilizers. She shows him a compilation of all the detailed data on the growth process of the fertilizers and products which he assesses. Looking at this information, it's pretty evident that the village's current fertilizers have limitations. With that said, Isagi suggests they combine it with other materials. Mercia asks if that will take a while, especially if they'll start from scratch. No joke, it would take them years, but since they already have data collected from the Empire, it will be much faster. Plus, they also have a pile of high-quality mana stones. Looking at his unlikely enthusiasm, Mercia can't help but ask if the things they got from the monsters in the forest are of really high quality. To give her an example of how valuable it is, Isagi tells her that this single stone can easily sell for 20 silver coins back at the Empire, eh? It's that expensive? Yet here in the village it is only about 1 silver coin. Hearing her say that caused Isagi to drop the stone out of pure shock. But since they're already on the topic of it, he had to ask if these mana stones are practically considered an everyday item here in the village. She tells him yes, and that anyone could find a stone this size in the village. He couldn't believe it. And in the Empire, they're going gaga over this? Anyway, it doesn't matter now, because he'll use these mana stones to the fullest, so he can create the finest fertilizer possible for the land by adding the mana stones to the fertilizer. He asks Mercia to prepare the plant pots for the experiments, while he focuses on doing his thing. Now then, Isagi takes one of the mana stones in his hands to conduct mana adjustment. You see, there's chaotic mana inside the stones, so he needs to stabilize it first to make crafting easier. Using alchemy, he sorts the mana, and as soon as it stabilizes, Isagi removes all the impurities in it. The dark matter is sieved out of the stone, and voila, it's finished! Mercia came just in time with all the pots as she marveled at the pure mana stone in Isagi's hand. Looking at it like this, one cannot deny how beautiful a pure mana stone is. One telltale sign of their purity is if they give off a clear and sparkling violet glow. Isagi even claims that some of the nobles in the empire use mana stones as jewelry. Mercia's eyes widen, gleaming at the mana stone before her. She asks how he plans to use them, and to her dismay, Isagi grinds them mercilessly and without finesse. Well, this is how he adds them to the fertilizer after all. He apologizes to Mercia, seeing how she was so excited about it, only to end up seeing him smashing the stone. She tells him he shouldn't worry about it. After all, those mana stones are just materials. With that, she leaves to get more plant pots for their experiments. She may say all that, but even Isagi can see how disappointed she was at what he did, and she was so happy about those stones too. With that, he made a mental note to make her a piece of jewelry out of those mana stones next time. Now back to his grinding. The thriving grass he puts in adds strong growth factors, while the terraria adds pest resistance. There's also gengida to improve decomposition, plus combining all these with the different materials they gathered from the forest. With that, the experimental fertilizer is complete. Mercia suggests they test it right away, already carrying a plant pot in her hand. They number the pot first, then fill it with soil, followed by the fertilizer he just made and mix it with the former. Mercia sows the enhanced arugula seeds and covers them with soil before watering them. Not a moment later, they see a sprout from the plant, quickly followed by the growth of luscious leaves. Before long, it sprouted even more as both Isagi and Mercia celebrated the plant's incredible growth rate. But wait a minute, isn't it growing too fast? Because now the plant continues to sprout until it's towering over them. Is this thing turning into a beanstalk? Mercia remains amazed at what she's seeing, but isn't it too amazing? Finally, she speaks up and tells Isagi that if they let the plant continue its growth, the walls and ceiling of the workshop could be destroyed. Now that she mentioned it, Isagi realizes the danger and quickly uses his alchemy to make the plant stop growing. It was a bit of a stretch, but he managed to halt its growth. Whew, that was pretty close. His workshop almost got destroyed because of his desire to see how far it would grow. Well, you know what they say. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. Mercia never thought the growth rate would be beyond their imagination. But could it be because of the powerful properties of the thriving grass? Isagi says it's possible, but it could also be because of the resonance effect from high-quality magical energy. But if that's the case, then how about removing the magical energy from the mana stones? Isagi considered that idea, and he also noted that they need to select the right mana stones too. As a curious alchemist, he also wants to see the effects of combining different materials to create the optimal fertilizer. Well, from the looks of it, they have no choice but to experiment to get it right. He turns to Mercia with an apologetic gaze, explaining that this task will require all the patience they have, so in the meantime they should continue to do their best. She picks up the plant pot and smiles at him, saying she'll gladly lend a hand. From there, the two of them worked day and night, experimenting with different combinations and variables. One plant grew too big, while another became rotten. For days and even nights the two continued, and they even reached plant pot number 207. While Mercia prepares the pots, Isagi is in his study, redoing calculations and creating formulas that are viable for the village's fertilizer. It may be tiring, but he doesn't feel bad about it. Working alone and quietly improving things like this even reminds him of his time back in the Empire. It's pretty nostalgic in a way. One day, 3 weeks later, the two of them prepare a certain fertilizer mixture. Mercia prepares the bell pepper seeds and they both await in anticipation as she pours water over the pot. By now, they're at pot number 252, and the plant gingerly grows, bears fruit, and finally stops growing at an acceptable height. There are no unusual growths in the stems or leaves, and Mercia confirms that the effects are equal to the Empire-style fertilizer Isagi used before. This only means one thing. In a quiet voice, Isagi says they succeeded. He suddenly grabs the potted plant, tears in his eyes, and raises it above his head. Finally, their 3 weeks of slaving away to get the perfect formula are worth it. Their intense focus on research finally bore fruit, literally. Mercia is more than happy because now that they're able to create fertilizer using only the materials from the village, they don't have to worry about running out of fertilizer anymore. She's right. With this, Isagi claims that the agriculture in the village will be stable. But as soon as he said that, our guy's brows instantly furrowed since it posed a new problem. He's the only alchemist in the village. If something were to happen to him, then production would definitely stop. Well, how about sharing the formula with the other alchemists in town? Mercia says they can ask them to produce it. That's possible, but Isagi points out that they might not be able to replicate it due to a lack of technical expertise. Well, she suggests that maybe he can come up with a formula that's easier to make, right? But all Isagi can think about is how good the other alchemists in town are. Just thinking about all of these instantly put a damper on their once happy mood mere minutes ago. In the end, he tells them they should just forget about this problem for now. They'll cross that bridge when they get there. Just then, Mercia caught a glimpse of the weather outside and saw that it had just stopped raining. Rather than mulling over this, she suggests they take a little walk outside. After all, he's been cooped up in the workshop for the last few weeks, so a bit of light exercise will do him good this time. Well, he can't argue about that. As they were about to exit the workshop, Mercia informed him that the village had changed a lot while he was busy working on the new fertilizer. Huh? Isagi didn't even have the time to ask what she meant because as they walked outside, he saw the beastman had continued his initial work on the crops. Even better, they expanded it as far as his eyes can see. He looks in awe at their work, surprised to see so many fields now. Back when they first arrived a few weeks ago, this place was nothing but grasslands. Mercia says it's thanks to him that they were able to do this, because he shared the improved crop seeds with them. That may be so, but Isagi points out that to reach this much progress in just 3 weeks is really impressive. Mercia turns to him saying everyone is happy to see the plants bearing fruit continuously, and that everyone has been exerting their full efforts. Just then, one of the beastmen notices Isagi and calls out to him. The others followed suit, calling out to our guy happily as they rushed over to him, smiling. They tell Isagi that it's thanks to him they were able to grow crops, expressing fervent gratitude as they do so. This sudden influx of attention got him flustered, because for him it's no big deal. He's really just happy to help out. The beastmen show him their produce, like this one tomato that's so vibrant and plump. There's also this cucumber too, until Mercia steps in and says the produce is like that, because her Isagi-sama made them exactly like that. So is this the equivalent of God creating an image according to his likeness? This brag of hers led to a pregnant pause before everyone agreed. This is all the work of Isagi. Even they can't argue with that. One of the female beastmen approaches Isagi with a crate of tomatoes, handing it to him as thanks for the great harvest they just had. Naturally, Isagi accepts it, a little frantic as the other beastmen follow and start to hand him their produce as well, ranging from cucumbers to eggplants. Mercia suggests they use the ingredients everyone gave them to cook tonight's dinner, and she couldn't have suggested a better idea. It's going to be a grand feast tonight. With all these crates of produce at his feet and the field thriving, Isagi notes that it truly is a wonderful day for a walk. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the village, an unfamiliar beastman appears, amazed at how this once remote village is alive and kicking. Not too long ago, she remembers this place was practically a grassland. But now, it's a farmland as far as the eye can see. This little female beastman with a knapsack much larger than her stares in awe at the current Pulminia village. Back at Isagi's place, he and Mercia had just finished their meal. He took the liberty of cleaning up, talking about how the vegetables everyone gave them were so delicious. Isagi also helps Mercia with the dishes, and during times like these, there are moments when he and Mercia work quietly. Despite the silence, Isagi isn't bothered by it at all, and he can't help but compare this setup where they work side by side like this as if they're a married couple. The poor girl almost dropped the plate she was holding, getting flustered at the mention of a married couple. However, their short time together got cut short when they heard someone at the door. The voice even asks if the alchemist Isagi lives there. Isagi tells her to continue with the dishes while he checks the door. She may not say it out loud, but Isagi can't help but comment on how his personal maid looks extremely displeased at the sudden interruption. Of course she is, that was her precious time with her Isagi-sama after all. And of course you can expect Isagi to misinterpret it. Our boy really thought Mercia hates doing the dishes that much. Isagi opens the door and sees that no one is there when he suddenly hears a voice telling him to look down. Like, further down. He sees a small girl beastman who immediately introduces herself as Konya from the Wonderful Trading Company. She's at his door because she wants to discuss business with Isagi. Huh? Business with him? Konya said, "That's right," and asked if she could discuss the details inside. Isagi is more than happy to do so and invites her in, but because of her large backpack, the little beastman struggles to walk through the front door. Ultimately, she left her bag outside, and after being seated, Konya said her formalities and bowed to Mercia. They left the maid puzzled when suddenly, Konya asked if Mercia was Usagi's wife. It was just an innocent question, but Mercia started shaking on the spot. Isagi explains that Mercia is his maid and the daughter of the village chief, so Konya apologizes for acting so rudely, but Mercia smiles it off, saying that it's fine, then gets up to make some tea. Isagi finds that the sudden change in behavior is strange. Didn't she look too pleased just a moment ago? Women's minds truly are a work of mystery. Mercia prepares and serves the tea soon after. As soon as Konya takes a sip, she can't help but comment on the delicious beverage. She notes how it has a mild sweetness beneath the bitterness, so she had to ask Mercia what it was made from. The latter says she brewed it using the goji leaves she picked up from the nearby forest. At the mention of goji leaves, Konya's eyes twinkled as she started jotting them down in her little notebook. She has to buy some of those later. Isagi and Mercia quietly watch her, but in their minds, they wonder just where Konya pulls that notebook from. Anyway, since Isagi is not too familiar with Wonderful Trading Company, he asks Mercia what it is. The latter explains that it's one of the largest companies in the Beastman Kingdom. The company is headquartered in the royal capital, along with many branches in other cities. All of the company's staff are canine-type beastmen, so basically they're a major merchant guild, no? But who would have thought a merchant from such a big company would come all the way to Polmenia just to see him? By then, Konya had finished writing in her little notebook. Frankly speaking, she noticed how there was a sudden surge of high-quality produce in the market lately. The crops grow at an accelerated rate, and they can even be harvested out of season. What's more, these crops also taste far better than the usual produce from the Beastman Kingdom. She did the work by tracing the origin of these crops, which led her here to Polmenia village. Mercia was just about to ask how the crops reached other places, but Isagi chimes in that the villagers must have grown a lot of their crops and sold them to neighboring villages. But is that how Konya figured out that Isagi was the one supplying it? Konya says yes. But the strange thing is that when Polmenia's crops are planted in other villages, they don't produce the same quality as the ones grown in the village. Isagi's not too surprised. This is because Isagi used alchemy to adjust the crops to grow best in their village. Planting them carelessly elsewhere just won't cut it. Oh, now Konya understands why the other crops were subpar compared to the produce of this village. She starts jotting down in her notebook again, surprised that alchemy can be applied to agriculture like this. Who would have thought using alchemical techniques could improve crop strains this much? As expected of a merchant from a trading company, Konya is quick on the pickup and highly imaginative. Now that Konya understands the discrepancy in quality, it's about time she gets to the main reason why she's here in the first place. She leans closer and asks the alchemist if he would be willing to supply their produce regularly to the Wonderful Trading Company. Isagi already figured that much. Gathering materials from just around the village has its limits after all. It would be pretty valuable for them to make deals with a major trading company. Isagi's not against the idea, but he has a few conditions. First things first, he's an alchemist, so without the right materials, he can't create anything. With that said, he wants priority access to the ingredient he needs. That's easy enough for Konya, consider it done. With the power of the Wonderful Trading Company, there's no material within the Beastman Kingdom that they can't obtain. Oh? Then Isagi asks about the materials outside the kingdom. Can they also acquire those easily? Unfortunately, Konya says she can't guarantee that. Isagi expected as much, but he's not disappointed. Now back to the topic. She asks how much they are able to supply on a regular basis. To that, Isagi turns to Mercia for help. The maid fetches the reports she's made and shows Konya their current harvest. The latter is impressed that it's quite a lot. The question is, out of all that they've harvested, how much of that is exportable? Mercia reports that there are almost no defective crops among their harvest, and it's all because Isagi improved them, meaning the harvest amount equals the amount they can ship. Konya notes that being able to ship that much is actually pretty impressive. So, will it be possible for them to increase the shipment volume just a little more? Upon hearing that, Isagi frowns because increasing it any further would be difficult for them. At the moment, there's only him and Mercia, as well as 2 golems who are manning the field. If they put more effort into farming, they won't be able to focus on anything else. Aside from farming, Isagi has a couple of other things he wants to do, like improving crop strains, producing different types of fertilizers, and crafting magical tools. There's still so much to do, but he thinks it's too early for them to fully dedicate themselves to becoming real farmers. Konya is quiet for a bit, thinking of what they could do. If this is the case then, she asks, why don't they just hire some people and leave the farms to them? That suggestion was like a bolt of lightning to both Isagi and Mercia. Why didn't they think of that before? Why hasn't that solution brushed Isagi's mind before? Could it be because he got so used to just following orders? Mercia's voice snaps him back to the present because she's already excited to delegate the farming work to others so her Isagi-sama can focus on alchemy from here on out. Our protagonist stands from his seat getting all fired up because while they're at it, they can also use the remaining land to create a large farm too. A large farm? He means a mega farm, right? Isagi is all aboard with Konya's suggestion because with the mega farm, they can grow lots of crops, ship them out, and create a fortune. On Konya's end, the Wonderful Trading Company will sell them across the country, making them rich. She's pretty sure this idea will be beneficial to both of them. So with that, she extends her hand to seal the deal. Here's to the great success of Isagi's mega farm. He takes her hand and shakes it, the two already looking forward to working with each other. Later that night, Isagi got busy racking his brain to formulate a plan. How does one plan for personnel? He wonders if he should just dispatch some workers from the Wonderful Trading Company, but no. He needs to start by recruiting the villagers first, and if that's still not enough, only then will he tap on the Wonderful Trading Company. Mercia appears with a hot beverage in hand, and before she could speak, he asked her if she thinks the villagers will work for him if he just uses the standard recruitment process. As it stands, the food situation in the village has improved drastically as of late. Now everyone's able to provide for themselves, which makes him wonder if they would even want to work on his farm. The maid assures him that they will. If anything, she knows everyone is grateful to him. He finds that hard to believe, but since Mercia said it with such conviction, he'll just have to trust her word. In any case, he thinks this is a good opportunity for him. Among other things, Isagi also wants the people who work with him to feel like they're gaining something meaningful. Mercia can only chuckle seeing how kind Isagi is. Anyway, speaking of benefits, she has a suggestion. What if they let the villagers who will work for them grow crop varieties that haven't been shared with the rest of the village yet? Of course. Why didn't he think of that? Growing rare plants that can only be cultivated here could be really exciting. And if the villagers get to take some home, that would make them even happier. Isagi is sold, they definitely should do that. They could grow fruits like apples, bananas, and many others. At the mention of fruits, Mercia's ears perked up, and she eagerly mentioned grapes. How about those? Isagi hates to break it to her, but he hasn't finished working on the grapes. Her ears instantly drooped. She really loves grapes, huh? The only thing she tells Isagi then is to tell her once he's done working in grapes, which Isagi promises he will. Now then, Isagi finally finishes his draft of the plan. For now, they will hire 5 people. He thinks starting with a small number of people for the trial phase will be ideal, since the transaction volume and profits are still unclear. Since the workload will be heavy, he also made sure that the base salary would be higher. Mercia says she'll get permission from her father to post the job listing, so here's to hoping everything goes smoothly with their mega farm. 5 days later, Isagi is by himself, reading a book. By now, they should be getting responses from their job posting, and as if on cue, he hears Mercia urgently calling out to him. By the time she appeared, Isagi was already up on his feet. What is it? Did anyone apply? Mercia carries a mountain load of papers, a little overwhelmed since there are too many applications. The number of applicants is more than 10 times the number of positions. Isagi couldn't believe it because outside his home there was a long line of beastman applicants who were applying to work with him. Isagi opens his front door and can't believe so many people applied. And at the very front of the line is Nia. He's surprised to see that Nia also applied for the job. Why wouldn't she? It sounds like fun and the pay is good too. Turning to the long line of beastmen behind her, even she tells Isagi that this is a little too much. It troubles him because if he could, he'd love to hire everyone here. But they'll have to evaluate and make some decisions first. Just then, Nia ribs him a little, reminding him they're friends, right? Already pulling that card. Too bad for her. Mercia is already on her neck, shoving Nia away from him as she explicitly says that the evaluation will be carried out fair and square. With that, she instructs everybody to line up in order. Isagi can hear Nia appealing to her friend, begging her not to take her off the list. On the bright side, he's pleased to know that this many people actually wanted to work on his farm. Finally, he starts evaluating their applicants, talking to them one by one. The following day, we see Nia and a few new faces present at Isagi's farm. Nia's just happy she made the cut, so she immediately went in and gave Mercia a hug. Now then, Isagi already knows who they are, but he thinks it would be nice if they could get to know each other for a bit. Nia leads, stating her name and giving a short background on how she used to help her grandfather with farming. Isagi can vouch for Nia's skills, since she already helped them previously and finds her reliable. The next is a big guy named Rhodos. He tells everyone that he's the son of a beekeeper and is pretty confident with his physical strength and stamina. Isagi chose him, thinking Rhodos would cover tasks that require physical strength despite not having much farming experience. Next, they have Nora. Like Nia, she also used to help in a small vegetable farm handled by her father, but she also worked as an accountant for her mother's grocery store. Mercia is the one who highly recommended her because she's great with numbers and handles detailed administrative tasks pretty well. Moving on to the next one, Ricardo shares that he used to be a hunter, but now he's turned to farming, cultivating the seeds Isagi gave him. Out of all of them, he's the only one who cleared the most land for Isagi's crops, which makes the Alchemist believe that he'll be a good fit with their farming approach. Lastly, we have Ragmunt. Like Ricardo, his experience with farming is pretty basic, but more importantly, he asks Isagi if he's really sure he's the one our protagonist wants to hire. After all, it was Ragmunt who spoke out of turn during the party. Isagi assures him that he's his choice, and his speaking out like that is exactly why Isagi wants him on the team. If it's Ragmunt, at least Isagi is pretty confident that the former will be honest and direct with him. That eased Ragmunt's anxiety, so with that, he promises to question Isagi's choices when needed. Alright, now that the introductions are over, Mercia takes the floor and hands them the farming tools. They start getting excited, asking what they will be harvesting today, so Mercia reads from her list. For today, they've got quite a lot on their hands: tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, bell peppers, and Napa cabbage. Suddenly, the air got quite heavy and Nia couldn't help but comment that it's a bit much. But that's exactly the reason why Mercia needs everyone's help. There's a reason why the pay is high, it's because the workload is pretty heavy. Additionally, she tells them that they can bring home some of the produce if they want. So with that, everyone should work together and do their best. Even though she's smiling, there's no doubt there's a hint of threat behind that sweet smile of hers. So the new recruits had no choice but to follow along. On the other hand, she's quick to tell Isagi to focus on his workshop. She'll handle everything from here. With that, Mercia leads them to the field, explaining the different kinds of tools and how to prune and harvest the vegetables. They work together continuously with the produce. Meanwhile, back at his workshop, Isagi is already knee-deep in his research. According to his findings, fruits generally need more time to reach maturity. So far, strawberries, apples, and bananas have matured. If they're aiming to make this into a mega farm, then they really need to increase the variety. But by doing so, Isagi notes he might also need to expand the workshop, nodding to himself as he said so. Just then, he catches a glimpse of Mercia out in the open field with the others. Now that he thinks about it, Mercia has always been taking care of everything for him, from his daily life to managing the house and the workshop, and now even managing the farm. She always works so hard for him even now under the heat of the sun. He remembers how she got so excited at the thought of grapes, and if he's being honest, that fruit would probably take some time to grow. Still, he'll give it a try for her. Before long, the sun had begun to set. Isagi stretches and calls it a day, then quickly gets up as he remembers that it's almost time for everyone to get out of work. Since it's the first day, he knows everyone must be pretty tired. This makes him wonder if there's something he can do to encourage them. Wait a minute, there is. Isagi remembers that and hurries since he only has a few minutes left. Back in the royal capital, he secretly drew up blueprints for magic tools while waiting for a time when he could be free. Some of them are rough drafts, while others can't be made due to a lack of materials. He rummages through his drawer looking for a certain blueprint when finally he finds it. At the main house, Nia slumps over the floor from how tired she is. Everyone else was as tired as she was. Ragman even says it's been a while since he got this exhausted, with Ricardo sharing that this is even busier than tending to his own farm. At least Rhodos says they have a silver lining. They harvested a lot of vegetables today, didn't they? But Ragman notices that Nora's still up. Isn't she tired? The latter shakes her head. Even she's drained too. The only reason she's still on her feet is thanks to the spirit of a young lady. She laughs dryly, asking Mercia if it's going to be like this every day. Before she could answer, Isagi walked in carrying something in his hands. He praises them for a job well done first, saying he wants to treat them to something special since everyone gave their all today. Oh ho? Nia and Ricardo eagerly await what the covered item is, so Isagi reveals that it's a prototype for Blender Num 1. You could say he had a dry response because, the beastmen have no idea what that is. Isagi explains that it's his new magical tool. To use this, you add sliced fruit and water into the blender, channel mana into it, and the contraption stops whirring. The sudden noises rattle them, with Nia stressing out that he's blending all those fruits. It's called a blender for a reason, Nia. But Isagi can't hear her over the loudness. He asks her to settle down and then pours the liquid content into a glass. Ta-da, apple juice is done. The beastmen were surprised at the results, and when Isagi asks who wants some, Nia, Ricardo, and Rhodos say they do. They take a sip of the liquid and they can't believe how tasty it is. Rhodo notices how the sweetness of the apple is so concentrated, which is pretty surprising since it's just apple and water. Behind Isagi, Nora and Ragman wait expectantly. Of course, he needs to make some for them. This time, Isagi adds milk to the fruits of his choice. Et voila! Banana milk and strawberry milk are done. Nora drinks her share. She is taken aback by the rich aroma and sweetness of the strawberries. With this simple beverage, all the day's fatigue just melts away. Ragman sniffs his drink first before finally giving it a little sip. It's delicious. What's more, he can feel his energy is coming back. Nia happily downs her drink, saying she's never had juice this good before. Alright, that was just the right motivation to get them all fired up for tomorrow's work. Now they're aiming to harvest more than they did today. Isagi puts no pressure on them, but he is pleased that everyone likes the juice he made. Speaking of juice, Nia also wants to try the banana milk, so Isagi makes one for her while Mercia goes along. She already expected this much from him, but Isagi doesn't follow what she's talking about. Mercia explains that this must be his strategy to imprint the delicious taste of fruit on everyone so they won't be able to leave the farm. She got it, didn't she? Mercia knows Isagi's pretty good at using the carrot and stick tactic after all. Isagi didn't even think about that at all, but as long as everyone feels happy at work, then that already makes him happy. Just then, he hands a cup to Mercia, saying she must be tired too, right? Plus, he knows she hasn't drunk any of the juice yet, so he made some for her. Before he offers it to them, he says they should taste it together. So with that, the two of them give a silent toast to the day's work. It's another day at Isagi's house, and this morning, Mercia asks him to come see and adjust the crops again today. By now, a month and a half has passed since their mega farm started operating. Thanks to their 5 new staff members, Isagi and Mercia have additions to their field. Now they not only have a vegetable garden, but they also have established a herb garden, a wheat field, and a fruit orchard. Now their once humble garden has reached a scale that's worth being called a mega farm. The only downside of this is that patrolling on foot has become pretty exhausting. Thankfully, Isagi is big-brained, so before they head out, he asks Mercia to wait a bit so he can act on this great idea he had in mind. Using a few bars of refined copper, he transmutes the item into a copper horse golem. Now, they have a means of transportation that would make it easier for them to do rounds around the farm. Mercia thanks him for that, and just when he was about to make a second one, Isagi had just realized that he was out of materials. So what else could they do? The two rode together with Isagi holding the reins and Mercia right behind him. The maid awkwardly sits on the horse's back without holding on to anything, so Isagi tells her to hold on to him tightly since she could fall. She inches closer and holds onto his back, which makes Isagi notice that there are some purring sounds. Is that coming from Mercia? She brushes it off, saying it's nothing, but the clueless Isagi still has no idea what that was for. Their first stop was at Rhodos, where the latter greeted the two with a good morning as soon as he saw them. Isagi tells the big guy that he's just here to check and make a few adjustments, urging Rhodos to keep working as usual. Isagi walks to a dome-like structure, which they call the Plummy House. It's covered with a semi-transparent membrane and uses magic tools to control the temperature. So far, Isagi notes that temperature management is fine. He checks one of the tomato plants, saying it's better to decrease the growth rate. He thinks it's better if the plants grow slowly. While he was busy checking on the stem, Mercia muttered to herself how her Isagi-sama is truly wonderful. What was that? Isagi didn't catch that. Did she say something? The maid smiles and says it's nothing, but in her mind she finds it so amazing how they were able to build such a large farm in the humble Pulminia village. Alright, Isagi's done with the Plummy House, so next up, the orchard. But before they could get a move on, Nia comes rushing, looking troubled as she tells them that the orchard is in trouble. Of course, Isagi asks what happens, but Nia suggests they go check it out together. True enough, it's in trouble indeed. The watermelon produce is in terrible condition. Mercia can't believe it. What happened here? Looking at it closely, this type of destruction doesn't look like a natural occurrence. Isagi asks Nia if the orchard wasn't like this yesterday, to which she says it wasn't like this at all. She details how everything was normal after she finished work, but when she got here this morning, everything was trashed. But Isagi has other concerns. Has anywhere else been damaged? Nia did a quick check on the other places, but fortunately the damage is limited to the watermelon orchard. Phew. Isagi breathes a sigh of relief because at least this is the only damaged one. But poor Nia starts crying and apologizing to them. Mercia is quick to reassure her friend, saying it was not her fault. Isagi does a feeble attempt at consoling her too, saying that guarding the field at night is practically impossible. For now, he suggests they clean up the damage first. Isagi checks one of the remains of the watermelon and notices something. That's a claw mark, right? Plus, there are footprints around the area too. This just confirms that this havoc wasn't caused by humans. Speaking of, Mercia can still smell a faint scent in the wind. Nia calls them over again and mentions that there's a tuft of black fur. Upon closer inspection, Isagi thinks that black wolves are the ones behind this. These creatures move in packs and can be pretty troublesome. Nia is more impressed that he can tell that much just by touching it. Well, he is an alchemist after all. He's confident in interpreting information from materials. If that's the case, Mercia thinks the wolves came down from the mountains at night because they were lured by the sweet scent of watermelon. This just made Nia wonder if they'll come back again for more tonight. Mercia has no doubt they will because they're like bears that have attacked before, meaning they will strike again. Nia starts to panic upon hearing this, asking them what they should do next. Since their enemy is a fast-moving demon beast who is skilled in teamwork, it's far too disadvantageous for them if they have to deck it out while also protecting the farm. With that option out, Isagi says that the only choice they have is to go on the offense and strike first. With that, he instructs Nia to call Rent and Ricardo and to tell the two to protect the farm. Still, he stresses that their own lives are the priority. Then he calls out the golems, ordering them to stop working and prioritize protecting the farm. Our protagonist gets on his horse and says he will follow the footprints and check the forest. Of course, Mercia quickly hops on his back and says she'll come along too. Since they need to hurry, he tells her to hold on tight since he'll speed up a bit. Isagi asks Mercia if they're following the right track, which she confirms. From what they see, the footprints continue deeper the further they go into the forest, and the faint scent also suggests they're going the right way. Soon enough, Mercia sees a couple of wolves running right beside them, opposite the trees. She instantly tells Isagi to stop as she tries to get a feel of the area. This is it. They're in the right place. The scent of the black wolves has suddenly gotten much stronger. She hates to break it to him, but it looks like they've been lured into a trap. What the? Since when? The pack of wolves watches them from the shadows, with Mercia explaining that the wolves probably realized they were being pursued, so they led them here. But coming up with a strategy like his is far too clever, even for black wolves. Isagi has a hunch about this. Suddenly, Mercia turns to check her back, alarmed, and then all of a sudden she pushes Isagi out of the way as a shadow appears out of nowhere and slashes their copper horse in half. Mercia lands on her feet and Isagi on the ground, and they both see just in time the appearance of a large black wolf from the shadows. Isagi narrows his eyes. He can't believe they have been this close to the village. Back in the royal capital, he used to read about magical beasts, but he doesn't remember encountering this one. Right before them is a dangerous beast, capable of manipulating darkness. The Adventurers Guild listed the creature with an extermination of rank A, remembering how a whole squad of knights was sent to subjugate the creature. Unfortunately, they suffered heavy casualties before they were able to defeat one. This magical beast is none other than the Shadow Wolf. Isagi and Mercia find themselves surrounded by the Black Wolves, but our protagonist's eyes are glued to the Shadow Wolf in front of him. He can't believe how careless he was. He should have just considered the worst-case scenario and brought more combat people with them for support. Without looking away from the enemy, Isagi asks Mercia if she thinks she can take down the Shadow Wolf. After a beat, she says it's a 50-50 chance. Tisk, even Mercia can't take down such a formidable enemy. He starts taking his gloves off, thinking that he will provide support to increase their chance of victory. But right when he was about to use his alchemy, Mercia blocked him off and said she'd buy him some time so Isagi could use that chance to run. There's no way in hell he would do that. He grabs her by the shoulder, telling her straight up that he won't leave her behind and run away. Even Isagi knows it's not the right thing to do, but as a man he just can't turn tail and abandon her. He grabs her, saying how she has always been by his side even when he got exiled from the capital, so even in the face of danger he refuses to leave her behind. Of course, Mercia is touched by his dedication, but their moment got cut short when they heard snickering from wolves. It's actually the Shadow Wolf himself, calling them foolish creatures for arguing at a time like this. Isagi is surprised that the creature can talk and is smart enough to understand their language. But then again, maybe it's just pretending to be relaxed to toy with them. However, since it hasn't attacked yet, there's still a chance for him to negotiate. Isagi didn't hesitate to ask the Shadow Wolf if he wanted to cut a deal with him. Mercia can't believe her ears, but the Shadow Wolf is intrigued that a human cared to bargain with them. He leaps down to move closer just as Isagi tells him that he's telling the truth. However, the wolf warns him that if Isagi bores him, then he'll kill our protagonist right then and there and feast on his flesh. The wolf starts circling him, just as Isagi starts asking the former if they were the ones who ate the watermelon on their farm. Oh ho? The wolf didn't know that those things were called watermelons. He and his pack actually planned to come again tonight to have another feast. Isagi counters that if they did that, then the watermelon supply would be gone. The wolf sees no problem with that. They can just find another. Well, that's too bad, because they're the only ones who can grow that kind of watermelon. That halted the wolf in his step, and then he started snarling. What does Isagi dare to ask of them? So if they keep eating the watermelons, they will run out. Does he want them to fall back? Is that it? Our protagonist says that's not the case at all. If anything, they will provide the wolves with watermelons and other crops they cultivate. This offer already got the other wolves reeled in, but the Shadow Wolf has something more. True enough, what Isagi wants in exchange is that they shall guard the farm that feeds them. This proposal infuriated the Shadow Wolf, so he just wants to treat them like guard dogs, is that it? He starts fuming even more, but to Mercia's surprise, Isagi remains calm as ever. He even smiles, explaining to the wolf leader that it all depends on the standpoint of his kind. If anything, Isagi and the others are just cattle to him, always serving tasty food. Oh ho, that's one way to look at it. Since that got the beast settling down, Isagi adds that in their farms there are also lots of other delicious things. That certainly perked the wolves' ears up, so now, Isagi tosses the ball to their side. What will the wolves do now? Just like that, night has fallen quickly. Nea, Ricardo, and Ragmont stand guard at the farm, ready for anything. Just then, Nea spots a light from the forest, so she and the others quickly run over to meet Isagi and Mercia. Our protagonist apologizes for returning late, citing that their horse golem broke down. But more importantly, Nea wants to know if they're okay. Isagi assures her that they're fine. But wait, now that she remembers it, Nea asks if the two managed to take down the Black Wolves. Ah, about that well. Isagi looks a little troubled as he tells everybody to calm down and listen to what he has to say. But out of nowhere, a third voice sounded and asked if he could talk now. Isagi replies and says not yet, but too late. The Shadow Wolf's head pops up out of Isagi's shadow. Of course, you can imagine how horrified Nea and the others are upon seeing that. Ragmont and Ricardo were in a panic, ready to strike the beast until Isagi told them to calm down. You see, right before they returned to the farm, the Shadow Wolf accepted Isagi's offer. However, if our protagonist can't satisfy their hunger and contentment, then the deal will immediately be voided. Isagi has no problem with that. After all, he's pretty confident that the flavors of their farm are inferior to no one. So now back to the present, Ragmont can't believe such a high-tier beast would be this close to them, and Ricardo even finds it ridiculous how they managed to strike a deal with a fearsome monster like that. That took guts, man. Anyway, at least now Isagi says they don't have to worry about being attacked anymore, so they can just continue with their work. Finally, he heaves a sigh of relief and tells the Shadow Wolf that they can come out now. There was a flurry of movement, and just like that, the Shadow Wolf was finally out in the open. Once he's done shaking his fur off, Isagi tells the beast to align their roles. First, he tells the creature that its role is to protect the farm, primarily by standing guard at night. The latter has no problem with that. In return, he reminds Isagi that they would provide them with their harvest. Speaking of the crop, Isagi has no idea about the crop quantity, and for this, Mercia decides to step in and negotiate. She proposes that whoever takes on the duty of guarding shall be rewarded with enough of their farm's produce to fill their bellies each day. Additionally, every 5 days they will also provide a portion for the wolves large enough to satisfy the whole pack. Fine, the Shadow Wolf agrees because it doesn't seem to be too bad. In his mind though, he wonders if human agriculture is really this impressive. Now that the matter is settled, Isagi says they should establish a few basic rules. He highlights that this is necessary for both sides to live in harmony. The Shadow Wolf continues to listen as Isagi instructs him not to attack humans nor destroy property. Furthermore, he forbids the wolf to touch the crops without their permission, and says that they must help anyone here if they're attacked. Upon hearing all that, the wolf becomes apprehensive. He points out that their role is solely to protect the farm. The humans aren't involved. And that's where he's mistaken. Isagi points out that if no humans worked here, then the crops couldn't be grown. This is why he wants the Shadow Wolf to see humans as part of the farm as well. Well, there is logic in what he said, but the wolf leader says he can't promise to safeguard every one of them. That's good enough for Isagi. The Shadow Wolf clicks his tongue but eventually agrees to everything. With that, he summons his brethren, who emerge from the shadows. While the wolf leader instructs his pack of their duties, Isagi can't help but comment in his mind how their ability to move through the shadows is pretty handy. Mercia appears and tells Isagi she'll inform her father and the people of the village of the situation. He can't help with that area, so Isagi asks Mercia to do the honors. Mercia leaves, and the wolf leader sees this chance to ask Isagi if they will be provided with the produce for the night, given how they were led all the way here. Isagi says he'll lead them to the watermelon fields. Isagi picks a certain watermelon and happily tells the wolves that this one tastes amazing. Just the thought of the fruit is enough to get the creatures excited and salivating. But wait, Isagi has no knife? Ain't nobody got time for that. The wolf leader slashes the fruit with his paw, and the creatures are quick to dig in. Oh ho, this is it! The fruit's flesh is so bright and it has that juicy crunch, which is just perfect. Plus, there's a mild sweetness that spreads with every bite. He starts munching on it even more furiously before letting out a long howl under the moon. Isagi watches them on the side, pleased to see they love the produce so much. He picks one for himself, thinking he should at least try it too. He looks at the wolf leader and asks the latter if he can help cut him a piece. The Shadow Wolf snarls because why should he have to do that? Isagi says he'll let him have the rest and say no more. The wolf cuts it up quickly. Isagi takes one piece and the wolf leader quickly takes his share. As soon as Isagi takes a bite, he's also met with a burst of flavors. This particular watermelon tastes wonderfully sweet. Maybe because the sweetness has been elevated through selective cultivation. When summer arrives, he thinks these will taste even better. But wait, now that he remembers it, Isagi tells the wolf leader that he doesn't know his name yet. Took him long enough to realize that. Isagi introduces himself and asks for the wolf leader's name. The latter says he has no name, so this prompts Isagi to ask if he can give him a name. The Shadow Wolf gives him the go-ahead, so Isagi ponders for a bit, eyeing the creature. Backwolf? Nightwolf? Jet Black? Oh, how about Kokoru? The Shadow Wolf repeats the name and says it's not too bad, and with that, the two of them spent their time together silently gazing upon the moon. Ever since Kokoru and his wolf brethren took on guard duty, peace returned to the farm. They no longer suffer damages from deer and wild boars, given how there are 30 black wolves assigned on duty. As always, Mercia is ahead when it comes to reminding them when they need to switch duties. But one surprising development they didn't expect was how the black wolves became so tame while working with them. Seeing how his brethren act, Kokoru is still in denial, proclaiming they are monsters who thrive in the wild and live as one with nature. To be tamed by humans is something they will never accept. On the other hand, there's Isagi, who still has his hands full with alchemy. Right now, he heads to the basement where he has set up another experimental farm so he can enhance more crop breeds. For experiments like these, the first step is always data gathering, assessing his produce with a sharp eye. They learned early on that incomplete crops may grow in unexpected ways, which is why the crops are still in their testing phase here in the underground farm. He jots down notes as he continues his assessment. For one, the okra growth is inconsistent, which means the nutrient ratio is unbalanced. As for the broccoli, it absorbs so many nutrients that it drains the soil. He walks to a certain blank wall and checks to see if Mercia is around before using his alchemy to reveal a hidden room. Inside is a vineyard. So far, the grapes seem to be growing well, but when he did a little taste test, Isagi almost spat it out at how sour it was. The sizes are uneven and it's really hard to eat. Isagi already knew it, but it's just as he expected. Balancing productivity and flavor is quite difficult. It made him consider dropping the idea of mass production, but no. Just the image of Mercia's eager face made him scratch that thought from his mind. The least he could do is try. Mercia helped him out a lot, so to return the favor he should give her the best one. Just then he hears footsteps, and a moment later Mercia's voice sounds, asking where he is. Isagi quickly gets out of the hidden vineyard and appears right behind the shelf, asking her what's up. The maid huffs a little because she already suspected he was in the basement. Mercia leans closer, staring down at him. Has he been pushing himself too hard again? He may not know it, but Mercia noticed how he's been holed up in the workshop for the past 2 weeks without rest. He didn't even know that it had been that long, trying to downplay it. Mercia's ears droop because she's worried that if he keeps this up, his body will break down. Okay, he understands where she's coming from, so he decides he'll take it easy and rest today. But the idea of staying idle all day is something new to him. What should he do? Mercia suggests they go for a picnic. The weather's pretty nice today and there's also a beautiful flower nearby. Oh, that's a great idea. But before he can say they should pack a lunch, Mercia already gets it, showing him the picnic basket she prepared earlier. Since they're at it, why not take this chance to invite everyone to come along and join them? Once they're finished with their tasks for the day, Isagi says the others can join them. They step out of the main house, with Isagi thanking her for everything she has done. No sooner had he said this than Kokoro suddenly appeared from his shadow. The beast says if everyone is getting thanked for their efforts, then it also follows that he should also be thanked, right? Isagi almost jumped out of his skin seeing Kokoro like that, but huh? Is Kokoro also interested in picnics? The wolf leader looks away. Mercia is right about the weather though. The sun is out and bright. So the three of them leisurely made their way to the flower field she mentioned before. They cross a little bridge with Mercia in the lead. Soon after, she calls out to Isagi and says they've reached the flower field. It was a vast open space filled with flowers of different kinds. Our protagonist stares in awe because he never imagined there would be such a beautiful flower field close to the village. Isagi checks the flora, eyeing a certain flower. What kind of flower is this? Mercia answers that it's a ganzania, and when he points to another, she says that one is a trisner. While Mercia is busy sharing which is which among the flowers, all Isagi can think about is how she's really good at this. Unlike him, who can only analyze the components of the flower, Mercia actually knows their names. He sees a certain flower near his feet and asks if he can pick those. She says it's alright as long as he only picks a reasonable amount. Isagi chooses a lily-like flower, the gazania, and using alchemy, he transmutes it and changes its color to blue. With this flower, he hands it over to Mercia, leaving the latter blushing and dumbfounded. There was an awkward pause until Isagi got self-conscious and started apologizing. Oh no, he thinks he startled her by giving her a flower out of the blue. He puts the flower down and asks if he's being a bother, but Mercia quickly tells him that's not it. Maybe it's because Isagi doesn't know it, but giving a ganzania flower to someone of the opposite gender carries a special meaning. That's the reason why she got startled. Oh, so that was it. Well, what's the special meaning of it then? Mercia only smiles and tells him it's a secret. That got him worried and scared. Maybe Isagi should take the flower back then, no? But Mercia won't let him. She's already cherishing it, saying this is a gift she received from her Isagi-sama, so this is hers now. Their moment gets cut short with Kokoro close to throwing a tantrum because he's starting to get hungry. It's still a little early for lunch, but they decide to have it now. Mercia says she'll save someone for the others and then proceeds to lay the picnic blanket under the shadow of a large tree. For today's picnic, Mercia prepared sandwiches of different kinds. This got Kokoro excited as he started demanding his share. Isagi cuts up his portion as the three of them begin to eat. Isagi takes the first bite, and my, it's heaven. Thick, juicy ham with crisp, crunchy lettuce and the sweetness of the tomatoes, which taste like fruit, and it's all held together by a perfectly balanced tartness. After finishing his piece, Isagi is happy and content. Homegrown veggies are the best. Mercia replies that even just the vegetables grown by him are delicious enough. Looking at the sandwich in her hand, Isagi can't help but salivate. Those tomatoes are so thick, and are those just cabbages? Suddenly, Kokoro starts acting up again because there are no watermelon sandwiches. That's where Isagi draws the line, telling the beast that such a thing doesn't exist. Mercia chimes in that it does, leaving Isagi shocked. She pulls a few from the picnic basket, saying there's a dessert style with watermelon and yogurt cream sandwiched in between. Then there's also the regular kind with salted watermelon, sliced cheese, and crisp lettuce. Oh ho, that actually sounds good. She gives Kokoru his share and asks Isagi if he wants some too. Our protagonist tastes one and notes that the cool sweetness of the watermelon blends perfectly with the creamy sweetness of the yogurt. In all honesty, he has never been fond of sweets from the royal capital, but this watermelon sandwich has just the right kind of sweetness for him. It's amazing. He made sure to tell Mercia this, but Kokoru, on the other hand, already knows that it will be delicious. Anything with watermelon is Kokoru approved. That's something Isagi never thought he'd hear from him. But to make the sandwiches even more delicious is thanks to Mercia's skill. He never even thought of this combination by himself. Such praise made her so happy. This time, Isagi and Kokoru decide to try the regular sandwich, munching happily as they did so. Just then, they saw figures in the distance and heard Nia's voice calling them out for having lunch early without them. The recruits hurry along, starving and eager to taste Mercia's sandwiches. Isagi's happy to see them make it here early, while Mercia looks lifeless. She could only sigh, muttering about how she should have assigned them a bit more work. Huh? What was that? Isagi turns to her, but Mercia is back to her pleasant self, saying they should spread the picnic mat a bit more. With that, Isagi's growing group of friends spent the day happily having a picnic, eating sandwiches in the vast flower field. Wagons are all lined up at the village, and Konia's voice echoes as she introduces herself and says that she's from the Wonderful Company. Isagi is also there, and he's not surprised that she's here. After all, it's her usual schedule of picking up farm produce. After the two shook hands, Isagi directed her for this time's harvest. What welcomes Konia is a sight of crates filled with produce, leaving her beaming. She turns to the crew and asks them to check everything first before loading the goods. While her people are busy with labor, Konia spots something unusual that leaves her staring at it in mid-stride. Of course, Isagi notices this and asks her if there's something wrong. Konia points to one of the shadow wolves nearby. Well, she read it from Mercia's previous letter, but is it true that those monsters are acting as guards for them? Isagi says that it is so, those are shadow wolves and black wolves. Since they're already at it, the alchemist asks if Konia wants him to call one of the wolves over, which she's on board with. Isagi waves one of the wolves to come over, which the latter does with a strut. Once it's closer, Konia starts fawning over the wolf, amazed to see the creature up close for the first time. With twinkling eyes, she asks Isagi if she can touch it. He responds that as long as the wolf lets her, everything should be alright. Konia extends her hand to pet the creature, but a flurry of movement later, the wolf lands a few feet away from her. That's when it gives her a nasty grin, as it shows off Konia's hat that it snatched. Oh no, Konia's precious hat. The little miss won't stand for this. She dashes straight to the wolf, shouting for the creature to give it back. From here, a wild goose chase ensued, with the wolf close to running for its life, with Konia soon catching up to it. She leaps and is just a stone's throw from retrieving her hat when suddenly, the wolf dives into the shadow. Poor Konia lands face first on the ground. But rather than cry out in pain, she's dumbstruck. That black wolf. It disappeared out of nowhere, she cried to Isagi. The latter had to ask if she was okay first. Seeing how she fell hard when suddenly they heard a voice coming from the ground saying he won't let himself get caught easily. Instead of the wolf from earlier, Kokuro emerges from the shadow, biting into Konia's hat. The latter spent no time and jumped Kokuro, clinging to his fur as the little merchant demanded he return her hat. Kokuro snarls at her, barking at Konia to let go of him, but Konia refuses to let go. Give it back, she demanded. Small but terrible, really fits the little merchant because she keeps annoying him to give her hat back. On Kokuro's end, he can't slip into the shadows if she's clinging to him like this. Crap. The sequence goes on for another panel until ultimately Kokuro yields and says he'll give it back so long as she stops yelling in his ear. Konia dusts her hat off and puts it back again. While the whole ruckus was going on, her people continued loading the crates, which reminded Isagi of something. He calls out to her and asks if she can increase the trade volume to 15 times more than what they're doing right now. The little merchant scratches her head, admitting that what he said is a pretty good suggestion, but considering the number of wagons and the delivery locations, it's hard to do so right now. Well, Isagi can't help with that, which prompts Konia to question if they have a lot of surplus produce. Our hero says they have because lately the harvest has been stable. However, he ended up growing too much because of the research he did. Right now they've got a surplus of fruits and he's all stressed out about what to do about it. Upon listening to his problem, Konia suggests they try selling it in town. Huh? In town? He asks. But yes, he heard that right. Konia says they can sell the produce to that town. She's talking about the town of Malane, which is about half a day away by carriage. Malane, huh? Now that he remembers it, Isagi passed through that town on the way to the village. Konia continues that Malane is the closest town to Plumeria, and it's a charming and lovely town too. There's a free market there, and as long as they complete the formalities and pay the fee, they can get a stall to sell their goods. Oh, Isagi was just about to say something about selling their fruits, but Konia beat him to it. With their produce, she's pretty sure that their products will sell like hotcakes. This was more than enough reason for Isagi to sell them there. Okay, he'll try selling the produce at Malane right away. Konia gives him the thumbs up, happy to have helped. Later, as he made his way home, Isagi told his plan of selling the surplus fruit to Malane. Mercia thinks that it's a great idea, and more importantly she was also thinking of picking up a few daily necessities too. So it's like hitting two birds with one stone. From out of nowhere, Nia springs up and tells them she wants to tag along too. Mercia didn't expect her friend to want to come with them, and with that Nia gets all fired up saying she wants everyone to know how delicious their farm's produce is. Isagi chimed in and nonchalantly asked her what her real reason was. Nia tells all and reveals that it's because she's been busy working non-stop and she wants to hang out in town for once. There was an awkward silence as Isagi only smiled at her before Nia broke down in panic. Oh no, she totally fell for Isagi's trap. The latter is even more pleased because he didn't have to do much. Nia practically confessed everything. With a sigh, Mercia tells her that this trip to town is not for fun. They're going to go there for work, okay? Nia pouts in reply, insistent on getting out of the village and having a change of scenery. Both girls turn to Isagi waiting for his decision. It doesn't take a lot to convince him, so sure, the three of them will go to town together. Nia beams, then runs off, telling them she'll just get ready, so wait for her. Meanwhile, Isagi and Mercia are already set. As they sit together waiting for Nia, she points out how Isagi is somewhat lenient on Nia just because she is Mercia's friend. The latter says it's not like that and points out that he needs them both to sell the produce. Besides, he thinks Nia is great at customer service too. Well, even Mercia agrees to that, so she suggests they leave the customer service tasks to Nia. Speaking of Nia, she arrives not a moment later, and would you look at that? She has an outfit change. Obviously, Nia says this is a must, she's going to town after all. On the other hand, she starts teasing Mercia, suggesting the latter should wear cute clothes for once too. Mercia brushes the suggestion off and says it's time for work. Yeah, Tilda, that's boring. Nia says with a pout. She was already hoping she could see Mercia in a cute outfit. Mercia ignores her and turns to Isagi instead. She suggests they should head out now so they can make it back before dark. Mercia is right as always, and Isagi thinks that if they use a golem horse they should arrive at Malin in 3 hours. At the mention of the golem horse, Mercia starts to flush as she remembers how she clung to Isagi when they rode together. Isagi gets to work, summoning one of the golem horses right away while Nia cheers him on. Just like that, Isagi presented them with 3 golem horses, one for each of them. Nia's the only one happy about getting her own horse, with Mercia speechless in her spot. Isagi explains that he had already asked Wonderful Company to gather the materials for the golem horses. Plus, this time he made them into 2-seaters so they won't run into the same problems as last time. But despite these adjustments, Isagi can't help but notice Mercia's dead stare at him. While still wearing that expression, she tells him it's nothing and mounts the horse in one go. "Let's go, Isagi-sama," she said without looking at him. Oh crap, all Isagi could think of was that maybe Mercia wasn't satisfied with the golem horse's design. Bro, that's not it. Man, he's hopeless. Anyway, the three of them set off to Malin village, and just like Isagi predicted, they arrived at the town earlier. Just look, they can see the town ahead. Like everybody else, they go through the town entrance and get down from their golem horse to walk among the crowd. The trio walks around for a good while, seeing a lot of other kinsmen out here. Now that he's seen it, Isagi's fairly impressed that the city is quite grand. The city is littered with people, beastmen, traders, and other kinds, buying and making sales among many other things. As they walk and look around, Nia asks Isagi if this is his first time in the city. He tells her that he has been here before, but only to transfer to another carriage. He hasn't really had the chance to look around, to which Nia suggests he take the time and do some city exploration today. Well, that's the plan. But first they need to sell the surplus stock and make a lot of money. Nia's already volunteering herself to do that work as she walks ahead. Suddenly, Mercia stops in her tracks and spots something from a nearby store. Isagi follows her line of sight and sees that she's actually eyeing a jewelry store, specifically the necklaces they have on display. She stood there stunned, looking at the necklaces, and Isagi couldn't help but compare it to how she acted last time in a similar scenario. He asks her directly if she likes them, but Mercia tells him no, that's not it at all, getting all freaked out. Even though she claims she doesn't, even Isagi can tell that she likes those things clearly. He makes a mental note to give her something as a gift once their work in the city is done. After working further, they finally reach the market. Isagi did as Konya suggested, filling in the paperwork and paying the fees so they could set up their own stall. Soon enough, they have their own place, so he suggests they display the goods. He was a court alchemist, not a skilled marketer, so it's no surprise that Isagi literally just pulled out the crates and placed them in the stall without any arrangements. All set, he says proudly. Eh? That can't be it. Nia is the first to comment that if they do it like it is, then it won't be fun. Huh? What does she mean by fun? Mercia points out that selling goods is not something joyful, so why should it matter? Plus, Isagi is pretty confident with their fruits alone. They're super tasty, you know? Nia releases an exasperated sigh before she points out the obvious. If they set it up like that, how would the customers even know? Realization hit Isagi and Mercia like a bolt of lightning. Nia is right. Now that she had gotten her point across, Nia spared no time and gave them a crash course on marketing. If they want customers to actually pick up their product, they need to have everything displayed neatly and attractively. Isagi asks how they could do that. so the former looks at their produce for a moment before setting up a course of action. First, they mustn't just sell fruit, they should try selling fruit juice too. Oh, she's right. Good thing they also brought the juicer along with them today. She turns to Mercia and asks her friend if they have any cute containers. So far the only thing cute they have is those woven baskets from the village. Perfect. That's good enough for Nia. With those, Nia does her magic arranging the fruits, mixing them up together. Et voila! They now have a mixed fruit pack priced at 3 silver coins. With this eye-catching setup, it's also perfect as a souvenir. All hail genius marketer Nia. Now then, with this kind of setup, Nia's pretty confident that they'll sell out. So to sell the surplus fruit in the village, Isagi has opened a stall at Maline's free market. There is still quite a bit of leftover stock, and he's a little worried that any customers will actually come and buy their goods. As if on cue, a woman approaches their stall and asks how much the basket costs. God works in mysterious ways. Mercia answers the lady and tells her that the mixed fruit set costs 3 silver coins. The lady says she'll take one, with all 3 of them bowing as their first customer walks away. This is amazing. Nia really knows her stuff. They had just set up shop, and they already got their first buyer. Nia grins and takes pride in her work. She's already used to these kinds of tasks, then quickly shifts to business mode as she entertains their next customer. This time, an elderly man approaches their stall suspiciously. He narrows his eyes at their produce questioningly. Strawberries? In this season? He checks the basket, asking if the fruit is really good. Isagi assures him that their farm's fruits are delicious all year round, prompting the older man to ask why. Well, it's a trade secret. Aha. But this only raises the man's suspicions about their shop. This stall is shady as heck. Isagi didn't expect their conversation to turn this way, but luckily Mercia steps in and suggests the older man try one of their strawberries. Of course, this one is free of charge. He takes her up on her offer and gingerly takes a bite of the strawberry. And that's all it took for him to become a fan. What is this? He can't help but cry out at how this strawberry's sweetness is immeasurable compared to all the strawberries he has eaten before. That's it. He's taking all the strawberries. His loud proclamation caught the attention of the other people passing by. Riding the hype, Nia adds that the fruits are delicious on their own, but with condensed milk, they're even better. She prepares a quick beverage using the juicer, and that was the final piece of their marketing strategy. Not a moment later, folks are clamoring to buy their fruit juice, while others are eager to get their hands on the fruit basket. Nia ushers them to line up in order, promising to serve everyone one by one. Now they even put up a chalkboard menu so the customers can see the prices for themselves, with Nia selling the fruit baskets. Meanwhile, Mercia is busy peeling fruits for their fruit juice, and Isagi is creating more woven baskets as the fruit's container. Soon enough, a long line ensues from their humble little stall. Finally, after all the customers had been served, the 3 managed to catch a break for the first time that day. Mercia didn't expect to be flooded by customers like that. Isagi, on the other hand, is just happy that the surplus stock has gone down a lot, checking their supplies in his magic bag as he says so. Oh, wait a minute, they haven't gone shopping yet. Upon saying that, Nia looks at her friend Mercia with a mischievous grin. The latter suggests that the 2 of them head out while Nia mans the store. Isagi refuses. He'll stay here too. He can't let Nia handle everything on her own. And that's when Nia grabs him for a little huddle, a few feet away from Mercia. In a hushed voice, she asks him if he's really going to allow the adorable Mercia to go shopping all by herself. He tries to reason against her, but Nia assures him that she can handle things on her own at the stall. With that, she pushes Isagi to her friend, urging them to go shopping. Mercia is relieved, thanking her friend for letting them go, while Isagi promises to bring her a gift as a thank you. She waves them off as they go, excited with Isagi's promise that he'll bring her a gift. She's already looking forward to it. Now then, Mercia asks Isagi if he would like to head to the spice shop first, which he agrees to. They walk into a store with shelves full of different spices. Isagi looks around amazed because there are so many spices he has never seen before, as expected of a town in the Beastman kingdom. At the counter, Mercia asks the merchant for a kilo each of salt and sugar. He tells her that a kilo of salt costs 2 gold coins, while sugar costs 3 gold coins per kilo. Hey, Isagi never knew that condiments are pretty expensive. Just then he notices something from their purchase. There's mud from salt fields, rust from the pits, and even dust from long-distance transport. Even though the shop they're in right now is quite reputable, he guesses they can't help unavoidable things like this. Mercia asks him if there's a problem, but he brushes it off. It's just that he noticed a few impurities mixed in. The shop owner apologizes. They do their best to be careful with their goods, but in the end, some contamination like this is unavoidable. Well, if that's the case, Isagi says he'll just purify them right now. Far before the shop owner can even ask how, Isagi has already removed his gloves and used alchemy to purify the products. All the dirt, grime, and impurities got sucked away from the product, as they're now left with nothing but pure salt. Or maybe that's sugar. The shop owner's mouth hangs open. What's going on? What just happened? Isagi answers that he just used alchemy to purify the impurities, as if that's the most natural thing to say in this world. Upon hearing that, the shop owner gets pumped up, quickly asking him for a favor. Isagi already knows what the latter is about to ask, so he beats the man to it. He'll purify the rest of his product as well. The shop owners heave a sigh of relief, thankful for Isagi's consideration. And there go 2 giant bags of goods. The shop owner bows and thanks both Isagi and Mercia as they leave his shop. Even Mercia is thankful for her master because they just saved on expenses. Isagi feels a bit giddy about it too. Who would have thought they'd get 30 kilograms of free sugar and salt just by purifying those condiments at the owner's storage? What's more, he even offered the job to Isagi, but our hero had to decline. Work at the farm is piling up after all. Anyway, now that they've got sugar and salt, what's next? Mercia says the next is the general goods, then heads straight to the fabric store. But suddenly she trails off and fixes her attention elsewhere. She has her eyes on the clothing store, spotting the 2 women who wear beautiful hats and dresses. She's so engrossed in those 2 that Isagi suggests they take a look at the shop, something she perks up to. As if to validate her feelings, her master explains that these kinds of things are part of the fun in shopping, right? She can only agree stiffly, but ultimately both of them head to the store. As soon as they stepped into it, Isagi became agitated and stopped in his tracks. He can't believe it. His eyes twinkle while looking at the freely transforming magical minerals on display. What's even more impressive is that they're shaped into flowers and animals. Oh ho, these could serve as excellent reference materials for their magical tool ornamentation. Anyway, he can't help but find the decorations of the Beastman Kingdom fascinating. The culture is so different from the Empire, including the creatures that live here. But because of that, those very same creatures became the inspiration for such beautiful designs. Unfortunately for Isagi, Mercia couldn't hear what he was saying because she was so enchanted by one of the hair clips on display. It's so beautiful that she spent a whole minute looking at it. After some time, Isagi finally speaks and tells her that the accessory would really suit her. That snapped her back to reality, quickly turning away from the display case. No, she can't. For someone like her, something like that would be too luxurious. It would be too much. In his mind, Isagi just knows it would obviously suit her, but Mercia is already suggesting they head to their next destination. To not make her feel bad, he apologized for wasting her time. But yeah, they really should resume shopping now. Isagi takes one last glimpse at the accessory as he finally understands how the product was shaped. Yep, he finally memorized it. He hurries over to Mercia, who stands waiting for him outside. Later on, Isagi calls out to Nia in a panic. She looks like a zombie. Is she alright? Poor Nia is on the brink of unconsciousness, but hey, at least they're all sold out. So the thing is, while she was busy selling their goods earlier, a whole crowd suddenly showed up after work, which kept her hands full. She really thought she was going to die back then. Mercia commends her friend for working so hard, and Isagi also thanks her for manning the shop. Nia stresses she did her best, okay? With that said, where's her gift? Mercia hands her a bottle of wine, knowing Nia likes that brand so much. But unlike her, Isagi totally forgot about it. He panics, thinking Nia would be mad at him for sure. Well, if it's like that, might as well hand Nia what he has. Isagi tells her that he also got something for Nia. The latter curiously asks what he's going to give her, and the alchemist hands her 2 small bags. It's high-quality salt and sugar. Nia stares at Isagi's gifts without saying anything, because that's not exactly what she was hoping for. Since they're done with their agendas, the 3 of them head back to Plumeria. Nia heads home while Mercia remains with her master. Isagi says she doesn't have to worry about dinner given how it's already late, but all she gets is a solid no. Mercia leans in closer, telling him that it's exactly during times like these when he's tired that Isagi needs to eat properly. She urges him to rest, hell-bent on making dinner for him, so Isagi had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. At home, Isagi heads to his study and pulls out different kinds of minerals from his bag. He may already be home, but there are a few things he needs to finish first. With that, he begins transforming the materials. He gradually changes their properties and then visualizes the shape of a leaf. From there, he breaks the sapphire into smaller pieces and sets them into the indented spots. Isagi polishes each surface so it sparkles beautifully from every angle before finally executing the finishing touches just in time for Mercia to knock on his door. She informs him that dinner is ready, but instead of opening the door, Isagi asks her to come in for a moment. As soon as she stepped into the room, Isagi urged her to come closer. Finally, Mercia sees it. She can't believe it. It's the hair clip from Malane's shop. But this one is much more beautiful. Isagi gets up, holding the clip in his hand as he asks her what she thinks of it. Personally, he really thinks it would suit her. Mercia is even more surprised because is he really giving this to her? Isagi scratches his head, a little embarrassed at how she has always been there to help him. He just wanted to give it to her as a way of saying thanks, so will she accept it? Mercia takes the clip from his hand, saying she doesn't deserve this kindness. Still, she can't help but thank him for it. Well then, it's about time she tries it on. Mercia shyly puts it in her hair and after doing so asks Isagi how it looks on her. The alchemist's eyes twinkle, saying it really suits her. It goes perfectly with her black hair. It makes Mercia look even more beautiful. The poor girl almost went into overdrive when she heard him call her beautiful, but she calmed herself, and with all the grace she had, Mercia gave Isagi a sweet smile as she thanked him for the gift. So is the humble village of Plumeria thriving? What exactly is happening at the royal capital? What we do know is that at the Remris Castle in the Remris Empire, the cracks at the foundation are becoming more prominent now than ever. The Prince of the Empire, Weiss Drebenshire Remus, had just junked another proposal. He slams his hand on the table, displeased because there's no way they can expect improvements in food production with a plan like this. This is nothing compared to Isagi's work. His Highness says, Lord Garius can only hang his head in shame as the prince orders him to present a proposal with more tangible results. There was a knock on the prince's chamber, prompting the older man to turn and see a messenger hurriedly rushing over. The latter apologizes for the sudden interruption but reasons that there's an urgent matter that requires Lord Garius's approval. Garius lashes out at the messenger, angry. Can he not see that the older man is still speaking with the prince? But to Garius's surprise, Prince Weiss ushers the messenger in. The latter came all this way to his chamber, which means this is a matter of great importance, correct? The messenger proceeds to report to Garius that the Alchemy division is currently stalled in their repairs of the magical apparatus. As a result, other departments are pressing on them non-stop. What? Garius almost popped a vein with the way he said it, but more importantly, how could something like this happen? He was still fuming, but it was soon changed into distress as the prince finally discovered that even all the repair work was entrusted entirely to Isagi. Prince Weiss approaches the older man, confirming if everything had been left for Isagi to shoulder alone. But the prince didn't wait for an answer. He glowered at Garius, pointing out that in a dire situation like this, wouldn't it be better to just bring Isagi back rather than deduce alternative plans? Hearing that just pissed off Garius even more, but of course he had to hold his tongue in the presence of his highness. In his mind he despises Isagi because that boy is nothing but a commoner. Garius clenches his fist, asking the prince for just a little more time, promising to present a better proposal next time. Upon hearing that, the messenger reacted, so the older man lashed at the poor lad again. The messenger apologizes and hands another scroll to Garius, saying there's actually another matter of grave concern, but that's a problem of their own. Let's shift the focus back to Isagi and the others. A few days after Isagi, Mercia and Nia returned from Milan, Nora rushed over to Isagi's home using one of the horse golems. She hurries over to his workshop, apologizing for running late. The poor girl is so out of breath because she had to inform him that some merchants had come and expressed their interest in purchasing their produce. Unfortunately, Mercia wasn't available, so she ran straight to him. Isagi gets up from his workplace, saying he'll handle it. You see, after their selling stint at Milan, word quickly spread about their farm. As a result, more and more merchants have been coming to Plumeria village. During this time, most of the negotiations are handled by Mercia. And speak of the devil, here she comes. Isagi and the merchant turn to her, surprised at how quickly she came to them. Mercia asks Isagi to let her handle this one as well, and this is on top of her handling the overall situation at the farm. Isagi feels sorry that she had to come all this way, but he's also thankful for her efforts. Of course, Mercia is more than happy to do this, so she proceeds to negotiate with the merchant while Isagi watches them from the side. It got him thinking about how Mercia's responsibilities keep getting heavier. They need to come up with some kind of solution for this soon. Wait a minute, wouldn't Nora be more familiar with these kinds of things? Isagi remembers that the latter mentioned that she helped out with the bookkeeping at her mom's general store. The troubled Isagi approaches her, asking if she has any idea of how they can handle the merchant visits more efficiently. She pondered for a bit before suggesting that they should set up a sales area. Nora points out that their farm really doesn't have any proper space for outside visitors, which is why everyone keeps going straight to Isagi and Mercia. Nora says that if they have a sales area where the produce is clearly displayed, then customers would know that they came to the right place to buy the goods. Plus, if they also implement a few basic rules, other people besides Isagi and Mercia could help with the customers. Oh, that makes sense. He tells her he'll talk to Mercia about her ideas right away, and Nora smiles, happy to have helped. Since they're already at it, Nora also suggests another thing. A break area and a changing room for the staff would be a welcome addition to the place. Isagi takes note of this suggestion again, reminding Nora of one more thing. With a determined look, she asks him to let her handle the reception and administrative work at the sales area, reiterating how she's pretty good at paperwork and numbers. Oh, of course. Isagi says he'll recommend her once the time comes, leaving Nora hopeful of his promise. With that, she rode off using the golem horse back to her station while Isagi waved her goodbye. Mercia returns just then, prompting Isagi to ask how the negotiations went. Mercia replies that there aren't any troubles, but she hesitates to say the next part. This made Isagi turn to her, prying if there's something else she wants to say. Well, according to one of the merchants she heard from earlier, harvest yields are dropping, and there have been consecutive crop failures in many regions. Isagi's eyes widen in worry, but so that's what's been happening in other villages, Be that as it may, there hasn't been any sign of that kind of atmosphere in their village. Mercia points out that the reason they're not affected is probably because they have improved crop varieties from Isagi and his trusty high-quality fertilizers. Good point. It all sounds good and all, but Mercia can't help but worry about how sharp-eyed merchants will definitely start flocking to the village, increasing the crop prices if harvests come out poorly. Isagi thought she was right, and it's all the more reason why they need to hurry up and build the sales area. Taken by urgency, he leans close to Mercia, saying there's something he needs to discuss with her. Mercia blushes at how close they are, but as the professional that she is, the maid quickly recovers. A sales area? I think that's a wonderful idea, she tells Isagi, but she worries that it will add more burden to Isagi. She shouldn't worry about that as Isagi procures something from his coat. As it turns out, our guy already has a plan for the sales area. If they use alchemy, then they can build it right away. Mercia asks the billion-dollar question in reply. Since when did he even get the design plans ready? But Isagi is too busy explaining that the place won't just be for selling crops. Here they can let visitors sample their produce on the spot too. So both merchants and villagers can use it as a resting place. He's already going on about how there will be a storage area, a cool room in the back, a workspace, and a break room for the staff. Even they'll have a changing room and a room for making warm drinks. Mercia commends him for being passionate, and of course he is. If they're going to do it, he just wants everyone on the farm to feel happy about it. She gets it, which is why she intends to go to her father to ask for permission to build the sales area. The two of them head to Mercia's house where the village chief and his wife listen intently to their proposal. Of course they're excited and on board with Isagi's idea. Since they already have permission from the village chief, Isagi gets to work. He starts with the layout and after finalizing it uses his alchemy to bring the structure to life. While doing so, Nia and the others came just in time as he finished the new sales area. Ta-da! They all stand in awe, with Nia's eyes twinkling with excitement. Can we go inside and take a look? She asks Isagi, and the latter gives her the go-ahead. Once inside, they noted how the interiors were not only spacious but also high-ceilinged as well, complete with furniture and fixtures. Nora walks around admiring the line of shelves while Nia already calls dibs on a specific area. Let's turn it into a rest spot, she says. Isagi thinks it's a good idea too, so he conjures a sofa which Nia immediately lies down on. Just like a house cat, she rubs her face all over it, wanting to stay rooted on the spot forever. On the other hand, Mercia is busy doing an inspection when she notices a peculiar-looking counter. She asks Isagi what that is, and the latter answers that he was thinking of using that just like they did on Mullane, to offer drinks or something like that. That way everyone can enjoy the farm's produce. Isagi's getting fired up again just thinking about the near future when the shop becomes so popular that they could expand it. Maybe they can even open a little diner too. Seeing him like that warms Mercia's heart because finally their dreams are really expanding. That sweet moment was cut short when she heard the clomping of hooves outside, so she informed Isagi that it looked like more guests had arrived. Duh. Again. They both head out and see that it's a carriage from Wonderful Company. Huh. Isagi sees that even Konya is here, while behind him Mercia's hand flies straight to her mouth in shock. A certain someone steps out of the carriage and as his cloak flaps in the wind, they spot Konya and a few others who have their gaze lowered to the ground. Finally, Isagi sees him. That beastkin is huge. Plus there's an unusual amount of mana inside him, making him wonder just who this man really is. Isagi calls out to Konya and greets everyone else. Then he turns to Mercia, asking who the person was right next to Konya. To his shock, Mercia and the others are on their knees, heads bowed, leaving Isagi even more confused. Wait, what's going on all of a sudden? Without raising her head, Mercia tells him that among the beastkin of many different kinds, those who carry the blood of lions are the only members of the royal family. Did she just say royal family? But why would they come to a village near the border like this? He'll get his answer soon enough because the intimidating beastkin finally addresses Isagi. You must be the one managing this farm, huh? Isagi, right? The latter questions. Isagi follows suit and kneels to the ground as he affirms to the man that he is correct. The latter says Isagi doesn't need to sound so formal and introduces himself as Lionel, the 62nd Beast King. He's the what? Why would the Beast King come all the way to Plumeria Village? What brings the Beast King to Plumeria Village? Isagi looks up to Lord Lionel in awe, while the latter urges them to rise. Isagi looks at Lord Lionel's companions and sees that only a few attendants came with him. It looks like they wanted to keep the number to a minimum. Still, despite being royalty, Isagi is so taken by how his majesty moves effortlessly that he finds it hard to believe that the latter is actually a king. Now to address the elephant in the room, Isagi asks the Beast King why he came all the way to Plumeria Village. Well, Lord Lionel has heard about a famed grand farm, so he asked the Wonderful Company to bring him here. Isagi's surprised that word of their humble farm has reached even the king of the Beastkin. Well, how can he not? Given how the merchant world is paying close attention to the place. The older Beastkin beside Lord Lionel even chimed in, saying he had already heard rumors about Plumeria for quite some time now. This older gentleman is actually the Prime Minister of the Beastman Kingdom, Kevin. He asks Isagi if the Alchemist would be so kind as to show them around the farm. Of course, Isagi is more than happy and honored to do so, but he's not so sure if the farm would live up to their expectations. Konya overhears that and only heaves a sigh, and speaking of her, Isagi asks if she's coming with them. It's obvious the little merchant is not so keen to go, saying she'll just stay there and talk with the staff. She is particularly interested in the sales area that Isagi mentioned earlier. From her mannerisms alone, Isagi could see that she's a bit strained at the idea of entertaining royalty, so he didn't push for her to come. Our hero turns to them and urges everyone to follow him. He brought them to the stables, and Lord Lionel is amazed to finally see the famed golem horse in the flesh. Since walking around the field is time-consuming and is a bit of a hassle, Isagi made these so they can go around easily. He instructs the others on how to operate the golem horse. To move forward, they need to step on the right foot pedal, and if they want to stop, they step on the left pedal. He was just about to direct them on how to steer the mechanical horse when His Majesty had already mounted one. It only took a few moments before Lord Lionel told our resident alchemist that he liked the horse, so he must absolutely have one. Isagi and Mercia stare at him wide-eyed, amazed because the Beastkin King has already mastered riding it. Amazement aside, Isagi says if His Majesty places an order, then they'll craft a golem horse tailored just for him. Hearing that delighted His Majesty, and he also requested a smaller one since his daughter's birthday is coming up. Once the golem horse orders were sorted and everyone was already mounted on their respective rides, Isagi asked them to follow him so he could guide them through the farm. "Hiya," Lord Lionel excitedly proclaimed, but he had to stop not a second later, or else he would crash straight into Isagi. "What's this?" Impatient, Lord Lionel told the alchemist that he could go a bit faster. To that Isagi apologizes, but he can't oblige the king's wants. Because the paths within the farm are quite narrow, everyone's safety is Isagi's priority. Hence he urges the Beastkin King to proceed slowly. Man, what a downer. It was obvious Lord Lionel was disappointed, but Isagi assured him that if it were a safer place he'd go as fast as he wanted. With that, they continued on their way with Isagi in the lead. Lord Lionel is a bit amazed at Isagi's contradicting sides. The alchemist looks so stern on the outside, but he's surprisingly easygoing on the inside. Just like that, Lord Lionel has no choice but to abide by Isagi's instructions. It's a good thing too, since it allowed him to take a good look at the sprawling farm. His Highness noticed the workers diligently attending to their tasks and was happy to do so to boot. He stops at one particular spot, prompting Isagi to stop and ask if there was something the matter. Lord Lionel tells him how he heard that the soil in this area is quite barren, but he finds it surprising that they're able to grow so many crops. Isagi replies that it's because they have improved crops by applying alchemic techniques. As the resident alchemist, they worked on developing varieties that can withstand poor soil, pests, and blight. Ha! Lord Lionel comments on how that feat is easier said than done. But then again, Isagi must have found it challenging to do all those to perfect this feat, which is all the more reason why the Beastkin King finds Isagi truly exceptional. Upon hearing such praise, Isagi gets flustered, feeling embarrassed because he's not bold enough to accept such praise. Just then, Lord Lionel gets down from his horse and spots their tomatoes. He's amazed and puzzled at how the tomatoes are already bearing fruit. So the rumors are true, there really are off-season crops on this farm. Isagi also joins him and urges the Beastkin King to try them. Lord Lionel takes one bite of the tomato and feels incredulous at the tomato's flavor. What is this sweetness? This tomato is the best one I've tasted out of all the tomatoes so far. Isagi is happy to hear that, as he explains that the tomato they're growing at the farm isn't just sweet, it also has a firm flesh that doesn't fall apart easily when cooked. He continues on about how it's a versatile crop, perfect for many kinds of dishes. Suddenly they're joined by a voice commenting on how it's unusually noisy today. Kokoro emerges from the shadows, alarming the king and his guards at his sudden appearance. Kevin and the guards urged Lord Lionel to stand back as Kokoro and his wolves loomed over them. The guards are starting to panic at the sudden appearance of a monster in the village. Isagi panics too because how could he forget to tell the Beastkin King that Kokoro and his group are here? The alchemist quickly jumps in, explaining to His Highness that Kokoro and the others are magical beasts that protect the farm. He urges the guards to lower their weapons, with the giant wolf chiming in that they'll stand down as long as the other side doesn't attack first. This didn't help the already panicky Isagi at all. Why must Kokoro provoke them? Lord Lionel smirks and steps forward. That's a high-ranking black wolf, a shadow wolf. His Highness asks to no one in particular. Then he taunts Kokoro, and the latter quickly falls to Lord Lionel's rage bait. Isagi and Mercia can only watch in panic from the side as Kokoro quickly dives into the shadows, disappearing from their sight. The magical creature sneaks behind Lord Lionel as the king asks if hiding in the shadows is the black wolf's power. Kokoro uses this chance to sneak an attack on Lord Lionel, but the king has foreseen the giant wolf's moves. How naive, he said. Before Kokoro could even bite into His Highness, Lord Lionel's fist quickly connected with the creature's snout, with the Beastkin King quickly following with a right hook, but Kokoro dove into the shadows again. Like before, he tries to sneak an attack, but Lord Lionel easily evades his paws, reiterating that this is why he said the magical beast is far too naive. As the kind lands on his feet, he tells Kokoro that he will fight the giant black wolf with everything he has, so the latter should do the same without using his powers. Kokoro snarls, threatening to kill the King of Beastkin upon hearing his proclamation. Kokoro fell a little short on that promise, because after a while the Beastkin King emerged victorious. Lord Lionel laughs aloud, feeling energetic since it has been a while since he got to move like this. Meanwhile, poor Kokoro can feel the strain and ache in his joints, speechless at what just happened. Isagi checked on his giant furry friend, but all he got was a grumpy reply not to pet him and to stop pretending to be worried. Even Mercia didn't expect that Kokuro would end up being toyed around easily like this. Well, Isagi says there really is a reason why the Beast King holds the title of the strongest of the Beast King. Lord Lionel turns to Kokuro or whatever his name is and gives him a few pointers. He tells the creature that his movement is pretty convenient, but Kokuro relies on it far too much. Hence, the king suggests he go back and relearn the basics of combat. Kokuro replies that next time he'll kill Lord Lionel, and with that he retreated to the shadows. Isagi apologizes on behalf of the giant Shadow Wolf's attitude, adding that Kokuro can be pretty headstrong. Lord Lionel is not too concerned since he knows most high-ranking monsters are like that. Since they're already talking about it, His Highness opens up about how he worried for the farm's security, but after his small bout with Kokuro, he's reassured because it's in the hands of someone reliable. Isagi had to point out that maybe so, but Kokuro still got wrecked by the Beastkin King. That was unavoidable because I am strong, the king quips. Still, he finds Isaga's farm absolutely amazing, especially the fruits. Hearing such kind words pleased Isagi, and Mercia even offered to pack some up as a gift for the king to take home. Oh, that would be wonderful, Lionel proclaims. At least he no longer has to think about what to bring his family home. If he went back after enjoying something this good by himself, he says his wife and daughters would definitely be angry with him. Isagi just found another admirable trait about the king. Besides the fact that he's a man who loves his wife and cherishes his daughter, he's just a beast king, just like everyone else, even if he is the beast king. Kevin reminds His Highness that it's about time they discuss the main topic, so without further ado, Lord Lionel asks Isagi if he's aware of the poor harvests this year. Isagi admits that he had heard about it earlier, but he doesn't know the full extent of the problem. The Beast King reveals that poor harvests aren't just limited to a few areas. The situation is starting to spread across the entire Beast Kingdom, much to Isagi's shock. As the king who rules the Beastman Kingdom, Lord Lionel wants to do everything he can to save his people, which is why without hesitation, he bows his head and asks Isagi if he's willing to sell their crops to them. Mercia and Isagi are beyond shocked to say the least, and Kevin even more so. The Prime Minister starts fussing, telling Lord Lionel to raise his head. A king bowing before a commoner is unacceptable. The older man proclaims, adding that it will damage the royal dignity. Dignity? So what if I lose it? His Highness fires back. He refuses to order people around arrogantly to hand over food. With that, Lord Lionel resumes his bow and begs Isagi again. Our resident alchemist and Mercia are speechless. For one, Isagi finds it admirable how the king bowed his head to save his people. It's so different from the upper echelons of the empire. Back there, they abandon their people, caring only for their own gain and reputation. Isagi asks the Beast King to raise his head, saying that if their crops can help lives, then they would be more than willing to offer their support. Food hero Isagi strikes again. You're really going to sell your food to us? The Beast King asks incredulously. But before Isagi can answer, Lord Lionel takes both of his hands, owing so much to our humble alchemist. Isagi, flustered with such reverence, turns to Mercia and instructs her to share their current yield with the Beast King. Mercia takes over and directs the Beast King somewhere. As the two left, Isagi asked Kevin-san if he could speak with the older Beastkin for a moment. Isagi begins by asking if the latter is familiar with the general soil characteristics of the Beastman Kingdom. Kevin-san says he is, roughly speaking. Well, if that's the case, Isagi asks if he could share what he knows with him. Kevin-san replies with a question, asking what Isagi will use it for. Given his position as Prime Minister, Kevin-san couldn't freely disclose such information without good reason. Upon hearing that, Isagi explains that if they only sell crops to the king, then they won't be prepared in case something unexpected happens. With that in mind, the village alchemist wants to transfer the improved crop varieties that are suitable for the soil across their entire kingdom. He what? Kevin-san couldn't believe his ears. Is Isagi really willing to do that? Because if he does, then the advantage of Isagi's farm will plummet and it could greatly impact their profits. Isagi knows that, but he knows how painful he can be given that he was an orphan. Having experienced something like that, he wants to spare others from such suffering and save as many people as he can. Kevin-san understands. He pulls a scroll from his coat and hands it to Isagi. If my knowledge can be of help, then I'll share it, the older man says as he hands the document to Isagi. Our hero unrolls it and sees that it contains all the characteristics of the soil and climate in each region. Even the different types of crops have been recorded there. Based on the document, Isagi notices that most of the Beastman Kingdom experiences high rainfall. However, regions like Plumeria Village and other places with little rain and nutrient-poor soil are exceptions. Isagi knows what to do. With that, he hands the document back to Kevin-san, much to the older man's surprise. You're already done with it. Isagi says he'll excuse himself for a bit and quickly gets on his horse, saying he'll head straight to the workshop to modify the breeds a bit. Before Kevin-san can even reply, Isagi is already riding away, leaving him dumbfounded. Who knew things like that could be done so quickly? And did the younger man just say breeding modifications? Back in his workshop, Isagi grabs a sack and plops it down on his table. Inside the sack are potatoes, and he figured that he'd start with this produce. After all, they were the first crop he planted when he came to Plumeria village not too long ago. Potatoes are a hardy vegetable that can thrive in almost any type of soil, but for them to adapt to soil outside of Plumeria, he needs to make a few adjustments. Isagi opens his logbook, checking the accumulated reports, and starts using alchemy to modify the crop, even though it's no easy feat. You see, if he removes one growth factor, there's a chance that the other factors might no longer be compatible. He learned that through trial and error the first time, so with that in mind, he makes a note to proceed with caution. Since the soil in the Beastman Kingdom is completely different from Plumeria's soil or the Empire's, he can't use the previous data. It's a bummer, but at least he has something, and that something is the experience he gained from conducting experiments. A little while later, Mercia has also wrapped up on her end and heads straight to Isagi's workshop. She knocks on his door, informing him that the king is about to leave, when she hears, "It's done," from the other side. Curious, Mercia opens the door and is surprised to see Isagi holding a pot surrounded by many others on the floor. He goes ahead and explains that even though he said that it's finished, he's uncertain if it will actually grow or not. Still uncertain? Mercia knows him best to know that the alchemist is pretty confident about this, right? Isagi nods in answer. On the other hand, His Highness stands waiting on one end when he turns just in time to see Isagi approach him, carrying a sack under his arm. His Highness has heard the news from Kevin. Is it true that Isagi has already completed the breeding modifications? Firstly, our resident alchemist apologizes for keeping everyone waiting, then proceeds to hand the sack to Lord Lionel. He tells the Beastkin King that the potatoes inside are modified to suit the soil of the Beastman Kingdom. Lord Lionel checks one potato, looking at it with keen interest. So with this potato, anyone can grow it easily, and it's filling too. Isagi says if they plant it, they can harvest the produce in as early as 3 days, much to Lord Lionel's shock. However, Isagi also warns that this crop is just meant to be used as relief aid. He instructs Lord Lionel to avoid planting the crops in the same spot repeatedly, since they absorb nutrients from the soil very quickly in a short time. If that's the case, Lord Lionel notes that he'll have to issue a strict ban on that to avoid mishaps from happening. Lastly, Isagi says that if they notice anything unusual about the potato, they must dispose of it immediately. Since the crop grows beyond expectations, it could cause unforeseen damage. Lord Lionel understands, and they wrapped up just in time for Kevin-san to call His Highness. Now that it's time to leave, Lord Lionel tells Isagi that he owes him a great debt and everyone else at the farm. "In the name of the Beast King, I swear I will repay that debt," Lord Lionel proclaims. Isagi isn't too keen on that. After all, he only did what any citizen should. If anything happens, he just wants the Beast King to lend him his support, which the latter is more than capable of doing. Oh, before he forgets, Lord Lionel also has one more thing to say. This may be stating the obvious, but the king wants to remind him of something. Plumeria is in the far western border of the Beastman Kingdom, which was once considered a barren land. Now it has become a prosperous farming region, so if it's seen as a valuable territory, ambitious nations may come and invade it. Be that as it may, unless the Empire suffers a poor harvest, the chances of that happening are still low. Isagi thanks His Highness for the warning, noting that he'll reinforce the village's defense just in case. The latter replies that Isagi should not hesitate to come to him should anything happen. Alright, that pretty much covers everything. So with that, the carriage moves forward as Lord Lionel asks Isagi to give his regards to the village, while the alchemist happily waves goodbye to them. That concludes Isagi's hectic day. Later at night, when it's just him and Mercia, Isagi admits that he felt a bit tense earlier since it's been a while since he talked with someone so high-ranking. However, Mercia's mind is elsewhere. Out of the blue, she asks if he's in any way dissatisfied with life in this little village. Mercia has been thinking since earlier about how she brought Isagi here to Plumeria village. It's clear that Isagi is an incredibly talented person, and she always thought he deserved a bigger stage to stand on. And yet here she was, and she ended up inviting him almost forcefully. Isagi stands from his seat and tells her it's not like that at all. When he got kicked out of the capital and forced to resign from his position as Royal Alchemist, Mercia stood by him, supporting him, even after he arrived at Plumeria village. It's because of her that Isagi is truly grateful for everything she did from the bottom of his heart. Besides, he came to Plumeria village out of his own volition, so Mercia doesn't have to blame herself for that. She heaves a sigh of relief, and it makes her happy to hear him say all of that. Well, now that's settled, she says she'll start making tea now. On the other hand, it's now Isagi's turn to think about how he worked with Mercia all this time but didn't realize how she felt. Is there something he can do to repay her kindness? That's right, there was a light bulb moment as Isagi finally remembers something. He asks Mercia to come with him for a bit. There's something he wants to show her. Our hero leads her to the workshop basement, and while she wasn't looking, he opens the secret entrance, just in time for her to ask what he wanted to show her. But Isagi didn't have to answer since Mercia finally saw it with her own eyes. It's the hidden vineyard he created for her. Isagi says these grapes are his token of gratitude to her for bringing him to the village and for supporting him every single day. She couldn't believe it. Mercia was speechless for a moment before admitting how touched she was since he went out of his way to prepare something like this for her. They stroll around the hidden vineyard with Mercia asking if all of the produce there was his improved crops. Isagi affirms it and remembers how Mercia really liked grapes, which is why he ought not to give her a half-hearted gift. You see, if he prioritizes flavor, he finds it difficult to grow them in large quantities, hence this is all that he could manage. Mercia is happy enough as it is with all of these, asking him if she could try one. Of course she can. She picks one and stares intently at it before finally taking a bite. Mercia is so overwhelmed by this simple fruit that she stands stationary for a second longer, and Isagi can't help but worry about the taste. "How is it?" he asks anxiously. "It's delicious," Mercia proclaims with tears in her eyes. Out of all the grapes she's ever had, this one is the best. Isagi's face softened, happy to hear that she likes it. Mercia continues to walk further along the vineyard, saying how she never had any proper meals before Isagi came here. She feels so grateful because she can now truly enjoy food like this, all thanks to him. Even Isagi knows that life here at the village has really changed when it comes to food. But he's also aware that change is not just because of him but because of everyone there. He tells Mercia that the work on the farm couldn't exist without everyone's support, so Mercia should be proud too. If anything, Isagi may end up relying on her more from here on out, which she is more than happy to do. She promises to always be by his side wherever he goes. Such are the events that happened that day in the humble village of Plumeria. Meanwhile, back at the Rimorous Empire, it's the exact opposite for the poor employees at the castle. Right now, Prince Weiss presides over the officials as the older men have their heads lowered, afraid of the prince. The prince admits that he decided to reject the food production policy and divert funds toward military expenditure. However, criticism has been pouring in non-stop, which is why they must resolve this quickly. The damage caused by the poor harvest doesn't just affect the Beastman kingdom, it's spreading across the world, including the royal empire. It made the prince wonder if there truly is no viable solution for this, and when he's met with silence, Weiss couldn't help but cuss them out for being useless fools. He too is starting to worry because at this rate the succession to the throne could be in danger. His Majesty asks Garius if he has anything to say for himself, and the older man can only apologize since there is no immediate solution for this that would yield results. His answer only made the prince huff, but Garius was quick to add that he had just received some rather interesting piece of information. There is a widespread famine occurring everywhere, and yet reports claim that there's no sign of famine in their neighboring country, the Beastman kingdom. This piqued Weiss's interest, prompting him to ask the older man why that was. Surely the Beastman kingdom should be suffering from the same poor harvest as their empire, no? To this, Garius says he conducted an investigation, and it seems that in a village called Plumeria, there's a place known as the Isagi Grand Farm, where a huge portion of the crop supply originates. Ah, the name of the farm sounds familiar, doesn't it? The prince quips. There's no doubt about it, Isagi is behind that. So Garius thinks that if Isagi's research is complete, then producing crops that are unaffected by the poor harvests at an unbelievable rate would actually make sense. For the first time, a ghost of a smile lingers on the prince's face. Garius walks over to the map, pointing at how Plumeria village lies quite close to the empire. There's a dangerous glint in his eyes as he says so, while Weiss starts chuckling. Finally, a good idea coming from Garius. Weiss smacks both of his hands on the map, thinking of what they've always done. Whatever they lack, they'll simply take it from someone else. After Lord Lionel's visit to the village, more and more people have been coming to Plumeria to buy crops. So to welcome these visitors, preparations for the marketplace were restarted. Finally, today is the grand opening of the revamped marketplace. But for a joyous occasion, Isagi complains about how hot it is, making him wonder if anyone would actually show up in this heat. Isagi once again has the local village folks' curiosity and excitement seeing how there's already a long line at the store despite not being opened yet. He hurries through the back entrance, thankful he heeded the advice for this. Inside, he greets Mercia with a good morning as the latter hauls in crates for the shop. He takes one for himself and asks how things are with the grand opening prep. She tells him that everything is all set and even the staff is ready too. They put the crates down in the area and Isagi can't believe what she has done to the place. It totally looks like a real marketplace now. Looking at their products on display, he even dared to say that this might rival the ones in the imperial capital. To that, Mercia points out that it doesn't quite match in terms of quantity, but it might actually surpass them in variety. Just then, another person cuts in and calls out to Isagi, it's Nora. She thanks him, happy that she got reassigned to a different department. How could he not? Nora is great with sales and accounting. Plus, he also felt sorry that he had her do manual labor and heavy lifting in the past. Even the older beast folk are happy for Nora's upgrade, and she promises to do her best with the shop operations. Mercia looks at the clock and notices that it's almost time for them to open up, so she rounds everyone up to get ready for business. She calls Isagi and says they should do it together, so with that, both of them open the front doors and welcome everyone to the shop. The Isagi marketplace is now officially open, Mercia happily announces. The townsfolk flooded in like water, but Isagi's a bit caught up at what Mercia just said. Why did she name it Isagi Marketplace? But Mercia only giggled in reply. Within minutes, the whole shop is filled with eager buyers and curious folk, excited to see what Isagi's marketplace has to offer. Given the variety of choices, Isagi and the others find themselves with their hands full, attending to their customers' wants and needs. Even Nora, who is proficient with such matters, didn't have time to breathe given the consecutive transactions she had to oversee. A minute later, Kelsey-san and Sienna-san walk into the store, with Mercia informing Isagi that her parents have arrived. Our MC welcomes them to the shop, with the village chief commenting on how the place is pretty lively. Even Isagi is taken by surprise at the crowd they drew today, prompting him to ask Kelsey-san if marketplaces are that rare. The older man says the impressive setup and variety of goods played a part in the shop's popularity, but the biggest reason is because of Isagi himself. Simply put, the village chief tells him outright that everyone trusts him. Isagi is overwhelmed with such praise, or maybe pressure, that he almost short-circuited right then and there. While both men were busy talking, Sienna-san had her eyes roaming around when she spotted a certain area with furniture. She asks Isagi what that open space was for, and the latter says that it's for serving dishes, sweets and drinks made from ingredients grown at the Grand Farm. Of course, the beastkin folk with their sharp ears were quick to pick up on that, just as Isagi tells Sienna-san that it's the farm cafe space. Sienna-san grabs Isagi by both shoulders, and even though she's smiling as she tells him to open it right away, there's a certain kind of pressure she's forcing on him. What the heck? Isagi stands frozen while the other older beastkin ladies join Sienna-san in low-key pressuring Isagi to open the cafe. Overwhelmed by them, Isagi can only tell them that it's still just a plan for now and that there's no clear direction yet. But holy cow, beastkin hearing really isn't something he should take lightly. His reply just made Sienna-san even more eager, demanding him to hurry it up while the latter almost caves in. From afar, Mercia calls out to her mom to stop it, but Isagi, being Isagi, tells them that he'll do his best to open the farm cafe as soon as possible in response to the beastkin's overwhelming demand. Of course, they're more than happy to hear that, excited about the upcoming farm cafe in Plumeria, while Mercia only pouts. Once they're done with business and back at Isagi's house, Mercia reprimands him for being too kind. Am I? He asks in return, while Mercia continues to scold him. If he keeps pushing himself like this, Mercia knows he'll surely collapse from exhaustion. So to prevent that from happening, she volunteers to help. Isagi thanks her with a bright smile, seeing how she's always ready to help. Besides, she feels like there's something that's been weighing on Isagi's mind. So she noticed, huh? Mercia is perceptive when it comes to her Isagi-sama, as always. Since she brought it up, Isagi has been thinking of hiring a chef. Sure, Mercia's cooking is delicious, but he can't rely on her to cook all the time. Mercia is happy to receive such praise but thinks her cooking skills are not that good. If anything, the produce from Isagi's farm is special, and one needs a certain set of skills and expertise to handle it, or else they can't truly bring out its full flavor. Well, she's right about that, and Nia's brusque way of cooking is a harrowing reminder of that. Now then, to their main problem. How do they find a top-class chef? He asks Mercia if she knows someone. Unfortunately, she doesn't, but she knows someone who they might be able to invite. As soon as he asked who, Isagi realized just who she was referring to. The next day, Konya arrives at their doorstep, eager to work on today's transaction again. Mercia is pretty happy because look, Konya showed up right away, just as they expected. Konya listened to their concerns during tea, a bit surprised that Isagi was looking for a chef. If that's the case, she offers to send 2 of their contracted chefs from the guild. It's that easy. Isagi jumps from his chair asking if she's serious, with Konya nodding and smiling. But wait a minute, Isagi just thought of something. There's no way contracted chefs would come all the way out to some countryside village for free, right? So he asks Konya if there's a catch. Ever the businesswoman, Konya lauds him for being quick to catch on. You see, what she'd like to do is to sell their company the magical tool Isagi created, the grinder. She wants to sell that. Konya says she does. She saw it at the marketplace back then and she just knows that the equipment will be a hit. To start with, she'd like to order around 50 units from him. If things go well, then she'd like another 50 or maybe even 100 more. Isagi is backed against the wall, a bit pressured by the little miss, but he agrees. Konya senses his hesitation and asks if there's something wrong, so Isagi opens up about his concern. He worries that the chefs will really be alright with being sent to a far-off and remote village like this. If the chefs can't work in a comfortable environment, then not only would it be unfair to them, but it would also be disrespectful to the customers of the farm cafe. Konya understands where he's coming from, but she had to ask one crucial question first. The chefs who will work at the farm cafe are allowed to freely use ingredients from the farm, correct? He tells her that it is so, since the Grand Farm and the cafe are working in partnership, they will provide ingredients as much as they can within their means. Wouldn't that actually be a major selling point? He asks Konya. That's all she needed to hear, because if that's the case, then she finds no problem with his concern. This time, Mercia joins their conversation to help him understand better. For example, he was an alchemist, and if there were a place that let him use top-quality materials freely, how would he feel? Isagi replies that it would be a dream come true for him. He'd definitely go. Finally realization hits and he gets it now. Konya tells him that the ingredients from Isagi's Grand Farm are like a dream come true to the chefs across the Beastman Kingdom. Of course, Isagi is taken aback because he never expected that their produce would be in demand this much. But that's not all. Konya says once the ingredients from the Grand Farm become widespread in the future, the demand for advanced cooking skills will rise too. Now that she explained it like that, Isagi finally understood that it benefits both the chefs and the company. There was no need to worry after all. If that's the case, then there's no need for them to hold back anymore. He extends his hand to Konya in partnership, and the latter shakes it just as he gives her the go-ahead to send the chefs to Plumeria village. While Konya returns to the capital, Isagi says he'll get started with making the grinders in the meantime. Despite using alchemy, it's no joke to make 50 units of grinders. But Isagi is diligent, and soon enough he finished the 50th one. Although he's done with work, he can't help but complain about how hot the weather is. He makes a note to take care of this quickly, and he's not even surprised if someone were to pass out while working in the fields. Wait a minute, that's it. Isagi ought to make that thing and hand it out to everyone. Despite the blistering heat, Nia and the others are hard at work. Isagi arrives and calls out to them, handing them a certain contraption. He wants them to try wearing it, and as soon as Nia puts it on, Isagi presses the button for her, and boom! Cool air fans her neck. What is this? It's so cool! Literally. The others were equally amazed and puzzled, wondering where the cool air was coming from. Isagi chuckles as he excitedly explains that he molded platinum to create the base. Then he inserted small ice and wind magic stones inside, connecting them to a magic circuit, and yeah, Nia's not listening to all of that. It's good of him to do this though. Isagi turns to Kokuro, urging the giant shadow wolf to try wearing one too. But upon hearing that, the latter becomes apprehensive. There's no way in hell he's allowing Isagi to put a collar on him. He's not Isagi's pet dog. Our MC explains that it's not a hero, even putting it on himself to show that it's harmless. But Kokuro won't budge. He doesn't need it. If he's going to wear one, then he'd like Mercia to put it on him. Why? Isagi asks in return. Mercia explains that maybe it's because the meaning of wearing a collar is the same for beastkin. As usual, Isagi has no idea what that means. Anyway, she just takes the neck fan from Isagi's hand and puts it over Kokuro's neck. After being fanned for a bit, even Kokuro's amazed that it really is cool. Isagi in turn hands one to Mercia. Why don't you try it too, he offers. Since he offered, Mercia shyly asks if he can put it on her. Yeah, sure. Isagi does so, and after he asks how it is, she beams because it's so wonderful. Kokuro, who watched all of this unfold, can't help but comment on how Isagi's pretty fired up, eh? As usual, Isagi can't read between the lines, asking what Kokuro meant by that. Say it clearly. But the giant shadow wolf can only sigh. Meanwhile, near the entrance of Plumeria village, a carriage stops. Konya disembarks from it, along with another. The latter is a bit surprised to see that Plumeria village is much livelier than they expected. Konya tells them that they should head out and meet Isagi, with the two excitedly trailing behind her. Now our hero is off in a hurry on foot before finally reaching his destination. He apologizes, seeing how everybody's already gathered there. Could those two over there be the chefs? He asks from the door. Konya says that it is so and asks the chefs to introduce themselves. The male beastkin stands abruptly. He almost spilled his drink and introduces himself as Dario from the Wonder Restaurant, which is part of the Wonderful Company. He grabs his cup quickly before the contents pour out, apologizing for his clumsy behavior as he does so. Seeing how nervous he was, Isagi tells the latter there's no need to be so formal. The other chef apologizes on behalf of her partner and introduces herself as Shire, while our MC finally introduces himself as the Alchemist Isagi. Mercia's hand flies quickly over her mouth, shocked to hear their exchange. You two are from the Wonder Restaurant? She asks in disbelief. As usual, Isagi has no idea what's happening and asks if the former knows who these two are. Mercia explains that the Wonder Restaurant is a high-end establishment in the capital of the Beastkin Kingdom. From what she heard, you have to wait a whole year just to get a reservation there. Konya chimes in and affirms that it is true. She's proud to say that if it's Dario and Shire, then both of them will definitely shine at the farm cafe. On the other hand, Isagi's more concerned if both of them are really okay with this. Dario is quick to tell the alchemist that it is. This time determination can be seen in his eyes as Dario tells them they want to express the impression they felt when they first encountered the ingredients from the Grand Farm, a truly one-of-a-kind flavor. He turns to Shire in support, and the latter adds that being able to use such ingredients is an invaluable experience in their culinary careers. So these two really came here with such a strong reserve, huh? Isagi thought. Well, if that's the case, then he welcomes them wholeheartedly, extending his hand to both chefs as he says so. Dario grabs his hand with both of his and starts shaking Isagi's hand with so much gusto that it practically shakes the alchemist's whole being. Isagi also didn't forget to thank Konya for this, with the latter happy enough to help, but she's quick to remind him about those grinders they requested, albeit a bit modest in her reminder. Isagi rummages through his magic backpack and takes them out. It's already finished. Konya can't believe it, it's finished already, but it's only been 2 weeks? She checks one of the products and is surprised to see the Wonderful Company's logo is embedded on it. She cradles the item, thanking Isagi for the extra work. Consider this a special service, Isagi tells her, adding that he did it because he always got so much help from Konya. He turns his attention back to the chefs and says he'll take them on a tour of the farm. The merry group went on Golem horseback as Isagi started the tour with the vegetable field. Both Dario and Shire are in awe at the sprawling fields before them. The former spots cucumbers growing a few feet away from him and is puzzled because there are a lot more cucumbers than normal. Before he can ask, Mercia shares that the crops at the farm have been enhanced by Isagi to increase their yield. Oh, Dario never thought alchemy could do something like that. They hear a voice from the ravine and out pops Nia. She asks if Isagi is busy inspecting the fields again, to which our MC says he's actually giving a tour of the farm to their new cafe chefs. Dario and Shire quickly introduce themselves to Nia with a bow. Unlike their modest greeting, Nia is chipper, pleased to meet the newcomers. She can't help but comment on how the two look so serious, but more importantly, she asks them to make her a bento once the cafe is up and running smoothly, okay? Huh? Dario doesn't follow, he gets the part about making lunch, but bento? To that Nia explains that she'll just come to the cafe when she can. You see, there are times when she gets really busy with farm work and she's not a good cook, so waking up early to make bento is kind of a no-go for her. Dario fails to consider this, it's a blind spot for him. He and Shire bow, grateful for Nia's feedback. That's not what Nia really had in mind, but oh well, it's time for her to get back to work now. With that, she finally takes her leave, just as Isagi tells them that they will also meet the other 4 staff members later. Just 4 people manning a farm this big? Dario asks in shock. Not exactly, there are more actually, Isagi replies and claps his hands as he says so. A moment later, a hulking figure approaches them. Isagi introduces the golems to the two, saying he built them for agriculture. His creation also happens to carry a basket of cucumbers, so he offers them to Dario and Shire. The two gingerly pick a piece and are quick to spot how perfect the cucumber is. There's no warping or discoloration and it's a flawless shape, absolutely perfect. They both take a bite at the same time and Dario almost howls aloud at how delicious the cucumber is. Seriously, it's so good, he says as he continues to munch on the produce. This is the first time he's had a cucumber this juicy and full of flavor. Even Shire adds that everything in the farm is so high quality that she almost finds it scary. However, she does jokingly point out that with ingredients this good, it's best not to overdo the cooking. Isagi hears them, chiming in that he'll be the one in trouble if that happens. Thankfully, Dario assures him that they're just kidding. After all, it's their duty as the chefs to make the most of the crop's amazing flavor. Mercia is pleased to see the two brimming with confidence. And even Isagi is getting excited by all of this. Dario is almost delirious since his head is brimming with new ideas on recipes to do with the produce. Well, if that's the case, Isagi suggests they head over to the market area. So off to the market area they go. This time, it's not just Isagi, Mercia and the 2 chefs, the other staff members have also joined them. Nia is loud as ever, excited to see that there's a tasting event going on. The other staff members are mildly surprised because they didn't expect they'd get to try the dishes on the first day. Just then, Rados bumps into Isagi, making the latter aware of the market area's problem. With this many people, the place is already cramped. With this in mind, Isagi notes that they'll have to expand the cafe space as well. Dario finally decides on a menu and Shire agrees with his choice. It's a great idea. While he spreads out his knives, Shire does some light stretches to loosen her shoulder. The two tighten their aprons as they finally get to work. Dario starts by chopping the vegetables while Shire kneads the dough. From there, Dario quickly starts cooking the pasta while Shire puts the buns in the oven. The male chef moves on to his next work, sautéing the vegetables in his wok, while Isagi and the others watch him work from behind. Slowly, the place starts to smell like pastries and savory aromas. So this must be what it's like at the famous Wonder restaurant, Mercia says to no one in particular. Isagi is more impressed by the speed of their work, and Konya seconds that motion. Wah! Since when did you get here? Isagi turns to her in shock, he didn't expect her to sprout out of nowhere. Well, Konya heard that there would be a tasting event right before she left, so she quickly came back. Good thing she just did because Dario and Shire finally finished cooking. Everyone, let's begin the tasting now, he proclaims. Shire urges them to share their honest opinions about the food, then presents them with 4 main dishes for today's menu. For the first main dish, they have cabbage rolls in tomato sauce. The second one is gratin, and right in the middle is hot toasted bread, salad, and cucumber soup. The third and fourth main dishes are omelette and spring vegetable pasta, respectively. Isagi and the others can't believe their eyes. It's such a luxurious menu. Even the side dishes look amazing. From the outside, even the curious villagers are impressed with the food's visuals alone. With everyone seated, they can finally taste the food as both chefs tell them to enjoy their meals. Coming from work, Rados and the other staff members thoroughly enjoy the meal. Isagi, on the other hand, tries the cabbage rolls first. With just a bite of this, he immediately noticed how the dish is packed with sweetness and umami, plus the slight acidity of the tomato really elevates the overall flavor. It's wonderful, he mumbles to himself, though Shire heard what he said. Mercia suggests Isagi try the gratin next since it's seriously delicious as per her words. Shire happily reports to Dario that he's right since the vegetables are so sweet, the rich cheese blends perfectly. It's a good thing they slow cooked it, no? Back at the table, Nora is one satisfied customer. If it's going to be like this, she says she might come over and eat every day, even though it's a bit of a hassle. Ricardo gives his compliments to the chefs, asking Shire how much the meals cost. The latter says the gratin costs 6 copper coins and the other 3 are priced at 5 copper coins each. What? That's so cheap. They all thought for sure that the meal would be at least 8 coins. Konya chimes in, saying affordable prices are important, but will it be profitable? Shire came prepared, telling the little merchant lady that she had already done the financial report as she handed it to Konya. After flipping through the report, Konya finds the pricing reasonable since they based it on the villagers' income and money circulation. Shire is glad to hear she got Konya's stamp of approval. Just then, the 2 chefs ask Isagi what his thoughts are of today's dishes. Do they suit the farm cafe? Our MC straight up tells them that everything was delicious. It wasn't lost on him how the 2 made full use of the vegetables from the grand farm, maximizing each ingredient's potential. With that said, he definitely wants these dishes in the cafe lunch menu. Dario and Shire exchange glances before bowing to Isagi, thankful for everything. Well, now that things are settled, it's about time everyone heads back to their respective places, but Shire approaches Isagi, asking if she could talk to him for a bit. She flips through her design pegs, suggesting a few adjustments to the cafe's interior. She thinks it would be great to create a relaxing space without losing the feel of the market area. Yes, that's it. That's exactly the vibe I'm going for, Isagi answers excitedly. But Shire points out that if they want to give the cafe a brighter impression, they need to brighten up the cafe since the place is currently a bit dark. Our MC's brows furrow because they might have to change the entire structure of the storefront. But then again, would doing that really improve the lighting? How about adding skylight windows? Dario asks suggestively. He points to one of the walls, saying that if they install windows there, then they can bring in more natural light. That's a great idea. We should do that. Dario's thankful they acknowledged his idea, so with that, Isagi says they should start making some skylight windows. Shire says they'll also work on the table and seating layout. So with that, the 3 of them collaborated well into the night to create the best cafe filled with heart and soul. A week after the food tasting event, the villagers of Plumeria crowd around the farm cafe. Everyone is buzzing with excitement, with Sienna-san leading the line. She asks Isagi if the cafe is opened yet, with the latter asking them to wait just a bit longer. So far, the gang has expanded the cafe space since they expected more customers. They even hired 2 more people as part of their staff to help install magical cooling and mist devices. Looking at the throng before him, Isagi notes that this is going way beyond what they expected. Just then, he hears tapping on the window pane and he turns to see both Mercia and Nora give him the OK sign. Isagi immediately addresses the crowd. He apologizes for making them wait. But finally, the farm cafe is officially open. The villagers eagerly step in, with Sienna-san telling her friends how she has been waiting forever. As soon as they step in, they note how the area has been expanded quite a bit. Isagi says they expanded so everyone can enjoy themselves comfortably. Everyone curiously inspects the new space, with one villager noticing something in the ceiling. Everyone looked up and was amazed. The crew installed skylights on the ceiling too. Now it feels like they're outdoors. It's amazing. Even Isagi finds the skylight idea pretty brilliant. He wants to tell Dario and Shire about it, but the 2 are too busy right now, so he believes it's best to let them work. Like a supervisor, Isagi walks around the Mercia to check and be on the lookout for anything. He notices Mercia is helping out by serving dishes, even using her tail to balance one of the meals. Sienna-san appears and tells Isagi that even among beastkin, not everyone can do what Mercia is doing. Mercia's mother explains that tails are hard to train, so it's quite difficult to control them freely. Hey, I see, Isagi replies. He never knew that. But now that Sienna-san mentioned it, it looks like her tail is just like Mercia's. Its smooth, shiny black fur is beautiful too. Their tail is so different from Kokuro's in both appearance and coat texture. Sienna-san calls Isagi's attention, embarrassed at the way the latter is staring at her tail. Oh no! Isagi bows his head in apology, saying he didn't mean to. It's just they were talking about tails, so his eyes were naturally drawn to the topic of their conversation. Mercia quickly picks up on their conversation from a few feet away and can only glare at Isagi from behind. Poor Isagi didn't even know that staring at a beastkin's tail is pretty rude, and here's Mercia staring daggers at him from behind. Mercia dumps the plates unceremoniously on the table, apologizing for making them wait. Here's your tomato-stewed cabbage roll set, she says with a huff. Sienna-san lightly reprimands her daughter, telling her to be more careful with serving. The latter understands and takes away the used plates before walking away coldly. Isagi turns to Sienna-san, apologizing on behalf of Mercia, but the older beastkin lady just giggles. Jealousy is really cute, she says. The puzzled Isagi only stares back at her while Sienna-san tells her friends that they should enjoy their meal now. As soon as they take a bite, they're met with deliciousness. Just like Mercia, they find the gratin to be wonderful. Isagi watches them wordlessly, happy that Sienna-san and the other customers gave positive feedback to their food. This is good. The first impression is perfect. Isagi thought to himself. Dario and Shire watch anxiously from behind, and Isagi gives them a big thumbs up, making both of them so happy. But their little celebration got cut short when one of the customers asked if the lunch set was not ready yet. Oh no, this isn't the time to space out. Shire tells Dario that he will handle all the cooking from now on. Dario got busy with the dishes while Shire is busy at the sink, but she's panicking. They won't make it in time. Isagi notices how the two got way busier than before and asks Shire if something was wrong. She tells him that they've run out of plates due to the unexpected volume of customers they have today. Oh no, that is indeed a problem. All the staff are busy with customers, and the plates are a special kind suited to the dishes, so they can't replace them easily. I got it. Isagi runs off to the back room, telling Shite he'll make them right away. Shite didn't even get to ask him what he was going to make when a flash of light illuminated the back room not a moment later. From there, a golem emerges. Isagi tells her that the golem will handle the dishwashing now. The mechanical figure walks over to the sink and starts scrubbing the plates clean. She worries because the golem's movements won't clean the plates, but lo and behold, they're clean. Isagi explains that the sponges and detergents were specially made using alchemy. Plus, drying the dishes will also be done using alchemy, so he urges Shire to focus on cooking again. Unknown to them, Mercia and Sienna-san were watching them and smiled at how Isagi and the others were able to resolve the issue quickly. After that, business went smoothly, and the grand opening of the farm cafe was a big success. Meanwhile at the farm, Nia, Ragmant and Ricardo were taking a break under the shade of the tree with Kokuro. Ragmant was surprised to see Isagi there, but the latter told them they should just relax. He asks them how the magical mist generator is, and Ricardo answers that if they didn't have that thing, then he would have already collapsed long ago. Well, that's great to hear. Isagi also asks for Kokuro's thoughts, and after a beat, the giant shadow wolf says it's not bad. Isagi already knows from his looks alone that Kokuro is enjoying it. Now that he remembers it, Isagi actually bought lunchboxes for everyone. They're sandwiches made by Cafe Plumeria Farm. Everyone ate their lunches happily when suddenly they heard someone call out to Isagi from afar. Oh, if it isn't Kelsey-san. He can't help but comment on how even the village chief looks happy lately. Isagi greets the older beastkin with a good morning, only to see the village chief with a sullen face and Mercia trailing behind him with a threatening aura. Kelsey-san doesn't beat around the bush and quickly airs his request. He asks Isagi if he can build an inn starting now. Kelsey-san suddenly breaks down and grabs Isagi by the shoulders. They can't take it anymore. At this rate, the village will be overflowing with tourists with nowhere to stay. Mercia cuts in, apologizing on behalf of her father, but is quick to say that it's her father's fault for failing to take responsibility. Isagi doesn't mind, even he didn't expect this many guests, but Mercia is firm. No, she says, stating how she warned her father many times. She says it's Kelsey-san's fault for being too optimistic and not building the inn. Isagi tries to lighten up the situation, saying this is exactly why he's here. So the inn, he asks Kelsey-san where they should build it, and the village chief shows him the building site. Kelsey-san leads them to a pretty spacious and open area in the village. He notes that it's near the central plaza with a lot of people. The land is flat, and most importantly, there's a well nearby. Isagi understands and says he'll build the inn right over here, and Kelsey-san bows his head and thanks. I'm counting on you, he tells Isagi. Mercia asks her father to help her with labor coordination, so now Isagi starts to build the structure. He picks a piece of lumber while Mercia picks a whole load of them, just as Isagi asks if 30 rooms would work. Mercia thinks that should be enough and the materials they have at hand should be sufficient. Isagi stretches his arm and finally extends his hand before him. Let's get to work. First, Isagi lays the foundation of the building, followed by the construction of the walls. As soon as those were done, he installed the windows, then built the roof, and lastly made the doors. Everything happened so quickly that in the blink of an eye, Isagi finished the inn in such a short time. The inn has an eclectic look and is much more refined compared to the rest of the buildings in the area. Mercia praises Isagi for his incredible work, which the latter is thankful for. Now he asks her if she could share her thoughts on the interior of the inn. Mercia is always happy to help, so of course she'll do it. The two of them head inside, with Isagi explaining that the first floor will have reception up front. The kitchen and the storage are in the back, while the dining hall is to the right of the entrance. For the second floor, they have storage, reception, and a few guest rooms. Speaking of guest rooms, those located on the second and third floors are single, double, quad, and six-person type rooms. They head there so Isagi can show Mercia that he modeled it after the inns from the Empire. So what does she think? Mercia thinks they're all perfectly fine when she notices something. She asks him if he could put more spaces in between the chairs, prompting him to ask if the place is cramped. Mercia points out that guests might bump into each other's tails, and Isagi admits that's a blind spot he missed. Next, they head to the guest room area. Second floor rooms are large and space efficient, and the third floor rooms are more comfortable. Lastly, the room at the end of the third floor is deluxe. Again, Isagi asks her what she thinks of it, and Mercia answers that it's the most amazing inn ever. Since they're done checking, she says she'll call her father so he can do a final check. True enough, Kelsey-san is already over there, impressed at Isagi's work. To this day, Isagi's alchemy continues to amaze the village chief. His only comment is that the facade of the inn looks a bit too fancy for their village. Isagi admits that he may have overdone it a little, but Kelsey-san assures him that it's fine. After all, it's thanks to Isagi that their village can attract outsiders. For that, Kelsey-san is really grateful to him. Isagi, on the other hand, offers his hand for any help, telling the village chief not to hesitate and ask him. Kelsey-san only says that he's looking forward to working with the alchemist from here on out too. Suddenly, Mercia joins their conversation and hands her father paperwork. Here's the construction fee, she says as she hands him the documents. Kelsey-san checks the contents of the documents, and the more he does, the more his eyes widen in shock. Ultimately, he fell to his knees at how strict his daughter is. "Oh, there you are," a familiar voice says, making Isagi turn toward the direction of the voice. From afar, Isagi can see Konya running straight to him. Isagi turns to Mercia in panic, asking if today is the regular trading day. Thankfully, Mercia says it's not, but this just made her look at him quizzically too. Konya finally reaches them, panting as she says she's been looking for Isagi all this time. While still huffing, she hands him a letter addressed to Isagi himself. Isagi takes it and notices that it has a lion crest. He opens the letter and asks who sent the letter. "It is from our beastkin king, Lionel-sama," she replies. Isagi asks if he can read the letter here, and she gives the go-ahead. Isagi reads the letter with brows furrowed, with Mercia at the back asking what it's about. Well, for one, Isagi can't believe that the king can write such formal prose, since he can't imagine the former doing so. Anyway, to summarize the letter, Isagi says the beastkin king thanks him for the famine-resilient crop he improved. According to the letter, many people in the Beastman kingdom avoided starvation, so he wants to officially express his gratitude. Wait, this only means Isagi is being invited to the Beastman capital. The three of them turn to Konya, as if to ask if this is really true, and the little lady merchant nods with a smile. That's right, Mercia is the first to congratulate Isagi, of course, beaming as she tells him that being invited by the Beast King is an incredible honor. He thanks her for the kind words, but in true Isagi humble fashion, it's already enough for our hero to receive such a letter from King Lionel. Besides, he only did what anyone should have done. Wrong, Isagi, if it's anyone, as he says, then they would have capitalized on the opportunity. Even Mercia argues that what he did is no simple feat, and that he should accept their gratitude. Your achievements are tremendous, and the king must express his thanks publicly, Mercia says, and even Konya agrees with her. Besides, if Isagi doesn't go, then I will be in a very awkward position as the guide, Konya adds anxiously. Oh yeah, that's right. Even our hero realizes that King Lionel has his dignity to uphold as well. And if anything, this could be a precious opportunity. Alright, I understand, Isagi replies. Let's head to the Beast King's capital. Both Mercia and Konya's faces lit up, and now that Isagi remembers it, refusing an invitation from the king is considered disrespectful and is punishable by death. At least that's how it went at the Empire. Well, since everything is settled, Konya suggests they should head out now to the king's capital. Huh, what do you mean they're leaving right now? Well, duh. Konya says it's only proper that they leave ASAP. They can't keep King Lionel waiting, you know? That's a bit concerning for Isagi, especially since he's not sure if he can return immediately. Isagi understands the urgency of this matter, but still, he can't just bolt off and leave right this second. Since this trip might take a long time, I need to prepare the crops and hand over my work properly, he explains to Konya, requesting 2 days to let him do the necessary work and turnover. The little merchant ponders over this for a bit and finally agrees, fine, they will meet again in 2 days. Alright, Isagi promises that with that time he can also shorten their journey to the Beast King's capital significantly, leaving Konya intrigued. Plus, Isagi says this will also make future trading much easier. That's more than enough to convince the little merchant. She salutes Isagi, saying she trusts him and will wait for him in 2 days. Our hero thanks her and turns to Mercia, asking the latter to escort Konya and the others to the inn. Oh ho, now Konya's eyes widen in surprise. There's already an inn in Plumeria village? As the two head off to the newly built inn, Isagi makes use of this time to settle his affairs. He went back home and got to work. So the Beast King's capital, huh? As the overseer of the farm, of course, Isagi's main concern is the crops, especially if this will be a long trip. For the small ones, at least he could store them all inside the magic pouch. So he readily shoves all of them inside the magic pouch, which thankfully has a lot of space since they could be preserved as they are. Isagi heads outside and checks the other crops, thinking his main concern is the large-scale crops that can't fit inside the pouch. As for the rest, Isagi decides to use alchemy to add a factor that slows their growth while the golems handle the rest. Now, one last thing. The crops at the main farm. Cut to 2 days later, right before departure, Nia is bawling her eyes out, crying about how she and the others will never forget about Isagi while the rest of the crew looks on. Wait, what does she mean by that? Isagi never told them that he wasn't coming back though. Anyway, our MC apologizes to the crew for letting them take the reins for the farm this time. Ragmunt steps in, telling him that Mercia already explained in detail what they need to do. This time we'll do our best based on everything we learned, with the others backing him up. Isagi is just pleased to see that his staff are so reliable while also thinking about how Mercia already took care of that. It got him wondering if maybe they should just make Mercia the official representative of the farm, no? Nora also approaches him, and along with Dario and Shire, she assures our MC that the farm shop and cafe will be in good hands. Shire says they already have more than enough manpower thanks to the dishwashing golem Isagi made a few chapters ago. Dario promises to do their best. I'm counting on all of you, he replies. Just in time because Mercia calls him and tells him that everything is ready for departure now. Even Mercia's parents are there, pleased to see that everyone is already gathered at the place. Nia comments about her friend's outfit since she's wearing a maid's outfit again this time. Well, how could she not? This is Mercia's formal attire after all. Meanwhile, the village chief is more concerned about Isagi. Are you really going like that? You're not bringing any weapons, he questions. The thing is, Isagi's not actually very good at martial arts, which makes Kelsey-san give him a good hard stare. Mercia, maybe we should forget it and not go to the Beast King's capital, the village chief suggests. But Mercia points out that they can't refuse the king's invitation. That's when her mother steps in and reminds her to protect Isagi very carefully. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect Isagi-sama, was the maid's loyal answer. Then there's our MC, who's so shocked because isn't that supposed to be his line? Sure, he may not really know any martial arts, but at the very least Isagi can use alchemy and magic, so Kelsey-san shouldn't worry too much. The village chief isn't too convinced about that. Can alchemy even help in combat? Isagi says sure it can, and shows him how it's done. The familiar magic circle appears, and from there he conjures earth spikes. Kelsey-san looks in awe at the pillars of the earth rising from the ground, but wait, that's not all. With his fist he pulls his hand back, compressing it as it comes crashing down. As the dust settles, Isagi says this should be more than enough for his defense. Ragmont and the others couldn't believe their eyes. So Isagi can fight properly after all, he says. Well, it looks like they won't need to worry about him during the trip. Just then a carriage rolled in, signaling that their escort had arrived. Konya hops down from the carriage just as Isagi greets her with a good morning. He asks how her experience with the inn was and her eyes start sparkling. It was really wonderful, she shares. She claims that she forgot about work and relaxed for the first time in a long while. It's been ages since she had an R&R like this. She never even thought a place like that existed in Plumeria village. Isagi is just happy that she was able to enjoy herself. Anyway, Konya brings up that new method to shorten their journey. Isagi mentioned 2 days ago, eager to know what it is. At that, our MC takes his magic backpack off his shoulders and announces to everyone that this time they'll be using a special golem horse for travel. A golem horse, huh? Well, indeed, those things never get tired, and as long as they have mana stones, they keep moving. But Konya is more interested in knowing if it could really significantly shorten their travel time. The next thing she sees shuts her up, because what is that? It's like a Trojan horse. Isagi pulled the biggest golem horse out of his magic backpack, explaining that he upgraded the standard golem horse for long-distance travel. The ones they use on the farm are pony-sized, but this huge one is military-sized. So that means it will run really fast, right? Konya asks. Of course it will run fast. Isagi assures her that even a single horse can pull the wagon pretty easily, but little Konya is already in her merchant mode. This just means that their profits will go higher with a snap of a finger. Mercia cuts in saying she'll hook the horse to the wagon right away, and Konya is more than happy to receive her help. As Isagi is about to board the wagon, he tells the people accompanying him that he's looking forward to traveling with them. Mercia's parents bid their goodbyes, urging her to be extra careful on the road and not to disrespect the Beast King. Isagi and Mercia look through the window and see everyone waving them goodbye. Isagi and Mercia waved back at them, and soon enough they were nothing but a speck of dust, Plumeria village well behind them. Alright then, let's head out to the Beast King's capital, proclaims Isagi. Meanwhile, back at the Empire, preparations for the march toward the Beast Kingdom were underway. At the office of the Royal Alchemists, everybody is busy doing their part for the upcoming siege when the door opens, and Garius stands with his hands clasped behind his back. The current head alchemist greets his superior, but the older man has no interest in expressing such formalities. What he wants to know is the progress of their work. How's the production of the magic bags going? Garius asks. The head of the Royal Alchemist shows his report, but Garius is not too impressed. The number I ordered was 200, so why is this not even half? He questions quietly, his voice already laced with anger. The younger man apologizes for their shortcoming, explaining that they couldn't secure enough work time since they need to produce military-grade magic tools. A moment later, Garius couldn't help but explode. Are you mocking me? Didn't you all meet the quota during the last invasion? He questions angrily. Of course, the younger man points out that last time was only possible because Isagi did everything by himself back then. Doh, Isagi again? Garius has no time for their games, so they shouldn't be spilling crap right now, as if one person could manage all of that. Well, the Royal Alchemist explains that back then Isagi shared that he used potions and worked non-stop for an entire week. Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't the rest of the Royal Alchemists do the same? Then drink all the potion, cut down your sleep, and increase production, Garius demands. But the younger man tells him that it's impossible, explaining that creating magic bags requires an enormous amount of mana. To begin with, Isagi already has a massive mana reserve, and his mana recovery rate far surpasses everyone else in there. Even if we extend our work hours, we still can't match him. The Royal Alchemist says with finality. Grr, Isagi this, Isagi that, it's all Isagi, Isagi, Isagi. Garius is just about to bust a nerve thinking about how everywhere they go it's all messed up because of Isagi. The older man grabs the other by the collar, silencing him of his reasons, citing that this is Prince Weiss's order. Garius lets him go and marches off, but not before telling the younger man that he'll return in 3 days to check their work. If your production rate hasn't increased, you can consider your head's gone, was his ultimatum. The Royal Alchemist can only bow his head and agree to the older man's demands, but as soon as Garius was gone, the others crowded around their chief. What the hell are they going to do now? Even with all their strengths and powers combined, what Garius demands is still impossible, but their chief was already scheming something. The order we received was to produce the required number of magic bags, he began telling them in a quiet voice. They didn't specify anything about the storage capacity, did they? Wait a minute, he can't be serious, can he? With that, the chief alchemist tells the rest of the crew that they just need to reduce the capacity of each magic bag. The wonderful company's wagon trudges along the path that leads to the Beastman Kingdom's capital. Mercia stares longingly at the window, noting how they can no longer see Plumeria village anymore. Unlike her melancholic state, Konya is giddy as ever. Amazing. Just one of these moves this fast, she says, impressed with the military-grade golem horse. Isagi replies that his creation can actually move much faster, but even if he could speed things up even more, he's a little worried about the cargo wagon. Oh, he shouldn't worry about that. Konya's cargo wagon is reinforced, so it could take on rough handling just fine. Well, if that's the case, then our MC won't hold back anymore. Isagi opens the window, stretches his palm out to the horse, and a moment later it enters nitro mode. The sudden force sends Konya flying, but luckily Isagi was there to catch her, the little merchant landing straight on his chest. He checks if she's okay, and the little merchant assures him that she is, thanks to Isagi catching her just in time. I'm so glad you weren't hurt, he replies, all while Mercia casts them a deathly stare from the side. Well, if there's anything Isagi learned from this situation, it's that he needs to make some seatbelts too. Yes, Mercia chimes in, her voice cold. That might be for the best, she adds, looking glum and annoyed as ever. Crap, is Mercia mad? I'm not mad, was the maid's reply, though it was obvious she was upset. Konya only smiles because she understands what's happening, but thinks it's best to keep quiet. 4 days later, and they're nearing the Beastman Kingdom's capital. Konya is energetic as ever and asks Isagi if she could buy the military-grade golem horse from him. By the way, our hero also has some seatbelts installed in the wagon. As for the golem horse, he's willing to sell it to Konya, and the little merchant is already thinking about the future business opportunities with this newest acquisition. Isagi-sama, look, you can already see the Beast King's capital, Mercia points outside. He follows her gaze and our MC's eyes widen in awe because how can you not when you're in the presence of the giant origin tree, Urigario? Finally, they have reached the Beastman King's capital. Isagi can't believe his eyes. It's like a world tree straight out of a fairy tale. They say the first Beast King built the city around that massive tree, creating the Beast King's capital we see today. Konya shares. According to her, King Lionel also lives here, which is convenient for them. This just means it will be easy for both Mercia and Isagi to meet him then. Or so they thought. As soon as they reached the gates, the guard barred them entry. Your entry is not permitted, both guards stated as the threesome tried to get inside the capital. Well, why the hell not? Well, according to the schedule the guards received, guests aren't supposed to arrive for another 10 days and they haven't heard anything about their arrival today. Oh hell no, this just made Isagi anxious. Did their early arrival make them all the more suspicious in the palace guards' eyes? Konya tries talking to them, saying that they just arrived ahead of schedule. Please tell King Lionel for us. The moment he sees us, he'll know right away. Instead of doing as she suggested, they become apprehensive, warning them that they'll remove Konya and company if they keep causing a commotion. Do not act so aggressively, they are my guests, came a voice booming against theirs. They all look above and see King Lionel standing over them. The king smiles, pleased to see that they all arrived earlier than he expected. He jumps down from his position and tells the guards that they're too rigid in their posts. Meanwhile, Isagi and Mercia note how the king was the same carefree soul as always. Come Isagi, Mercia. I'll take you to... He didn't finish his sentence because from the tower Kevin-san starts hollering for his highness. You still haven't finished your work. The older beastman cries from above, demanding that the king return to his office. King Lionel tries to get out of his responsibilities, citing that he was about to give Isagi and Mercia a tour of the kingdom, but Kevin-san beat him to it. I will guide them, so please King Lionel, wait in the audience chamber. Well, you could say that the Prime Minister is the same as always too. Konya's part in the journey is finally done, so with that she bids them goodbye. Isagi thanks her while His Highness trudges back to the chamber with slumped shoulders. Boy, he really wanted out, huh? Isagi and Mercia head inside the giant structure where they are welcomed by Kevin-san. The Prime Minister directs them to where they are headed and starts climbing the long winding stairs. Looking at the spacious interiors, Isagi can't help but comment on how the builders of the structure really hollowed out the entire great tree to build this place. After a few silent moments of climbing the stairs, Isagi can feel himself catching his breath because he never thought the audience chamber was so high up. His suffering is soon noticed by both Mercia and Kevin-san, who were a flight of stairs ahead of him. "Oh right. Before the audience begins, I think now would be a good time for a short break," the Prime Minister says. "I'll take you to a spot with a beautiful view, please follow me." With that, Kevin-san leads them to a balcony that overlooks the whole Beastman kingdom. Isagi gingerly takes a step toward the baluster and sees the whole capital better. Even Mercia is amazed at how the view stretches, showing them the whole kingdom from their vantage point. From afar, even Isagi can see how the citizens are living peacefully, the children playing around and enjoying the place. "It's completely different," he mutters to himself. "The atmosphere is nothing like the Empire. In the Empire, you'll find the slums as soon as you turn away from the glamorous main streets," he recalls. "Everywhere you go, the gap between the rich and the poor is evident, and the wealthy never spare a glance for the poor. Yet here, it's different." Isagi sees that even if the people were far away from the main venue, they don't see poverty spreading everywhere. Here both adults and children have such peaceful expressions. Without turning away from the sight before him, our MC asks Kevin-san if this is what the latter wanted both of them to see. Kevin-san affirms that it is so, smiling as he tells them that even if His Highness is a bit carefree, there's no doubt about his genuine compassion for his people. Isagi smiles, reminding him of his humble wish. He also wants to use alchemy to bring light to the people of the Empire. Sure, he could have stayed in the Empire and worked there, but ultimately he abandoned them, the people. He looks down, feeling ashamed, because just who did Isagi think he was? Did he really think his own life mattered more than others? Before he could spiral into these self-deprecating thoughts, Mercia touched his hand, assuring him that if he continued his work as an alchemist, then someday that would become a light for the people of the Empire. "Please don't blame yourself anymore, Isagi-sama," she tells him with conviction. Even Kevin-san agrees with what she told our hero. After all, Isagi has already let so many people of the Beastman Kingdom see the light. As the Prime Minister, Kevin-san officially expresses her thanks to our humble alchemist again. Now that they mentioned it, Isagi was able to create so much here in the Beastman capital. So instead of being bound by the past and stopping in place, he thinks it's best to believe in who he is and keep moving forward. Both Mercia and Kevin-san's words of encouragement uplifted our hero so that he couldn't help but thank them for making him feel stronger now. Just then, a leaf fell on top of his head, which he quickly grabbed before the wind blew it away. Seeing what just happened, Kevin-san urged him to accept the leaf from the great tree. Our hero had to ask the older man if he was sure, because this is some quality material, you know? Kevin-san tells him that if it's Isagi-san, then there's no problem, and besides, the one who chose to give it to him is the great tree itself. He looks up at the giant tree before Kevin-san suggests they head to the audience chamber now. Once they reach the audience chamber, Isagi and Mercia knelt before the king and queen of the Beastman Kingdom. "As written in the letter, I summoned you to express my gratitude for the recent famine." King Lionel begins. "The crops you cultivated have spread rapidly throughout the Beastman Kingdom, saving countless citizens suffering from a lack of food. As the Beast King, I offer you my deepest thanks." Isagi lowers his head further, honored to receive such kind words from the Beast King himself. The Beast Queen finally speaks and introduces herself as Queen Reina. She had already heard of Isagi's achievements through His Highness, and as a show of gratitude for saving their people, she urged him to accept this reward. She waves her hand and soon a group of beastmen walks in, carrying 2 chests with heaps of treasure. Inside are not only gold but also high-quality weapons and minerals. With this much, they'll be able to gather even more high-quality materials and create things they never before could. Just then he hears sniffling and turns to see Mercia's overflowing tears. "Oh no, Mercia, what's wrong?" "Oh, this is nothing. But back in the Empire, no one recognized how amazing Isagi-sama was, so I always felt so regretful about that," she explains. "Now I finally get to see you properly acknowledged, and I'm just so happy." Upon hearing that, Isagi reminds her that she's the one who brought her here, so he should be the one thanking her. King Lionel gets up from his throne and throws his cloak away. Finally, all those stiff formalities are done. He steps down from the throne, urging Isagi and Mercia to act like they normally do, much to the chagrin of his guards. Oh, now that Isagi remembers it, he also prepared gifts for both the king and queen. He rummages through his magic bag and gives the king a majestic golem lion. For the queen, Isagi gives her a hoard of fresh fruits. Seeing the fruits got His Majesty all excited, eager to eat them right away, only for the guards to stop him since they needed to test them for poison. The king tries to bypass them, saying it's unnecessary, but the guards only insist all the more. After they checked that the fruits had no poison, both the king and queen ate their fill. Isagi's fruits are delicious as always. Now to more important matters. King Lionel asks if Isagi has time. Since His Majesty trusts our hero's abilities, there's something he'd like to ask the alchemist to do. As you already know, beastmen have a higher birth rate and require more food than humans. King Lionel begins. The royal family has supported food production such as farming and aquaculture for generations, but that also has limits. Right now, production still can't keep up with demand. With that said, the king asks Isagi to help improve their agriculture. He walks right next to a giant map mounted on the wall and slams his hand on it. "I want you to build a farm in the Laos Desert," he proclaims. "Wait, what? The Laos Desert?" King Lionel is surprised that the alchemist knows of the place. You see, the Laos Desert receives extremely little rainfall, and it's full of sand and stone. The climate is very dry, and compared to Plumeria village, its infertile soil is far harsher but not completely impossible to develop. But specifics aside, Isagi asks why the king chose that place. If it's a farm, couldn't he have chosen anywhere else? King Lionel reveals that the issue lies in the severe conflict between the chromatic bird tribe and the Red Bull tribe. According to the king, the two constantly fight over the scarce food and water, adding how it disheartens him to see fellow citizens fight each other. Isagi's face becomes unreadable as soon as he finds out that it's a pointless war. How could he not? Isagi has seen that sight over and over again at the Empire, and it makes him ball his fist tighter. It got him thinking that they shouldn't let such a scene become the status quo. Back to the issue at hand. King Lionel tells him that although building the farm is ideal, it's alright if results don't come immediately. So for now, will Isagi at least go and see the place just once? Isagi looks over to Mercia and the latter beams at him, giving him the green light. Hey, he can't believe she's entrusting this to him. "I understand, I can't guarantee success in building the farm, but I'll do everything I can to create crops that can grow in the Laos Desert," our hero proclaims. The king is more than happy with his answer and starts shaking him furiously while the queen shows more finesse, grateful for Isagi's willingness. Since everything's settled, King Lionel suggests they head out now. If it's okay with Isagi, he'll just assign someone to accompany them as a guide. After all, the route to the Laos Desert is extremely complicated and dangerous. That's when Mercia decides to cut in. "Permit me to speak frankly," she says with her head bowed. "If it's someone who would slow us down, I must refuse. I want to focus entirely on protecting Isagi-sama." Wait, hold on. What's with that bold proclamation? But then again, if even Mercia is saying things like that, then it just goes to show that the monsters in the Laos Desert are pretty dangerous, no? Upon hearing that, King Lionel tells them they can relax and guarantees that their guide won't be a burden. "Come in." He calls out to the other side of the door, and as soon as he does, the doors open and in waltzes a girl with red hair. "It's a pleasure to meet you," the girl greets them. "I am Regina, the biological daughter of Lionel, the 63rd Beast King and the first princess." They're sending out the princess for this quest? And a warrior-type princess. Isagi and Mercia stand shocked upon finding out who will accompany them. The princess? To that, Regina crosses her arms and raises one brow, asking if they've got a problem with that. Of course, Isagi was quick to clear things up, saying he's only worried because they're headed to the Laos Desert, which is extremely dangerous, you know? If something were to happen, well, our MC didn't get to finish his sentence because Regina tells him up front that she has no intention of hiding in the castle all day just because she's a princess. Lionel-sama quickly backs up his daughter. As the Beast King, he needs to see the state of the country with his own eyes, while Queen Krana adds that nobody wants a sheltered young lady, so this is just them low-key backing up their daughter. Unsure of what to do, Isagi turns to Mercia, asking for an opinion. Mercia tells him that Princess Regina's martial arts skills are renowned throughout the entire kingdom, and she believes the latter would be a very reliable guide. Upon hearing that, Regina jumps to hype herself up, promising that she won't lose to anyone, even if she can't measure up to her parents. Well, if that's how Her Highness feels, then alright, Isagi relents, saying he'll count on her. Oh wait, Lionel-sama tells our hero that if he succeeds, the Beast King will reward him. If there's anything Isagi wants, then he only needs to say it. Isagi perks up and asks if he could ask for the leaves or branches from the great tree. Lionel-sama frowns because why would Isagi even request something like that? The alchemist answers that it's because the great tree is truly magnificent. And our hero goes on rambling, which the translator didn't bother translating in this panel. Okay, fine, the Beast King gets it. Anyway, if Isagi succeeds, Lionel-sama promises that he'll give him materials from the great tree. That's more than enough for Isagi, and with that he tells his companions that they should get ready to head out. Outside, Isagi and Mercia are ready and are just waiting for the princess. Unlike him, who's already looking forward to their quest, Mercia asks if it's really okay to have accepted such a request from Lionel-sama. Isagi answers that he has to achieve results given how the royal family has supported him for so long. Admittedly, even he knows that farming in the desert is quite a difficult task. But even if he fails, he vows never to give up. After all, agriculture in the desert region has always been one of his research topics. Now it's Mercia's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect that from her Isagi-san. Meanwhile, Isagi continues that out of all the land on the planet that can produce food, about 30% is dry, barren land, thus making farming very difficult. Plus, because of desertification and environmental degradation caused by war, that percentage keeps increasing. Oh, Mercia gets it now. So if they can develop crops that can grow in harsh environments, then food production could expand far beyond its current limits. That's exactly Isagi's goal. But of course there's no guarantee that everything will go smoothly. As if she read his mind, Mercia adds that although nothing is certain, she's got this strange feeling that Isagi will be able to solve this problem. If they succeed, it will be a major agricultural revolution, which is pretty incredible. Hearing her expectations of him only makes him think about working harder. Just then they hear the princess and see her carrying a backpack much bigger than herself. But other than that, Isagi also notices the sword poking out of her bag. So she's a swordsman, huh? That she is. But wait a minute, compared to her, why do the two of them look like they underpacked? Oh right, Isagi tells her that what he has is actually a magic bag, and he offers to carry the princess's luggage as well. Since he offered, of course, the latter jumps at the opportunity. Isagi takes her large backpack and shoves it inside his magic bag. Regina couldn't be more thankful, grinning now that she's free of his luggage. Oh, Isagi remembers the golem horse. Can she ride it? A second later he sees the prince yeehawing on the golem horse. So it looks like there's no problem. Well, now that everything is set, he tells the two ladies that they should head out. But wait, Regina halts her golem horse mid-track, raising an issue about that. Huh? That? As in what? She points to Isagi and tells him that it's the way he's talking. The princess doesn't like it that they talk stiffly to her. But before our hero could justify his reason, the princess already countered him that it's both slow and tiring trying to communicate like that. Well, how could he argue against a fair point like that? With a sigh, Isagi concedes and decides to call her casually. Unlike him though, Mercia refers to everyone on the same level, and that's more than enough for Regina. With that issue settled, the three finally depart the capital and head to the Laos desert. As soon as they reached the open fields, they went full throttle. Actually, it wasn't even a full throttle. These golem horses were just that fast. Regina is clearly enjoying it since the golem horse she's using now is completely different from the one she received. From the back, Isagi can only find himself in awe of the princess. This is their first time riding the golem horse at this speed, and yet Regina does it effortlessly. He tells her that they're about to enter the forest, thus prompting him to ask if she can handle the maneuvering. Easy peasy. The princess says they'll just charge straight ahead, just as they are right now. Well, Isagi is not one to back down either. So they continue riding like that, and before he notices it, they've been at it, and it's already sundown. From the back he calls out to Regina, asking if they aren't slowing down anytime soon. The princess doesn't understand why they should. Isagi points out that it's because it's getting harder to see since it's getting darker. Huh? Dark? Regina doesn't understand. So Mercia tells her that it's because Isagi is human and he doesn't have night vision like them, urging the princes to slow down now. After thinking for a bit, Regina says it's fine, she and Mercia will just choose the easier paths for Isagi. For now, she tells him to keep charging straight. Our hero can't believe it. The princess really is a relentless monster, but what else could he do? From his side, he could hear Mercia tell him to leave the navigation to her. Just then they hear a weird noise and even Mercia hears it. Something is coming. She gets ready, saying she'll handle it. But no, it's Regina who says she will handle it. She grabs her sword just in time to cut down the monster that was just about to maul them, because it was too dark. Isagi could vaguely see the creature, asking them what it was. He stops in his tracks as he finally sees what the monster is. It's a bear owl. He can't believe the princess managed to take down this fierce beast with just a single blow. The princess, on the other hand, tells them that there are a lot of monsters in the forest. So if they just rush straight through, they can avoid getting attacked by them. Isagi's eyes widen because what do you mean there are many monsters of high level in this area? Actually, Regina says the easiest among them are actually the bear owls. If that's the case, then Isagi suggests they hurry up and get out of the forest. But the thing is, he's not very confident with his riding skills. Oh, is that it? Regina was about to offer to ride with her when Mercia's voice drowned out hers. Mercia has never been more desperate to tell Isagi to sit behind her. The urgency in his voice caught both Isagi and Regina off guard, making Mercia embarrassed at her desperation. In the end, Isagi decides he'll just ride behind Mercia. Seeing the two, Regina just smiles. Okay, so before they set out, Isagi suggests they should collect the bear owl for food. Regina's not too keen on doing that, especially since bear meat tastes bad and smells, you know? Our hero tells him that it's fine because he'll process it using alchemy. He quickly gets to work and sucks the monster's liquid out of its body, putting it in several small bottles. With that, he's done draining the blood, which decreases the foul smell of the beast. Still, she can't help but giggle at the absurdity of the scene. It's still pretty gruesome, huh? To that, Isagi tells her that it's a must since it makes the food taste better. Now that he's done with the bear owl, it's time to sit behind Mercia. The latter urges him to get up behind her on her horse, and they do so shyly, averting their eyes from each other. Isagi was about to put his arms around her waist, but he hesitated until she called him and told him to sit a little closer and hold onto her firmly. Before he can even say anything, she goes on about how the path ahead will only get rougher, so if something were to happen to him, Mercia would be very troubled. She has a point, so as much as he's embarrassed to do it, Isagi caves in and clings to her waist tightly. Huh? What was that? Isagi heard a strange sound just now, but Mercia brushes it off, saying it must be his imagination. So with that, they resume their journey for a few more hours until finally they've reached the end of the plains. Regina looks at the open fields before them, impressed by the golem horse. Who knew they could cross the entire forest in just half a day? Isagi, on the other hand, believes that what's impressive is how both Mercia and Regina navigated the journey so far. Isagi gets down from the horse and thanks her for being such a big help. Now then, he suggests they camp here for tonight and head out again the next morning. Upon hearing that, Regina gets excited. The idea of pitching tents, lighting a campfire, and stargazing together is just so irresistible. But to her shock, Isagi and Mercia are already looking over a perfectly built log house. Mercia, on the other hand, would like to prepare dinner, asking Isagi if he could take out the bear owl meat now. Regina cuts in, shoulders slumped, ranting that this isn't camping at all. For starters, she has never heard of camping that involves staying inside such a nice house. She has a point, but for Isagi, building a house is much faster than pitching a tent. Plus, there's no need for a campfire since he also has magic tools. Instead of answering, Regina only scowls at him. It's pointless to try to explain the concept of normal camping to him. Fast forward to later, Mercia tells them that dinner is ready. She cooked bear owl stew and grilled bear owl skewers for tonight. Regina digs in, and from the first bite alone, her eyes widen. There's no bad smell at all. What's more, she never thought bear owl meat could taste this good. Mercia is pleased to hear that. As she explains, it's only made possible because of how Isagi perfectly handled the blood. Our hero, on the other hand, points out that bear owl meat is quite gamey, so it tastes delicious because of Mercia's handling. At this point, Regina doesn't care at all, but what she does care about is having seconds, as she asks Mercia for more. The next day, the trio resumes their journey, with Regina guiding them through the wilderness. They traveled westward for 3 days straight until finally they reached the vast desert stretching endlessly before them. Under the scorching heat, the trio starts traversing the vast desert. So this is the Laos desert, huh? Isagi's face is almost melting off with how hot it is. Wait, scratch that. Scorching is the appropriate term. What's even worse is that with all this sand, even the golem horse can't run properly. At this rate, they won't know when they will reach the settlement. He can lament about their situation all he wants, but Regina tells him that being impatient won't help since they have no choice but to slow down. Wait, what does she mean by that? That's when the princess tells him that the monsters in the desert are pretty strong. If they run into one, there won't be anywhere to escape, so it's best to just stay cautious. Girl, what are you saying? Didn't you just take down a bear owl in one strike a few panels ago? Anyway, the princess also adds that it's because of that their formation is arranged like this. Regina, who scouts and serves as melee combat, and Isagi after her, followed by Mercia, who is their close-range combatant. Wait a minute, now that she points it out, it's basically them protecting the weakest, who is Isagi. Upon hearing that, Mercia promises to do everything in her power to protect him. He thanks her for her enthusiasm but urges her to prioritize her own safety first. She promises she will, but when it comes right down to it, she will still protect Isagi. Just then, Regina's ears perk up. She grabs her sword, warning everyone to get ready because something's coming. Mercia looks around, asking where it's coming from when they all feel it together. It's coming from right underneath them. The princess yells for them to move and get out of the way. They manage to do so just as the sand beneath them exploded and out came a swarm of giant Scorpios. Regina stands right in front of the monsters and again she volunteers to take care of them as she orders Mercia to protect Isagi. The first Scorpio attacks with its stinger, but Regina jumps out of harm's way, taunting the monster to follow her. Just as she was about to land, the princess cut down the Scorpio in one swift move. Next, she whirls around and slashes the other Scorpio right next to her just as quickly. She really is that girl, as expected of Princess Regina. Just then, Isagi yells for her to look out given how there's another giant Scorpio rushing straight from behind. The princess faces the creature to fight it, but to her shock, something pierces the monster beneath. It was Isagi's spikes. Whoa, this is Regina's first time seeing that. What was that? Our hero replies that it's just alchemy. He hardened the sand using mana and reshaped it to strike down the enemy. Regina sheathes her weapon, asking Isagi if alchemy can do something like that. Well, our hero is already preoccupied with checking the Scorpio's carcass because he didn't expect it to pierce through with a single blow. Wait a minute. He pokes the scorpion's belly and discovers that these monsters actually have a soft spot. Literally, the Scorpios may have hard armor covering their backs and legs, but their bellies are pretty soft. Oh, so that explains why it was easily defeated. Still, Regina was impressed with what Isagi did. It looks like he can now be considered part of the fighting force, huh? That's nice to hear and all, but he clarifies that he can only do so to a certain extent. They shouldn't expect too much from him. Besides, if he exerts himself again this much, then the poor soul might just really pass out because it's too freaking hot. It looks bad for them because the sun is rising way too quickly. At this temperature, people could literally die. He asks Mercia if she's okay and the latter says she is, even though it's obvious that she's panting and struggling a lot. Wait, there is something. There's the water. They can replenish any time. He quickly rummages through his magic bag and throws a water flask to each of the ladies. Isagi explains that it's no ordinary water flask, it has a magic water stone and ice magic stone built into it. As such, it automatically provides you with cold water. If Regina doesn't need it, then she can just give it back to Isagi, but the princess becomes more possessive of the water flask, saying she needs it. She takes a big gulp and lets out a big sigh of relief. Unlike her, Mercia is pretty grateful and graceful with Isagi's water flask. With this, she can finally endure the heat. It's about time Isagi had a drink too, but he got sidetracked when he heard Regina yelling about how it was too cold. To his shock, Regina splashes the water all over her body because she wanted to cool down. Well, she did cool down, but the downside is that her clothes became see-through. She laughs it off, saying they'll be dry soon enough, while Isagi starts stuttering. But upon feeling the threatening aura behind him, Isagi knew better than to shut up. Okay, change the topic. He suggests they cool down and keep moving. Soon day became night and the trio set up camp to rest. Isagi didn't expect the nights to get this cold in the desert, while Regina appreciates his work for setting the tent up so quickly. Now that she remembers it, Regina asks what they're having for dinner because she wants bear owl steak. To that, Mercia apologizes since they've already run out of bear owl meat. On the other hand, what they have in surplus is scorpio meat. Regina stands from her seat and quickly backs away because why did they even get that? But more importantly, is it poisonous? Is it safe? It was Isagi who answered and told her that Scorpio's venom is neurotoxic, so it's safe to eat. In fact, it's even considered useful for medicine. He sure does know a lot, no? But she can't stomach it, they're insects after all. Since he's an orphan, Isagi is used to eating this kind of stuff, but Regina is royalty, so she's probably not used to eating something like this. He tells her that they have other food, asking if she wants to eat those instead of the Scorpio meat, but no, Regina says she'll eat it. He had to ask if she was sure, and the princess said she was because opportunities like this don't come often. Well, since she's already decided, he won't stop her. However, he does tell her that if she starts feeling unwell, then she should just say so, okay? The princess easily agrees, and she does so just in time because Mercia has finished preparing their dinner. For tonight's meal, they have Scorpio hot pot and fried Scorpios. While it's still hot, Isagi suggests Regina try the fried Scorpio first. The latter numbly agrees, scared, yet she still takes a piece of the newly cooked monster meat. Isagi and Mercia are already eating, with him going off about how this one is much tastier than those back in the Empire. With that, Regina grits her teeth and finally takes a bite of the Scorpio meat. Seeing her frozen like that prompted Mercia to ask how the food tasted. Suddenly, the princess is beaming as she proclaims this is beyond anything she has imagined. Never in her wildest dreams did she ever think that Scorpios would be this delicious. Seeing such a positive reaction, Mercia then offers the hot pot to her next. The princess eagerly tries it and she also finds it to her liking. The meat is tender and insanely good. Above all, the broth is absolutely amazing. Anyway, Isagi shifts the topic to Regina. He finds the princess absolutely incredible. She defeated a monster and still had the guts to try field rations. Mercia agrees because that kind of person is pretty rare among royalty. Speaking of, since she's nobility, Isagi had to ask why she became a guide. There was a pause before she began with a sigh. You see, ever since Regina was young, she had always admired her father. She wanted to become a great warrior, so she trained relentlessly and eventually earned the position of commander. But one day an enemy appeared, and no strength can defeat it. That enemy was famine. No matter how many foes Regina cut down, she couldn't fill the stomachs of the people. Surprisingly, the one who ended that famine was an alchemist from the human race, someone who couldn't even be called strong. And yes, it's none other than Isagi himself. Honestly speaking, Regina was extremely disappointed when she heard about it. But then her father taught her something. The Beast King told her that strength isn't just raw combat power, negotiation, knowledge, and magic. Only when she possesses all forms of strength can she truly protect her people. And that's exactly why she wanted to witness Isagi's power firsthand and grow stronger to protect the Beast Kingdom. For that reason, she requested to become a guide. Hearing all that was a shock for Isagi. What's more, he found himself more impressed by her at how she came there with them. A princess of the nation with unwavering resolve. Alright, Isagi has made up his mind. At sunrise tomorrow, they will depart immediately. He says they must act as soon as possible to find the solution, which Mercia agrees with. That's a little troubling for the princess since she's a little weak in the morning, but oh well. 3 days later, they have finally reached the end of their journey, traversing the Laos desert because look, there's water, an oasis. Finally something other than sand, rocks, and cacti. Isagi gets down and splashes water on his face, relieved because it feels like he has just come back to life. Mercia offers him a towel while Regina watches them from behind. Normally they would have rushed straight to the water upon seeing it, but thanks to the magic pouch and the enchanted tools they never had to worry about water at all. Mercia turns her attention to her and asks how much farther until they reach the beast folk settlement. The princess says it'll take less than half a day from where they are. Soon they'll reach the settlement of the Chroma Feather tribe. Isagi then asks about the Redhorn tribe. Regina says the latter's lands are a bit farther southwest. If that's the case, Isagi suggests they visit the Chroma Feather settlement first and then head to the Redhorn tribe afterward. Regina agrees with that, but then suddenly she feels something off. She turns to Isagi and quickly pulls him back just as a couple of feathers shoot from the place where he was standing just a moment ago. From above they hear unfamiliar voices questioning why outsiders like them are at the oasis, demanding who they are. Two winged creatures look down on the trio. It's the Chroma Feather tribe. The Chroma tribe members demand to know who the trio is. What's more, they're already apprehensive, thinking that our hero and his friends are out to destroy the place. Isagi tries to de-escalate the situation, saying they're not outsiders, they came here under the orders of the Beast King. Wrong move, because that just made them angrier. Did he just say Beast King? This outsider got some guts saying that out loud. Even his companion is pissed off because there's no way they're going to believe something like that. Still, Isagi insists that it's true. As proof, he motions to Regina, saying she's the first princess. The latter shows off her ears and tail, pointing out how they're proof of the bloodline of a lion. That's right, it's the telltale sign of the symbol of the royal family. With this, they'll surely believe them, right? Or so they thought. The two Chroma Feather members turn to each other as they ask if the other has ever seen a lion beastkin before. Unfortunately, both of them have. From above they shout, wondering what kind of creature a lion is. Isagi can't believe this is happening. This time he turns to Regina, asking if he has ever visited the Chroma Feather settlement before. The princess is just as frustrated as he is, if not even more. Of course she has visited them. These two are probably just clueless guys. Upon hearing Regina's comment, they get even more pissed off because did this lady just mock them? Crap, this is not good. Okay, that's it. There should be a limit to how much these insolent fools dare to impersonate royalty. The two swoop down, intent on striking the trio, while Mercia turns to Isagi, saying they should strike back. Out of nowhere, a third Chroma tribe member appears and positions herself between both parties, yelling, "Stop." Huh? Isagi asks who she is, but the girl turns to her kind and calls out to them. "Ines Reed, put your weapons down," she ordered. The girl tells them that the person they were trying to attack is the daughter of Lionel-sama, the Beast King. Both Ines's and Reed's eyes widen in shock. They can't believe what their chief has just said. Isagi's attention is on her, thinking, is this the chief of the Chroma Feather tribe? The girl descends to the ground and greets Regina, saying how the latter has grown so much ever since they last saw each other. The princess mirrors her energy and calls her tease, saying it's been 5 years since then. Isagi cuts through their conversation, asking Regina if she knows the Chroma Feather's chief. Speaking of the Chroma Feathers, all three of them got on their knees and apologized for their rude behavior, with Tease talking on their behalf. She adds that her people meant no harm and misunderstood because they were just trying to protect the oasis, which is their lifeline. Again, Tease apologizes, while Reed dares to raise his eyes just in time to see Regina glaring at them with her arms crossed. Seeing the princes like that, the two apologize profusely, while Tease also does the same. Ines was just about to do a long litany on how their ignorance caused them to disrespect the princess, but Regina stopped her right then and there. Alright, fine, she forgives them, so with that she urges both of them to raise their heads. They couldn't be more thankful for the pardon, while Isagi and Regina just smiled and shrugged their shoulders. Speaking of Isagi, Tease is curious who he is, so our hero and Mercia do the honors and introduce themselves to the Chroma Feather chief. Tease gladly shakes their hands and assumes that they must be on an important mission if they came all the way here. She informs them that the place can't be considered fully safe, which is why she takes it upon herself to guide them to the settlement. Upon hearing that, Regina gets chummy with her, telling Tease that she wants to do that again. The latter smiles, then relents. After all, with her wings and everyone else's, she believes they can reach the settlement pretty quickly. From behind, Isagi listens to them curiously, wondering what that was. Inepueth and Reed take out a piece of rope and then tie it to the claws before flying high in the air. The rope dangled on the ground, with Tease instructing them to grab hold of the rope. Isagi looks at it hesitantly, asking them if they can carry their weight. Tease assures him that it's fine. Chroma Feathers may look slim, but they actually have pretty strong lower bodies. Well, if she says so, then they won't hold back. Our hero grabs one end of the rope, and as soon as he does, Tease takes off into the sky, yanking Isagi with her. Soon the two others follow suit, and that's how they find themselves feeling as if they're really flying. Regina is giddy thanks to the beautiful scenery, while Mercia relishes the cool wind. Isagi beams because this makes it seem like he has become a bird himself. They continue flying for a good while, marveling at the scenery, and it makes Isagi wish that he could travel the whole world like this. Finally, Tease tells him that they're almost at the settlement, and it's true. His first view of the place is that they look barricaded from everything else. Isagi sees that there are children, and the place doesn't look like an agricultural village at all. It looks more like a fortress in a war zone. Isagi and the others head to Tea's place where the latter serves them tea. She explains that the tea is made from a flower called aromacas, a species that grows naturally in the desert. Mercia notes how the beverage smells wonderful, but Regina quickly gets to business. The princess hands her a letter explaining that under the orders of the Beast King Lionel, they've come to improve the food situation for the Chromafeather tribe and the Redhorn tribe. All the necessary details are written inside the letter. Tease takes it and reads the letter, but after a minute she frowns and flips it, as if looking for something. Well, Tease is grateful that they wish to help, but what exactly are they going to do, eh? The question caught Regina off guard as she asked if there was nothing written inside the letter at all. Tease reads the letter aloud, as it says there that all authority is entrusted to Regina and her companions, urging the tribe to cooperate. Isagi can only smile because that sounds exactly like Lionel-sama. Since her father basically freestyled the letter, Regina explains that they want to create the conditions needed to grow crops in the area. Tease's eyes widen because did she hear that right? They plan to grow crops and not distribute food like before? Regina confirms that it is correct. If they can produce their own food, then they won't have to compete with the Redhorn tribe for resources or supplies anymore, right? Tease gets it now. Her voice was quiet when she replied that as much as they're grateful for Lionel-sama's kindness, cultivating land here will be extremely difficult. She's sure they can see it for themselves, right? The environment in the Lost Desert is one of the harshest in the Beast Kingdom. Rain is almost non-existent and the air is dry and parched. The temperature difference between day and night is extreme. They've tried many times to cultivate crops, but they just won't grow. They either wither and die or fall sick. Hearing her dampens Isagi's spirit. He remembers how, when he first arrived in Plumeria, people said the same things, but the difficulty level this time is different. Just then, Regina grabs him by the shoulder, proclaiming it's not a problem at all. This is why she brought a superclass alchemist, making our hero spit his drink out. He apologizes for doing something unsightly, saying he'll clean it up, then turns to Regina, saying she's hyping him way too much. The princess smirks because there's no need to be shy. After all, wasn't he the one who turned the barren land of Plumeria into the largest agricultural farm in the Beast Kingdom? Hearing that just got him even more flustered. Tease, on the other hand, is feeling incredulous. She asked if that really happened, and Mercia affirms it. The latter details how, when they were worried about dwindling resources in the mountains and forests, Isagi created plants that could grow even on barren land through alchemy. Thanks to that, they no longer have to worry about food. Isagi feels even more pressured by that as he tells her that she's exaggerating a bit. Suddenly, Tease gets up from her seat and walks over to the window. She looks at the village, imagining planting crops here. She turns to Isagi then and with a determined look asks for his help. She doesn't want to fight anymore. Seeing the look in her eyes, our hero also rises from his seat, promising to take over from here. After all, this is exactly why they came here. He extends his hand to Tease, and with that, the promise of collaboration is sealed, with both Mercia and Regina smiling. But wait a minute, Tease just has one question. Isagi is not a member of the Chromafeather tribe, and he's not even from the Beast Kingdom, so why does he want to extend his hand and help them? To that, our hero simply answers that it's because hunger is painful. If someone is suffering, and he can become a source of strength for them, then he wants to help. It's as simple as that. Tease feels touched at the thought, and since she has gone quiet, Isagi asks if she finds the idea strange. She quickly snaps back to reality, saying it's not strange at all. Even Regina chimes in, relaying how her father once told her that Isagi is truly an honest person, and Mercia couldn't be prouder than that. Now then, even though he wants to rest after this long journey, he believes they should get to work immediately, and of course Mercia is on board with that. Isagi is already outside, eager to begin investigating the area around the settlement. Wait, Regina is confused. What does he mean by investigate? Rather than explain, Isagi checks the ground. They should start checking the soil quality around here. A few feet from where he is, somebody suddenly stabs the soil with a blade. It was Regina. Soil check. It's hard. But Isagi is more concerned about her weapon. Isn't that a high-value weapon? At that, Regina says that maybe they can dig it if they use tools. But Isagi is focused on assessing the soil. There are 3 conditions for good soil to grow crops. First, the roots must be able to spread sufficiently. Second, it must have good aeration and drainage. And third, it must have excellent water and nutrient retention. Oh. Now Regina is curious, how is the soil here? Isagi drops the cold hard truth, the soil here doesn't meet a single need. The girls were hopeful, but yeah, that sounds about right. However, he quickly adds that it's still too early to give up. If they bring in soil or mix in fertilizer, they might be able to work something out. Tease perks up. Is that really possible? Isagi responds that it is possible with alchemy, but the only issue here is how they can get water to the crops. Tease frowns because yeah, he has a point. Speaking of water, Isagi asks if she can tell them where the nearest water source is, and she answers that the oasis they had just passed earlier is the largest one around. Oh, if that's the case, Regina suggests that it may be best to plant the crops nearby. That would have been swell and all, but Tease reveals they've already tried that many times before, yet every single time monsters or animals would come and destroy the crops. Oh, Isagi gets it now. So that's why there are no villagers near the oasis. It's not just them looking for water in this desert. Regina has another idea. What if they just buried pipes underground and channeled water from the oasis? Isagi ponders for a bit before telling her that would be a difficult idea. You see, the distance from the oasis to the village is quite far, plus it's all completely flat, open land. On top of that, subterranean monsters like Scorpios might destroy the pipe. This is so frustrating. Regina scratches her head in frustration, wondering how they're supposed to get water, and Isagi couldn't share the sentiment more. That's when he noticed Mercia drinking from the water jug. That's it. Maybe if they used this method, and by that he means creating water using a magical tool. By using water magic stones they could... Well, he didn't get to explain fully because Tease is suddenly all over his face. Her eyes are shining, amazed that there's a magical tool that creates water. Mercia had to pull her back since Tease is way too close for Isagi's comfort, or at least that's what she said. Regardless, Tease did pull back and apologized. It's just that for folks like them, that kind of magic tool is like a dream. Isagi understands and sympathizes with her. Still, he'd like to try and find a solution that doesn't rely so heavily on magic tools. This puzzles Mercia, so Isagi explains that there are two main reasons. First, it's because of the harsh environment of the Laos desert. Temperature fluctuations and sandstorms could cause the magic tools to break down. Even if they could solve that by sending an alchemist, Regina immediately shoots down the idea. As we speak, the Beastman Kingdom is already short on alchemists as it is. To continue, the second reason is that if the magic tool breaks, all of their agriculture will collapse. In this climate, being without water for just a few days can be fatal. Oh, now that Isagi points it out, Tease admits that what he said is true. Even if they use magic tools, they have to account for the worst-case scenario, so they still need a backup water source. But then again, there's no water source around the village. Wait, Isagi catches himself. It's too early to rule out that there's absolutely nothing. His eyes flick up and spot the mountain range right before them. Wait, what about those? He asks Tease if there's a possibility of a water vein there. She follows the direction to where he's pointing and shares that at the moment they haven't detected anything. Mercia asks what she means by that, so the tribe leader elaborates. Obviously, their kind's strength relies on their mobility, but at the same time, that mobility makes it hard for them to move in narrow spaces. As such, they weren't able to survey any deeper. On top of that, there are also monsters. Well, if that's the case, Isagi has an idea. Would Tease like to come with them to survey the area? If there is a water source, they can utilize the slope to channel the water easily, and since it's a rocky area, there won't be any underground monsters. Tease hesitates because she isn't finding a water source extremely difficult. Isagi assures her then that it will be fine. He can read geological strata using alchemy. If there is a water source, they can utilize the slope to channel the water easily. And since it's a rocky area, there won't be any underground monsters. If everyone helps out, they can survey even a whole mountain in the blink of an eye, and these are more than enough reasons for Tease to go along with them. Regina says they should go. If they don't find a water source, they'll just deal with that when they get there. All right, let's go. Just like that, they're off to investigate the water source, with Tease carrying them off high in the air in a large basket. While up in the air, something catches his eye in the mountain range, but he doesn't have the time to ponder over it since they reach their destination shortly after. At the mouth of the cave, Isagi leads the way, with Mercia urging him to focus on finding the water source while the rest of them will take care of keeping watch. As soon as Isagi lights his lamp, he starts feeling the walls of the cave. Suddenly, he feels something and stops dead in his tracks. Regina can't believe it. Did he already find a water source? Isagi hates to burst her bubble, but too bad it's not a water source. What he felt was actually a vein of manatite. Regina is still shocked as ever, and if Mercia remembers, her father once told her that the weapon he said he bought was made of manatite and cost 320 silver coins. Anyway, Isagi gets it out and uses alchemy to open up the wall. He reaches inside and pulls out a raw manonite. It's the real deal. Manonite is a rare material containing magical power. With that power, you can enhance the performance of weapons and armor. Regina holds the precious material in her hand with twinkling eyes. If a vein like this is discovered, it could become a major industry. Isagi agrees, but there's just one thing, the vein here isn't very large. Besides, even if they don't have food, then it's all meaningless. People gather for mineral deposits, towns flourish thanks to human activity. But in an environment this harsh, people certainly won't be able to gather. Regina finally understands what he means, so with that, she throws the Mannonite away. He's right, it's a real shame to pass up on a mineral deposit, but for now, they should prioritize finding a water source. He thanks her for being so understanding. Well, now that's settled, Tease has a bigger concern. Which way should they go? There's a fork in the road. Regina can't tell, so Isagi asks Mercia if she has any idea. The latter picks up 2 pebbles and throws them into each cave, listening intently as they go. From there, she deduces that the path on the right is a dead end and the left one is where they can continue exploring. Eh? Regina is surprised. How did Mercia know that? The latter answers that it's simply based on the echo of the sound. As long as she knows that, she can guess the overall structure. Regina is amazed. She didn't know Mercia could do things like that too. Given what she just did, Regina suggests that it would be better for Mercia to lead the way from here on out, and the latter is more than happy to do so. They took the left cavern and started descending to explore the further regions. Before long, Regina turned to Tease, remembering how her friend said there were monsters in this mountain. So, what kind of monsters were they? Before she could answer, Mercia held her hand up, instantly quieting them. She's on guard, there's a small sign above. And they all look up to see so many spiders from above, and they're no ordinary spiders, they're sand spiders. The critters immediately get down, with Isagi repulsed by their presence. Just then, Regina gets to work and dashes straight to the creatures. She swings wide, instantly killing a few as she does so, but that just made their body fluids splash on her face. Ew, that's terrible. She spots another creeping from the crevice right above Tease, so she shouts her friend's name in warning. As the spider descends on Tease, she hurls something that pierces the spider's body, killing it instantly. Hey, Reina is impressed. Reina turns to her friend. So Tease was lying about not being able to fight in caves, huh? At that, Tease clarifies that her combat effectiveness may have dropped, but it's not like she's completely unable to fight. Mercia, on the other hand, quickly goes to Isagi's side, asking him to step back, but our alchemist is busy rummaging through his bag, muttering about how that thing should be here. He found it. He grabs a yarn-like ball from his belongings and then yells for everyone to hurry up and get to his side. Isagi throws the ball and it bounces right into one of the spiders before exploding into a giant smoke cloud. Tease and Regina get back just in time, just as Isagi uses his alchemy to close the area up, conjuring an earth wall to block the smoke from reaching them. Whoa, Regina's a bit alarmed. She just heard a pained cry from the other side. What was that thing he threw anyway? Isagi says that it's an antiseptic bullet. He goes on to say how inside the ovary of a flower called Shirobana there are components that insects and arthropods really hate. So he used alchemy to extract and concentrate those components, thus increasing their effectiveness. The smell is a bit distinct, but it's harmless to the human body. With that said, they can move on after they wait for a little bit. Mercia, who was standing right by the earthen wall, informs them that the signs have completely disappeared. Well, that's their cue. They're set to go. Isagi opens up a portion of the wall, and there's still smoke wafting through the area. He turns to see that both Regina and Tease are covering their noses, and yep, that thing really does have a very distinct smell, but it's also thanks to that the sand spiders have been completely wiped out. Isagi is already kneeling right next to a carcass, suggesting they collect the materials first. Regina just realized something then. If they have this, then they could wipe out all the spiders living in the cave, right? Tease says she is correct. Isagi then points out that since the antiseptic bullet supply is limited, it's not certain that it will be effective against all species of spiders. Suddenly, his hand senses something from the ground. He crouches lower and turns to his companions. Maybe there is a water source nearby. Both Regina and Tease are shocked, with the latter feeling hopeful. Isagi creates an opening, while they all look down from above. Maybe the water source is further down after they descend. But wait, what is this feeling? Like there's something. Isagi turns to Mercia and she uses her super hearing. There is a large hall ahead and there is a monster below. Isagi expected just as much, then asked her how many. Mercia says there's only one, but it is a very large monster. When Tease heard that, she thought that Mercia may be referring to the king spider. Oh no, she has a bad feeling about this. Isagi turns to his companions. Let's take down the king spider, he said. Regina is a little impressed because he's actually initiating it. If it were up to him, he would rather not take unnecessary risks, but their priority is to secure the water source after all. Hearing that made Tease smile at him in admiration. Well, what are they waiting for? Let's go then. They all went down the rabbit hole together, with Isagi already thinking of what to do next. First, they need to get this king spitter in sight. Using his alchemy, he lit up the place and it didn't take long for them to see the giant creature. There it is, that's the king spider. Geez, look at the size of that thing, it's huge. Tease flies straight to it, warning the others to please be careful since it might be a mutant one. She hurls her sharpened tip feathers at the spider, but they were no use. The thing just got angrier, looming over them. They tell Tease to get out of the way, seeing how the monster comes after her. Isagi uses his alchemy to distract it, attacking it with an earthen technique. Thankfully it worked and distracted the king spider, so Tease managed to return to them safely. Phew, that was a close one. Regina commends him for his quick thinking, but still, the spider's shell is too hard, standard attacks will probably just bounce right off. Hey, this is exactly why Regina is with them, this situation calls for her expertise. Oh, that's right, if it's her, a full power strike will do. Mercia suggests they let the princess take the lead while the rest of them will focus on distraction and support attacks. Regina then tells them that she'll aim for its weak point. Tease is the first to go, distracting the king spider by kicking it. Obviously, the monster turns to her ready to sink its teeth into Tease, but it never gets the chance to do so because a sudden wall appears, allowing Tease to escape. She thanks Isagi for the backup while Regina comes running from below, sword in hand, as she takes the chance to attack the king spider. She slashes and manages to cut it, but it's too shallow. Mercia follows up with support using one of her hidden knives to aim at its wound. She stabs the part Regina cut, causing the spider to collapse. Oh, but wait a minute, so that's where Mercia hid her weapon, huh? But it's far from over. Isagi immediately warns them that it's coming. To their surprise, the king spider leaped high in the air and let out a screech while it was attached to the wall. Wait, could it be running away? Meanwhile, more of its little critters appear, ready to take them on. Mercia turns to Isagi and he already has the antiseptic bullets in his hand. He warns the others to bear with it for a bit since it's going to be pungent before hurling the items right above where the critters are coming from. Tease casts wind magic to blow the smoke away from them, and Isagi couldn't be more thankful. They wait a bit before they start seeing the spiders fall dead. It's not as airtight as last time, but it should have some effect on a normal species. Now his only problem is the king spider. He was ready to throw another round of antiseptic bullets when he noticed a looming figure emerging from the smoke before him. Huh? Before he realized it, the king spider launched a direct attack at him. Thankfully, he evaded it in time. Both Regina and Tease are horrified while Isagi is left exposed. Crap, did the king spider realize he was the one who fired the antiseptic bullet? Isagi still hasn't gotten up yet, but the spider is about to attack again. If he wants to lay a hand on her, Isagi-sama, he'll have to go through Mercia first. She kicks the spider hard, causing it to lose its balance. Mercia herself lands with a thud, but otherwise she's okay. With the spider out of balance, Isagi uses his alchemy to stop its movement, trapping one of its hind legs with his earth magic. Regina comes running, sword raised and ready to finish the monster off. This time she manages to deliver a clean blow, cutting off the spider's head as she does so. Yes, they did it. When Isagi saw the king spider call for reinforcements, he wasn't sure how things would turn out, but Mercia points out that it was thanks to him that they were saved. He points out that it was actually all thanks to everyone supporting him. Well, now that the giant monster is dead, he suggests they dismantle it. He's pretty sure they'll get a lot of material from this one. After doing so, Isagi then suggests they go check out the water source. On her end, Mercia is already trying to do so with echolocation. Just then her ear perks up. She can hear water. She leads the way, and before long they discover there's an underground lake. Tease couldn't believe it. But first, Isagi takes a sample of the water for checking. After assessing it, he concludes the water source is safe to drink without any issues. Wait, so does that mean the irrigation problem for their agriculture is? Isagi finishes her sentence for her. With a water source this vast, then there won't be any problems. All that's left is drilling. Tease couldn't be happier as she gets teary-eyed at their discovery. With that settled, the foursome decided to head back, but not before they finished marking the path to the water source. They made their way back to the village where Tease shared the good news. Everybody immediately lit up. Later that day, the whole village was enveloped in an atmosphere of excitement like never before. There was a bonfire, with everybody busy preparing for the celebration. Mercia herself helped out and was quick to call him over to where she was. She was busy with plates full of food, but he was more surprised that she also helped out. Well, at times like this, she just can't sit still. Tease calls out to them, asking them to sit at her table. Isagi does so, while Tease addresses her tribe. She announced to everyone that the water source was discovered today, and it's all thanks to the efforts of the first Princess Regina, the attendant Mercia, and the alchemist Isagi, who all came under the orders of His Majesty King Lionel. With that said, Tease would like to express her deepest gratitude for discovering this new water source and sincerely welcome the visit of those three. Cheers. Everyone is in good spirits, drinking and laughing, with the children lining up for water. Meanwhile, back at Isagi's table, several interesting dishes were served. Huh, he has yet to see dishes like these. While Regina is busy with the scorpion, Tease explains that the other dish is a prickly pear cactus. It's stir-fried with salt, pepper, and butter. Isagi takes a piece, wondering if this was the same cactus he has seen so many times along the way. They take a bite, and wow, it's quite a strange flavor. Regina, for one, is surprised at how firm it is. It's not bad at all. Mercia is also pleased with the perfect balance of sweet and sour. Just then, Regina's nose catches a whiff of something. One of the tribe members approaches their table with a new concealed dish. Oh ho, what is it this time? Regina can't help but notice the spicy and pungent aroma. Their server tells them that it's the meat of a sand lizard and sand cow. She places the plate on their table, and my, what an interesting spread. It looks a bit lively, but Regina is already excited about how wonderful the aroma is. Isagi cautiously takes a piece and with closed eyes shoves it in his mouth. Oh, it has a light and delicate flavor, just like chicken. If this is the case, then he can just eat as much as he wants. But Tease saw the piece he took and was just about to warn him. Too late, Isagi yells out that it's too spicy. So yeah, Tease was just about to tell him that it's a little spicy. She quickly hands him a glass of water, which he gratefully gulps down. Isagi hands the cup of water back to her and thanks her, but no, Tease says she should be the one saying thank you. From now on, they can freely share water with each other at times like this. He's glad to hear that, then looks over at the other villages enjoying the celebration. In his mind, he thought that everyone must have been trying hard to save water until now. But back to the food, Isagi takes another piece of the spicy food and shoves it in his mouth again. Tease asks if he's okay and he tells her he is just when she was about to hand the cup back to him. Well, it really is spicy, but it might just become an addictive flavor. Regina laughs and agrees with him, while Mercia says she prefers the sand lizard meat. Sand lizards and sand cows, huh? Even though he has crossed the desert, there are still so many creatures he has never encountered. Back when he was still at the capital, he could get ingredients without ever stepping outside, so he has never had an experience like this before. This time, though, he wants to bring smiles to everyone with an abundance of food. Mercia smiles at him. If it's him, she knows he'll definitely be able to do it. So starting from tomorrow, they should keep doing their best. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the desert, a sand lizard drops dead. A beastman with horns looks over the other side of the dune, annoyed at how noisy the bunch from the bird tribe is being. The other figure, who is holding a large axe, tells his companion to just leave them be. If anything, they just need to focus on their hunting. What's this? Could it be that Isagi's next enemy is already nearby?